Hey yo, Bronzebird here with the Brownstone Powwow. Welcome gang, troll gang in the building. Kind of an impromptu show, not an impromptu show. I have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. First, I'm gonna just give a warm welcome to the people that's up in my chat. Whoever's listening far and wide, you heard. Even if you get this on the playback, it's all love. Yo, shout out to Chris Cab in the building, Greg Mahone, Cynical One, Sugar Rot in the building. You heard? That fucking mixed breed talking shit in my chat. Means never no BS. It's always facts. Alright. So basically, if you're trying to understand what this shit is about, Warrior Alpha Men Part 2. The first one is on Rumble, but that one was completely unrelated to exactly the conversation I want to have tonight, right? So, let me give y'all a pointer of where I'm trying to get with this conversation. Now, I got a couple of clips that I'm going to be reviewing a little bit on, but you know I'm about to ramble, so, you know, stay tuned for my rambling and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? It's about to be lit. And I might open a panel up tonight because, I mean, I would like to have some conversations. But if you guys are wondering, what is it that I'm talking about? What I'm talking about is basically, like, y'all know this whole entire week, a lot of people have been talking about Anthony Mackie and his interview on The Pivot, and how he's talking about for the last 20 years, masculinity has practically been dead. And I couldn't agree more. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I couldn't agree more. I'm like, yo, masculinity is dying. You feel what I'm saying? It's like this, man. We live not only in America, because I think in the UK and like different countries in Europe and Canada, they do this shit, right? So hear me out. Masculinity, masculinity as we know it, a lot of women are complaining, and I don't want to make this about women, but just for context, a lot of women today will complain that there are not a lot of manly men in the society left anymore, right? And they will complain that, you know, there is no masculine men, or I want a masculine man and all this other stuff. And I said, all right, I hear you. Now, the thing about it is, I think the whole entire dating scene is flawed. But that's a conversation for a different day. Now, if you're talking to a man from a man's perspective, i.e. me, yeah, exactly. Masculinity is fleeting. That shit is done for. Yo, I mean, honestly, it's a lot of men that just do bitch shit these days. And I mean, even if you're talking on YouTube, like, I just be listening to this shit and I be like, yo, that is not masculine at all. Like, all right, it's easier to go with YouTube shit because it's easier for me to do that. It's just easy for me, right? So check this out. First and foremost, dudes that's gossiping about other dudes, about like sexual shit that they did on streams. And I've heard that like maybe months and years ago, right? Like maybe last year. And you got men that's making 10-hour panels about how some dude was sitting up there, you know, wanking his shit on stream to a chick that he was cool with. That shit is gay, number one. And I'm not saying the dude that's doing it. That shit is gay for you niggas to be sitting up there having a 10-hour panels about it. These ninjas are bitches. Absolutely. Like, men that's asking me what the fuck they pronoun is, right? If you ask me, they like, yo, Bronzebird, what's your pronouns? I said, nigga, why you asking me that? You're not a trans man. You a regular ass man looking at another man and you asking me what my pronouns are. I'm not answering that shit. Motherfuckers that be like, well, I don't play sports and I don't want to work this job because it's hard, intensive labor. What happened to the men that didn't give a fuck? They got to get this bag. They got to get this money. You understand what I'm saying? What happened to that? The dudes ain't afraid to sit up there and get their hands dirty and work in jobs and careers where it advises you to use your strength. Where's that at? See, the thing about it is, I ain't a weak motherfucker, just for a caveat. But obviously, I can't sit up there and I did it before. I can't really constantly put metal steel beams on my shoulder without the company of other men with me, right? But I did it before. I absolutely did it before. I carried to 50 to 100 pounds of steel on my shoulder. Got it off one of those trucks that roll around the city and roll around the country. The pickup trucks. No, not the pickup trucks. I'm bugging. The ones that got the big ass thing in the back. You know what I'm talking about. But I picked that up. Did I feel manly when I did that shit? Yeah, I did. Where those men at? I mean, I get on Instagram and you have a bunch of men who probably are gay. And, you know, the thing about it is they're putting on makeup. They're putting on long hair. And they already have long hair. And you be thinking for a second it's a woman. Then you see the Adam's apple. And then they put on a dress. There's a video that I'm going to be coming out with this weekend. I want you guys to stay tuned for that because I'm going to be coming out with that video and I'm going to be talking about it, right? It's going to be a premiere. So stay tuned for that. I have a couple of other videos, and yes, I'm going to be talking about Anthony Mackie this weekend when I get the chance to, so that you guys can really feel where I'm coming from when I have this conversation. But yo, honestly, masculinity in this era is so fucking stupid that men are really in touch with their feminine side and then sit up there talking about, oh, well, you know, as a man, no, not even that. As a man, we should hug other men. And it's like, why you saying no homo? Why you saying no homo? Or why is it that because I'm a bisexual that I still can't be I'm still man though. Like, bro, the same altitude. A woman can be a bisexual tomorrow. No, today and tomorrow. And then next week she can be straight again. She can be strictly dickly. Not for you niggas. Y'all really thought that y'all was going to be bisexual and gay 1 minute and then you was going to be straight the next day? It don't work like that. Any guy that ever came out the closet and the minute he's bi, you gay forever, fam. That shit don't change. That shit don't change, bro. You can't change from being bisexual to straight as a man. You can't. It's not possible. But mainly, the argument that I'm really getting wrapped in tight is the appearances of men that try to prove that they're not gay and you're gay. You feel what I'm saying? Yeah, we need to get into that. Okay, I'm going to get into that comment in a second, Sugar Bomb, because I don't understand it, right? First of all, what's up with you dudes wearing nail polish? Let's talk about that. I don't know what it is with you goofy motherfuckers nowadays. I just have to say it because I'm not feeling that shit. You understand? You know, I'm a man. You understand? The fuck I look like wearing nail polish on my hands? Are you retarded? Like, I didn't understand them goth kids used to do it and those dudes that was into heavy metal and all that. Like, why y'all wearing nail polish as a man? You feel me? Why are you wearing nail polish? And then when we ask you about it, they be like, well, I just feel like wearing nail polish. I feel like expressing myself. That's what's fucking wrong with this Western world. Y'all done lost y'all goddamn minds and sit up there thinking that y'all can have conversation. Yeah, metro niggas above gotta go. I'm sorry, because it's like they try to redefine masculinity and then tell us we wrong and we're exhibiting toxic masculinity for telling y'all dudes is gay for wearing nail polish. What? Ain't nobody wearing no fucking nail polish out here if you a man. Are y'all retarded? It's trendy my ass, Sugar Bum. Ain't no man that's was sitting in this masculinity gonna be wearing no goddamn nail polish. I wish you would. And then you have these fuck boys that sit up there wearing dresses and skirts. What's that shit about? And then be the same dudes that sit up there and talk about, I'll take your bitch. Like, I mean, tell me if I'm wrong on this. There's only one girl in my chat right now, so maybe she can answer that. To Sugar Bum, would you ever allow a man, I guess a white man in your case, because you say you like white men, cool, fine. Would you be cool with a white man approaching you in a dress or a skirt and being like, hey, I want to take you out, Sugar Bum? Like, would you want that? I'm pretty sure you wouldn't. I'm just saying, I can't talk on you. That's you, to your discretion at the end of the day. But I have an opinion that ain't no woman gonna be wanting to deal with a man that's dressed in, you know, ain't no man that gonna want to be rolling with a woman. You ain't gonna be wanting to roll with a man that's in a skirt or a dress. You understand? That shit don't happen. Let's get to these comments. So shout outs to Free Zone Lou, I see you. Men call me masculine for having a job. Well, basically, most women have jobs nowadays. So it kind of sounds weird to say that a woman is masculine because she has a job. Now, it's different if you have a masculine attitude, or you dress like a butch, or you dress like a dyke. Then we can say you masculine. But a woman having a job is a woman that have a job. You feel what I'm saying? Like, that's just dumb. You understand? What the fuck? Are you co-signing this shit? What the fuck? What do you mean if it's designer? What do you... Okay, that's the most dumbest comment I've ever seen. You gonna say that if a man is wearing a skirt or a dress, you with that shit? Imagine that man at your house. Y'all already fucked. Y'all already did what y'all did. Y'all did the bang boomy. And he wakes up the next day. Y'all wake up the next day and he asks you. He's like, yo, Sugar Bum, do you mind if I borrow that skirt that you had in your closet? You look good on it. You look good in it. So can I wear it too? Like, I mean, explain to me like I'm a 2-year-old. Where does that go? You probably into them fluid men types. That's why your ass like white men, because they be fluid as fuck. I ain't gonna talk about it. But the thing about it is, it's like, yeah, fam, where in this world have we gone wrong with these men that claim themselves as straight? If you gay, it's a different story. I don't give a shit about that. You just gay. So I expect you to do stupid shit like... No, it's not stupid shit. I expect you to do shit like that. But if you a straight man and you going outside your doorstep and you wearing a skirt and you wearing a dress and you talking about how you can pull my bitch... I mean, I'm trying to understand this again like I'm a 2-year-old. Like, where do we draw the lines? See, this is the fuck shit that I be talking about. The fuck shit that I be talking about. It doesn't matter if they wore it for centuries, Sugar Bum. It's about now. If we're talking about masculine men, which this panel is about, name me a masculine man that's wearing a dress or a skirt. Name me that. It's because of culture. We understand it's about Muslims. Muslims is about culture. I never take that away from them. Muslims do that all the time. You're correct. But at the same time, we're talking about the Western world. We're talking about men. Because now you have to go off the fence that it's about culture. You understand? Culture is different when it comes to the United States versus a Muslim culture. Yeah, Muslims wear... They don't even call it dresses. It's called something else. But they still look masculine in it. Have you ever seen a Muslim man wear that dress you say that they wear? And he has his nail polish? He has nail polish on his nails? Probably not. Probably not. He's doing his prayer for 5 days, 5 times out the day. Ain't nothing feminine about that man, even if he's wearing a so-called dress. It's a robe. All right? It's not a dress. It's a robe. It's a difference. You understand? It's not the same. And again, she doesn't seem to get it. Sugar Bum, we're talking about men in the United States, the Western world. We're talking about America, i.e. D.C., New York City. You understand? Cities around the world, countries around the that's not affected by traditions. We understand Irish wear kilts and Muslims wear robes. We ain't talking about them. I don't think they're gay. They're abiding by their tradition and their culture. What I am talking about is the United States culture, United States tradition. And which I mean by that then, if you're wearing a dress in the United States and you're not Irish, you're not Muslim, and you don't follow those traditions, it's giving you a little bit out the loop, my dude. You feel what I'm saying? We're not doing that. We're not doing that. So that's why I'm saying what I'm saying when it comes to that. Ain't no man gonna be wearing no dress and coming out here talking about I'm a bag yo bitch. Like imagine a man sitting up there wearing the skirts that girls wear, and those girls be sitting up there having them skirts where it's showing their panties in the back. A man wearing that, that's what I guess they call femboys nowadays. I don't know. I'm old school, I guess. Like, I'm fucking old school. All right, ain't no man. Look, listen, man. Dudes be complaining. They be like, get my pronouns right. My pronouns is he, him, and they. And I just be like, you know what the fuck I am. I don't need to tell you what my pronouns is. Look at my face. Look at my face and look exactly how I'm looking at you. If you could see an Adam's apple and you see the beard, then you know I'm a man. The fuck you asking me for my pronouns for? You understand? I wouldn't call myself she or they. Or call myself a fucking non-binary, that's for sure. And I'm pretty sure there's going to be somebody that views the Brownstone Power right now and be like, yo, Bronzebird is being a bigoted. No, we need to protect masculinity in the United States of America. That's why I'm glad Anthony Mackie said what he said on that interview. You understand? It's the coddling of men and sitting up there talking about men need to get in touch with their femininity and all this other shit because we're two spirits and all that shit like we're Native Americans. Why do we need to redefine gender roles or gender norms? I'm not with that shit. There's something eccentric about women versus eccentric about men. Do you understand? It's two different things. So that's why I say exactly what I'm saying. But let me get into the first clip because I think what's his name? Mark Zuckerberg said something on Joe Rogan that I thought was pretty cool. And then I'm going to be reviewing some clips and then I'll get the hell out of here.
Energy, I think, is good. And obviously, society has plenty of that, but I think corporate culture was really like trying to get away from it. And I do think that there's just something, it's like, I don't know, all these forms of energy are good. And I think having a culture that like celebrates the aggression a bit more has its own merits. It's one thing to say we want to be kind of like welcoming and make a good environment for everyone. And I think it's another to basically say that masculinity is bad. I think people just felt like the fact checkers were too biased. It just got to a point where it's just, okay, this is destroying so much trust, especially in the United States, to have this program.
And that's the thing. They go into these different programs of trying to tell folks, oh, well, it's wrong to be masculinity and blah, blah, blah. When has masculinity ever harmed anyone? When? Explain that to me like I'm a 2-year-old. When has masculinity ever harmed anyone? It hasn't harmed anybody. What is wrong with being masculine? I need an answer on that. What's up, Barbara? What's up, HustlerNMuscular? I mean, I'm being honest because a lot of women today will complain like, oh, well, we don't have masculine men. A bunch of these men are feminine and they're gay and blah, 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 and this, that, and the third. I said, okay, so what about the dudes that don't play that bullshit that these other people pull? Let's talk about that. Where is that? You understand? Y'all complain so much about, oh, there not being enough masculine men, so where the masculine out here? Because I can't stand masculine women. I can't stand masculine women. I love feminine women, you understand? I cannot stand masculine women. I can't. I absolutely fucking can't. And everybody, and just like I'm pretty sure if you're a straight woman, you can't stand a feminine man. Unless you the type that likes to be a dom and you like to control men, then yeah, you can understand why you like feminine men. What is toxic masculinity? That's what I'm trying to understand. That's another thing that I'm going to be talking about. What is toxic masculinity? What is it? I would love to know. Anybody that wants to come on this show and tell me, what the fuck is toxic masculinity? Masculinity doesn't equate aggression though, but there are ways too much feminine men out there. I never said it equated to aggression. I didn't say that. I mean, if certain people that you talk to thought that equates to aggression, then okay, I got you. But I've never thought that masculinity equates to aggression. You understand? I thought masculinity is an innate trait that men have that we proudly wear on our sleeves and wear on our bodies every day we wake up. It's an initial thing. We don't need to say we masculine men. Why do we need to say we masculine men and that we have to be accountable for toxic masculinity? Somebody explain what toxic masculinity is to me anyway. I would love to know what toxic masculinity is because I don't get it. Shout out to Who Said It. We need more tyranny in the building. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what toxic masculinity is. I'll tell you right now. I mean, I got clips to pull, but I mean, I don't mind opening up the panel right now. Hey, if anybody want to speak to me about masculinity right now, I'll drop the link. I'll drop the link. Well, I know Sugar Bum's going to stay in the chat. She's just going to fucking troll me with bullshit because I have a feeling she likes feminine men. So, anyway, who said it? Not, we need more tyranny. All right, HustlerNMuscular. All right, I'll drop the link. HustlerNMuscular, we need more tyranny. Who said it? Anybody else? I mean, yeah. Toxic masculinity, angry men. Toxic masculinity doesn't exist. Y'all got toxic masculinity from feminists. You know, those fucking white girls that's like usually fat and pudgy and has like blue hair, the short buzz cuts looking like the dude from King of the Hill. That's who you got toxic masculinity from. A bunch of fucking femcells that's afraid to get some dick in their life because they go to college and they study psychology courses. That's where you got toxic masculinity from. You can't name me one trait of toxic masculinity. I tell you right now. Toxic masculinity doesn't exist. I'm telling you right now. Doesn't exist. Never existed. Y'all thought it existed, but it never existed. Okay. What's up, Shakanulu? A set of attitudes and ways of behaving stereotypically associated with or expected of men, regarded as having a negative impact on men and on society as a whole. Okay, let me say something to that before I begin. Let me this fucking shit, man.
Shut the fuck up.
Like, wait, hold on. And you're telling me this shit. We know you fucking Googled it, Sugar Bum. You not fooling me. We know you fucking Googled that shit. Fucking Sugar Bum. Fucking, yeah, copy and paste in Google definitions. Shut the fuck up. You sat up there and probably chat GPT that shit, Sugar Bum. We ain't fooled. Who the hell you fooling? You Googled that shit. That's not even in the Webster's dictionary. You can't even find toxic masculinity in a fucking Webster's dictionary, fam. That's why I know y'all lost. See, that's the problem. I thought DC chicks was actually very intellectual and smart. That shit was stupid. You Googled that shit. All right, fuck it. There is no definition for toxic masculinity, Sugar Bum. That's the whole point. There is no... what do you mean toxic? If you're referring to toxic, you're referring to a basic definition of men's qualities that you don't like. That's a personal issue. Toxic masculinity doesn't exist. Never did. You tell me who's the founder of toxic masculinity, because I did the research for it. And it was around from some German dude that sat up there and had a lecture about it in 1968. That's facts. You can look it up. That had a whole entire lecture about that shit. Toxic masculinity doesn't exist. I saw a HustlerNMuscular that wanted to have a conversation about toxic masculinity and masculinity. Hit the link, my brother. Or Shakanulu, whoever wants to come up. I'm gonna read the comment. There's no such thing as toxic masculinity. It actually came from male white privilege. That's what bitches used to say. You really don't see to hear it no more. Exactly. That the whole entire fight about toxic masculinity was a fight of the white woman with the white man. Black women, because y'all got in y'all feelings, and because you felt as if black men ain't shit, because that was a program that was put on by white men and women, y'all followed the bandwagon. And then you have dumbass black dudes that go to college, the same ones that'll be rolling around with the proteps. I don't even call them hoteps. Proteps. The ones that'll roll around with them and then sit up there and talk about, you really don't love black women. You don't love women. You gay. You don't love women. I can tell you don't love your own mother. Yo, you got toxic masculinity, son. And you be like, my dude, what are you talking about? How do I got toxic And just like you have those dudes that are gaslight, right? Those black dudes, the one I say that's anti-black men, such as Alexander Brannon and that punk ass bitch DJ Touch Dick, aka DJ Torch, and some of the other clowns that want to sit up there and chastise black men on YouTube. Yeah, I'm saying names. Those are the dudes that sit up there and talk about, you don't love black women. You hate black women. You don't love them. And I can't even say Sharon Bracey because he's fair. You know what I'm saying? So I can't really say Sharon. Sharon Bracey is fair. You know what I mean? Because I do agree with him on a bunch of different things. You understand? Thank you. See, I appreciate that. Appreciate
Yo,
that.
What up, bro?
What up, Keels? Let's talk about this toxic masculinity bullshit.
Yo, man, that shit ain't nothing but a YouTube internet talking point right there. Like you said, like even I looked up fucking emotional intelligence. People wasn't even using that shit. That's some old ass white people used to say that shit, yo, and they got a book on that shit. All of these words and all of this shit, motherfuckers wasn't even using this shit 5 years ago.
Nope.
Motherfuckers wasn't talking about toxic masculinity and emotional intelligence, man. It's some YouTube shit. Fuck you mean, man? I've been here a long time, bro. Motherfuckers wasn't talking about none of that weird shit.
None. Bro, I mean, look, listen. Back when I was in college, I went to a very liberal college. I'm not going to tell you what college I went to. It was definitely in New York.
Right.
And I remember when I was part of a men's group, you had this man that came up in there, and he was sitting up there talking about how men should get in touch with their femininity. And he said that you should hug fellow man, and you shouldn't be afraid to embrace another man. Now, my thing about it is, okay, it's nothing homo about hugging another man. It's not. I don't think it is. There's certain ways of, I ain't gonna say love language, that's the wrong word, but basically just saying, yo, I respect you, I got love for you, you know what I'm saying, I love you, bro, or something like that, where it doesn't come across as, yo, pause. You understand what I'm saying? That's where it drew the line. But you trying to get into this whole entire thing where basically it's not really gaslighting in my opinion, but you trying to swing it in a certain narrative in a certain way where you going down that rabbit hole, and we know what you mean when you going down that rabbit hole. It's like certain times you say shit without really saying shit.
Right,
and that's why I was just like, yo, come on, my dude. Like we not falling for that shit. H&M was good. Yeah, I sure did went to a liberal college. I did go to a liberal college. That was the best college I went to, but I wasn't there for liberalism. Yeah, I went to a liberal college. I don't deny it. I mean, I didn't like certain shit that they did. At a liberal?
How's it different from any other college?
Well, because why I say it's a liberal college, because they had shit like having the LGBTQ fucking flag and the whole LGBTQ fucking flags around the campus. And I'm sitting up there like, why do y'all have this shit up? But I couldn't say anything because then I would be labeled as a bigot.
Right. Yeah.
Well,
but I tried to respect everybody's opinion in there. Even though I didn't agree with it, I tried to respect their shit. I said, hey, look, listen, if that's your lifestyle, cool. But don't come to me sitting up there talking about, oh, I need to respect your pronouns, and you coming to me with that Zer Zim bullshit. I don't want to fucking hear it. The fuck out of here. I don't want to hear it like that. And that's the thing. Like I said, we all know there's a definite uniform to those white girls and even black girls that's usually pudgy, fat, and they usually call themselves non-binary. Tell me if I'm lying. There's a uniform to it, and then they be like, you're exhibiting bigotry, and my pronouns is Zer Zim. It's like, nah, bitch, ain't no man want to date you. That's why you mad.
Nobody was doing that shit when I was in school. I mean, if you swung the other way, you kept that shit to your goddamn self.
I
just found out that was your ass.
It was good.
That's a fact.
That's a lie. Black men don't value education. How could the definition of words matter? Because it does. Context. You understand? When you place the pre-label of toxic on something, that denotes it's a bad thing. But masculinity is of an innate nature of men. How could it ever be toxic?
How black men don't value education and institution of learning. There's a couple of guys who built institution of learning, made books. You got W.B. Du Bois. You know what I'm saying? You got a lot of dudes, man, who make institution of learning. But the whole thing is like these females don't do no research. They just see what the next platform talking about and regurgitate everything they talking about and bring that shit to another platform. I don't give a fuck how long they been here. These bitches don't do no research. They just say shit. They just jack other people's shit. You know what I mean? Like facts, bro. I don't believe none of these bitches, and I don't give a fuck how many PhDs they got.
No matter.
How come these bitches ain't built a motherfucking a black woman sphere? Like, take your ass
Well,
somewhere else. Why the
they
fuck
did
you want to
build
be
it.
around
Actually,
us?
they did try that.
Talking y'all shit, bitch.
Yeah,
Do
they
your
did
own,
actually do
bitch.
that, my mans.
You heard that story about that? Did you hear that story about? It was a story about a group of women that wanted to start their own business or whatever the fuck, but it went down under within months because the women couldn't get along or whatever the fuck.
Right.
Oh my god. So
Hit the link, Sugar Bum. You won't hit the link, my nigga.
you know Sugar
Hit the
Bum is
link.
not. You know Sugar Bum is
Yeah,
not.
ain't coming up.
I buy you some more. I buy you some more colorful weave. You feel me?
But
I think
you
she got
know
enough
damn well.
as it is.
Listen, you know damn well Sugar Bum is not going to hit the link. You know that. She says because men. He said most businesses fail, idiot. Because men are toxic by nature. How so?
How are we toxic?
How are we? How because men are toxic by nature. Well, if men are toxic by nature, maybe you shouldn't be getting no dick from them. You understand?
Oh, correction. She loves toxic men. Some women like toxic.
If men is toxic by nature, why you fucking with them and why you straight? Why you didn't become a dyke and why you didn't become a lesbian?
Because women can be just as toxic.
That's why I'm saying women have their toxicity too. If we're gonna go off the whole entire gender bullshit, and I don't even like doing a gender war because it's corny. I love pussy. I don't want to be sitting up there arguing with women. Oh well, y'all women need to be feminine, and I'm not doing it, bro. I'm not doing it.
They do.
You know what I mean? So if we're going to sit up there and say men are toxic by nature and women is toxic by nature, then what's your counter argument to that?
What man is not toxic by nature? Being toxic is like cutting down a tree, building some shit. You need to get that toxic shit out of you. You know what I'm saying? Fucking taking over new territory. They've been doing this shit since the beginning of the time. So what they did was these motherfuckers weaponized that toxic shit. Oh, you got to be more. You got to open up a little bit more. What man like to open up and be like, yo, talk about your true feelings and all of this bull crap? No, bitch, shut the fuck up. Pass me a beer. Pass me to be more control. You know what I'm saying? Like, get out of my face, though. Like, that's just the way I am, man. I'm like Bundy or some shit. You know what I mean? I used to watch that shit, but I didn't know he was a fucking genius. I didn't even like Uncle Ruckus and Boondocks in the beginning, man. Till I got older. Like, I don't like new niggas like that.
Keels, hold your thought, and I don't care about statistics. That's exactly where Sugar Bum is going with it. Saying that white men and Asian men value education.
And we don't.
Hey, hold on. Let's stop that right now. Black men don't value education. I have a bachelor's degree, sweetheart.
That's crazy.
So do I.
And I have a certificate in IT. All right? If I didn't value education, I could have been some bum on the street that wasn't doing shit with his life. I make schmooze. You understand? So if we don't value education, why you have a bunch of educated brothers on this platform right now? Shaka Nulu is a very educated and intellectual brother. Culture Invasion Podcast is a very educational brother. We don't value education. That's a motherfucking lie. You understand? And that is the problem out here when men like us sit up there and hold motherfuckers to their neck, men or women. You understand? It don't matter who the fuck it is. We sit up there on your neck because you out here lying, fam. You lying.
E-A-P. Cap. Cap. C-A-P. Cap.
You know what I mean? That's why I say it's a fucking lie, bro. That's right. That's right.
Know what these bitches built.
Educated and got a beautiful black woman.
I want to know what they built. I want to know what they built since they always want to be on our top. Pause, no Diddy or whatever. Like even in Rome, they built the whole fucking water system, like spa water system, all of that shit. Like what have these bitches built really though? Like that benefits mankind. What have they built to be even talking about what the fuck we talking about? Talking about we toxic. No, bitch. I like to be toxic when I'm fucking you, bitch. I don't want to be like, oh, do you want me to do this to you? Do you want me to hit it like this? No, bitch. I'm grunting. Fuck you mean, ho?
Yo, hold on. Shout outs to Culture Invasion Podcast for the fuck, I'm getting old. For the Cash App. Appreciate you, twin. Thank you. So going back into it, I mean, listen, we're talking about Sugar Bum. She has, you know how she rolls. She'll sit up there and talk about, oh, y'all not masculine. Y'all sound like bitches. And then be like, yo, but when I put Sugar Bum in her place, she don't act like that. You heard? So I don't give a fuck about all that nonsense that Sugar Bum is saying. Sugar Rot, that goddamn half German, half black girl in my chat talking shit. I give her credit. She trolls like it's no other person. Yeah, but you really think that I'm going to take the opinion of Sugar Rot seriously? Talking about we sassy and shit? Get the fuck out of here, man. All I need is what's her name? Melody Speaks to come up in this chat right now and block this hoe.
Yeah, yo, Melody got a cool voice.
Melody Speaks. Melody Speaks.
AKA Sweet Melody.
That's the one Aunt T be at sometimes.
No, she hasn't been online for like a couple of months, bro.
Right. Okay, yo. So I definitely.
But she did a show. She did a show back in November or December.
I know you're talking about, yo. Shorty cool.
Sugar Rod is biracial. Nobody believe you actually black in FBA. Stop fucking lying, Sugar Bum. Fucking lying.
You ever went to Barbie platform?
Huh?
You ever went to Barbie, yo? Her name Barbie something, yo.
Barbie what? Who that?
Nah, yo, shorty like shorty mad light skin or whatever, yo. Shorty mad cool though too though. Her name Barbie some shit.
You gotta.
Yo, I'm gonna send you the link one day.
Yo, Shaka Noodle.
Like what?
Shaka Noodle was like, it's a dude.
Good dude.
Right off the press, bro. Right off the fucking press, bro. You already knew.
That's crazy.
He's like, it's a dude. But I'm saying, though, I mean, I don't know about y'all, but I feel like we roaming into a society where there are men becoming bitches. And besides them becoming bitches, they start to be like, even on YouTube, that you see these dudes that become literal fucking mental tampons for women to get their shit off.
Yeah, I give you that, man. Of course, you're gonna have more male hyenas in these spaces than you got actually like solid dudes in these spaces. I've been around too long, man. I've seen it too much. All I know is a lot of Fight Club niggas actually fuck this space up. That's just how I see it, bro. I'm just keeping it thorough.
Like I said on Brownie's panel.
I ain't gonna say no names, but no. So if you've been watching, then you already know what it is. You know what it is.
Well, like I said on Brownie's panel, the problem is that I keep referring to that space because I say that I'm in no sector anymore. I just roll around, right? But I got mad love for everybody, right? So when I was having this conversation, right, I was on Brownie's panel and I said specifically with that space where they went wrong was they started reviewing Anton and them's content and kept going back and forth about it. And then when the fucking Fight Club came out, they basically dragged their asses over there, and they knew that Anton, being the marketing genius that he's supposed to be revered as, basically usurped that shit. So now you have a bunch of goofy go-ass niggas that have conversations about dating and stuff like that. Half these niggas are single. And then besides that, they can't do anything but sit up there and talk about Pop the Balloon. I don't want to talk about Pop the Balloon.
Fam. Yeah, yo, like dating and shit, yo, that shit is like 10 years. That shit is like 10 years old conversations, bro. We been got over that shit. What about being in a household with that woman and going through shit when you in the same crib together, living together, shit like that? Like, it's easy to date a bitch.
Wait,
if you
hold
ain't
on.
Outside, nigga, that's your problem.
Wait,
it's easy to get some pussy.
Shaganulu, are you saying that Sugar Bum is a man, or are you talking about Barbie is a man? Respond
Barbie
back on that.
Man, though.
Yo, if I found out Sugar Bum is a dude, I'd be like, you gay and you dating white men?
You gonna have a field day with him, her, him, whatever the fuck.
Yo, I swear to God, man. I be sitting up there saying, why the fuck you got these undercover fucking men in my chat? Imagine if Sugar Bum is actually a dude.
That'd be wow, Sean.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Either way, I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it. There's two sources that I know she's not a dude.
How? What are they?
I have my sources. Secondly, because like I said, she remembers this. Fatty showed a picture of her through a Cash App, and it showed her face.
Okay.
But another source I know, there's another source I know why she's not a dude. So, But if it's Barbie just looks like I feel like at Keels, does she always have a fucking layup on her screen every time she does a stream?
What you mean, like a layup?
A layover.
Layover.
Barbie.
Nah, her avatar is her real face.
She's been in the I guess the black space for a while, for like a couple of years.
Yeah, she in the black space, but she don't go live that often. She only go live like when it's some hot drama shit going on though.
I feel like I know who you're talking about. If it is who I think you're talking about.
Because I be like, I go to Melly platform, I go to she cool. I like her. Like I like chicks like that. Like I be going to certain chicks, I be chilling, bro. I like her.
Oh, now listen, that's called motherfucking bars, nigga. You know nothing about that.
Like I fucks with the New York sector a lot though. I fuck with the New York sector a lot.
I'm sorry, I'm not interrupting you. Shaka Nulu he was like, yo, Sugar Bubba's a fucking man, yo. Shit. Exposed.
I don't think that.
Yo, Sugar Bum is a man. He's a biracial man in my fucking chat, yo. You gay, homie?
I'll put some bread on that. I'll put a little couple dollars on that.
Only 38% of adults over the age of 25 have a bachelor's degree. 62 of adults don't. And this is why I'm not really mad at men for taking up trades and basically cutting out the college route and realizing that they can make more money not going to college.
Word, yeah. Most construction workers haven't been to college. What the fuck, yo?
Right. And they make a lot. They earn a six-figure salary.
That's
so I ain't mad at men that say that I don't want to go to college. When I went to college, it was because I wanted to do that for the pursuit of my happiness. So I decided to say I wanted to get a bachelor's degree. Yeah, I might be through debt out my ass. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But at the same time, I know why I wanted to go to college. It wasn't because I was pressured by my parents to do so, my mom and my dad. I just was like, yo, I just want to go to college. You know what I mean? And just, I don't know, getting back to my experiences in college where we had to have conversations, not really about masculinity, but just talking about, because they usually yelled at the professors about white privilege and all that shit. I'm a black dude just sitting in the classroom, so I'm just like, all right, whatever. It ain't nothing to me. But again, bro, like even when I was in school, you only had trans women in my classroom. You didn't have these fucking fluid-ass black dudes or fluid-ass white dudes that's wearing nail polish and sitting up there talking about their pronouns as they, them, and all that shit. So that's the worst that I ever had. Non-binaries and trans women in my classroom.
That's crazy, dog.
And that's the first time. Yeah, that's the first time I've ever saw trans women, like trans girls, trans women, and non-binaries in my class. When I was in another college, I didn't see that shit. When I was in high school, I definitely never seen that shit. Fucking public school. Nah, I never was in public school. I was in private school.
Yep,
when I was in private school, I never seen that shit.
Nah.
Never seen that shit, dog.
Let you know how the world has changed and not for the better.
In fact, tradesmen use more mathematics than a white collar worker. I believe that, Enhance. Absolutely. And Shaka Nulu would know all about it because I know he's in that type of industry. Shout outs to you, Nu. Yeah, knowledge is not the same as education, Sugar Bum. A lot of folks with degrees don't know shit.
True.
That's a fucking
fact. Now listen, that's called motherfucking bars, nigga. You know nothing about that.
Yeah, man, that's facts.
Education is just knowledge in a certain particular field of study. That's all it is. Knowledge is something else. The world, the worldliness.
Well, that's why we always argue degrees don't mean shit if you're not doing anything with it. You understand? Mm-hmm. So the thing about it is, the problem is that you have a lot of people that are flex that they have a degree, but when you ask them a simple question, they can't fucking answer it because they're fucking stupid. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, of course. Engineers definitely use math. They always have.
That's a fact. It's a fact.
Like, what the fuck? That's a stupid ass question. This is gonna say, why would a tradesman use math more than an accountant? They have to use math. What the fuck?
Wow.
I don't know if they use trigonometry or something like that, but they have to use certain mathematics when it comes to engineering.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, what the fuck? Why wouldn't engineers use math?
They use it, man.
We see who didn't survive in college. Sugar Bum the dude. Fucking Christ.
Sugar Bum or like Sugar Dude.
Sugar dude, man.
Sugar Bum, my nigga.
Hey, yo, next time we go, tonight or next time when I have the Brownstone Powwow, yo, we gonna put hashtag Sugar Dude in my fucking comments.
Whoa,
hashtag
shit.
Sugar Dude.
Hashtag Sugar Dude. Hashtag hashtag Sugar Booger. Like that
Sugar boy. We're gonna sit up there, cause yo, that's when you say like
She
next
on that
time on the
dog
Brownstone
food, yo,
Powwow.
she on that dog
Hashtag Sugar Boy.
Sugar boy, yo. She on that boy. She on that boy. that boy.
Sugar Boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's right. I
That
feel
Steve
sorry.
Rothstein, you heard? That Steve Rothstein.
Yeah, exactly. But it's like this, man. All I'm saying is the whole college rhetoric. Now we have the understanding that especially men, because they try to say this. They be like, oh, well, we're having less men that's enrolling in these colleges, and we have more females, more women that's enrolling in the colleges. Yes, that's true. But what they don't tell you is, because they try to make it seem like men are becoming dumb for not going to college. No, they're picking up trades. Something that's going to help them with
STEM. Or they going to STEM.
Something that can help them with a secure career.
Right.
Where they don't have to worry about, well, what the fuck am I going to do when I get out of college? That's the difference. You know what I'm saying? Right. So, yeah, women go to college, accumulate, 90,000 to more up in debt. Enhance, tell me what's the average.
They got to move back in with their parents.
I'm gonna ask Enhance. I want Enhance to be the chat GPT for the Brownstone Powwow tonight. What's the average debt from college? I need to know that. Like, I couldn't really say it, but like, yeah,
I think exactly about 80K.
You said 80K. 80K, you said, right? I don't know, but yeah, exactly.
My people's with the college, her shit like damn near 80K.
Now, I know this girl that I used to date like way back, like a couple of years ago. She said that she owes over like $90,000 and still was going to college for law. What
went to college for?
For law. She went to college for law. She wanted to be an attorney.
Okay. I about to say, yo, dude, what type of law though? Like, she want to be attorney. What type of attorney though?
Bro, I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you because it was a long time
practice.
ago. I don't know, but I just know.
I'm just saying, yo, because my niece want to be an attorney too, though. Like that's her passion. Like she loved to argue.
What's up, Hassan?
Shit, yo, shoot, that's Hassan. Who fucking be over there by Fatty?
I have no idea. This is my second time seeing it in my chat.
Okay.
Enhanced utility says anywhere between $38,000 to $80,000 a year.
Oh wow. Okay.
So shit, the debt that I had was less than that.
See, I knew I was right, yo, because I ain't about to say that online. I ain't about to say that. I ain't about to get in trouble.
Welcome, Hassan. He says, yeah, I am the one.
Oh, okay, yo, because I never seen that last name though. Okay, no doubt, yo.
Welcome, Hassan.
Salute, bro.
But what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, going back to the masculinity, just like I was ranting and raving earlier, I don't know what it is with these dudes that really try to tell me they still can be masculine by wearing fucking nail polish on their hands or sitting up there wearing dresses and skirts. Where we fuck all that redefining gender norms. What are we doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, we're not doing that. Those are student loan balances, though, so it could be much higher if you go to a grad school. Of course it can. There's certain people out here who really are owing back $110,000, $120,000 right now, and they're in grad school. Yo, my parents tried to push me to go for fucking masters. I said, I'm not going to get a master's degree. I'm not doing it. I don't want to. I just wanted to get my bachelor's. I'm not about to get stressed the fuck out. If I went to grad school, I'm in my 30s right now. I would have still been in fucking grad school. Hell no.
How long is grad school?
I think grad school is about 4 to 6 years.
4 to 6.
Yeah.
4 years of education. Okay.
It's like 4 to 6 years going to grad school. And there's people who go to grad school, another grad school. I'd be like, yo, y'all, I'm not, like, some of y'all want to be going to college throughout y'all 30s and 40s. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. They're not always free, sugar boy. I gotta say this now. Sugar boy, they're not, certifications is not always free. Especially if you picking up a license. Them licenses don't be cheap. You gotta go ahead and get some licenses, take a test, get a license, and then still go for then get your certifications and then apply for a job. Anyone with sense would be heading okay, hold on, let me see what he says. Hassan says, anyone with sense would be heading to Russia for a better life. Why, Hassan? I'm trying to understand why you say that. I feel like somebody just fucking texted.
Hey, yo, Bronze, yo, I'm gonna be in the chat listening, man. I only got 5 bars on this computer, and I just don't want it to die on me and thinking that I just bounce like that. You heard? But I'm gonna be listening.
Thank you for coming anyway, bro. I appreciate that.
You already know, fam. Yo, salute.
Salute.
All
right, so what he says, USA is done with out of control inflation. I mean, okay. What are you saying? Are you from Russia? Is that why you trying to, I mean, it's like he's trying to be ambassador for fucking Russia right now. I don't know, Hassan. And if we're talking about how much it is to go to trade school, it varies. It depends on what trade you're trying to go into. So I can't answer that question, sugar boy.
And it depends on the school.
Depends on the school. Well, technically, you have to tell me what trade you would want to get into, and then I could probably tell you how to do it. Like over here in New York, if you're trying to go for construction, you have to get an OSHA's license. You have to get an OSHA 30, and you have to get all these different things. I think certain dudes, that's blue collar. So what the fuck am I talking about? That's not technically trade school. Security license is pretty easy. You gotta get an 8 to 16, FO1, FO3, FO4, F80 if you mean a fire guard, and all that other stuff. It depends on what career you're trying to go for. So no, I can't just tell you like, well, this is the basic average for trade school. I can't tell you that because it's different trades. So he says, I'm British. Okay. Well, I mean, Russia barely has food. What the fuck is he talking about? That is true. That is true. And I feel like Russia has a higher cost of living based on the fact that their environment too, it's cold. You understand? So it's kind of like, I'm not saying, I think Russia does have some great practices, yo, and I don't know how they would treat me as an American, especially me being a black American, how they would treat me going to Russia. You know what I mean? Okay, let's see. I give you an example. A lorry license is $2K in Russia, but in the UK it's $8K. And in case people don't know what a lorry is, that's a truck license. So a lorry is a truck. In case y'all don't know.
CDL?
Yeah, so our equivalent of a CDL license. What is that, a Class C? Like a Class B? No, Class B is usually to operate like limousines and service vehicles like cabs and shit. License C's license, I believe, is to operate trucks or like public transportation like buses and stuff like that. So buses and trucks, that's the CDL Class C license. I think so. Don't judge me on it. A lorry is a truck. Sugar bum. I can't help it because I'm trying to call it sugar boy. This is a dude. Also, fuel prices are low and black are truly loved. All right. If I go out to Russia, I don't want to be confronted with some racist shit and dudes sitting up there speaking to me in their language in Russian, and they're sitting up there calling me the N-word. Yeah, big rig. It's anywhere from 3 to 10K in the States. Yeah. I know people who's trying to get into trucking license businesses right now. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to get into the trucking business, and they're like, yo, we going to take care of that. Boom, boom, boom. You know what I mean? So, yeah, shout out to my people who's trying to get that trucking license. But like I said, masculinity. Where is it? I want to know from HustlerNMuscular and the rest of y'all in the chat. Where's masculinity? Does it exist, or is it all bullshit that people are saying? I already said my opinion.
I think it does exist, but I think it's just in small quantities. Because I did a whole show talking about this attack on masculinity, and it's a real thing. And now it's gotten to the point where any kind of masculinity is considered toxic, and that's where I got the fucking problem. We can't separate toxic from purity anymore. Now we got to label any, like if we start asserting ourselves on these goddamn panels like men without acting like a bunch of bitch-ass sissies, it's still considered toxic. So I say fuck the narratives. Be the best masculine version of yourself and say fuck the whole world.
Who the fuck is this nigga Aaron Pierre? This is some random British actor.
Aaron Pierre?
Sugar Boy sat up there and telling me about Aaron Pierre is masculine. But here's some random British dude with like light color eyes, fam. The fuck? Anyway, so let's go off of that then. So on your YouTube experience, HustlerNMuscular, where have you felt as if name me some examples of men that might have been non-masculine on panels in your experience?
When have they been non-masculine? I would say when they talk, they sound like they sound worse than half of the females. I mean, I get it. We all got feelings. All of us got emotions. But how we conduct ourselves differs from what women do. Women act on emotions. That's the difference. We don't. We act on logic. Can we get emotional? Yes, but it shouldn't be the first goddamn response to everything. And that's the way I look at it. And in the real world, tell me why when I was at the airport the other day, I literally saw a guy with a fucking mini skirt on, and no, it was not a fucking kilt that you see the Scottish people be wearing. He had a fucking dress on. I'm like, a skirt or whatever the fuck. What the fuck is this?
That's what I was saying. Me being in New York, I see that shit. I was about to say all the time. Because then that's a dead giveaway that fucking New York City is a fucking a colorful rainbow city. It's not. I mean, you have your gay neighborhoods and shit, but like I mean, sir, I mean, if you go to places like Brooklyn, the Bronx, maybe Harlem, or, Queens, like it's only certain pockets of like homos you want to see on there, right? It's not gonna be like a whole big clan of homos that's gonna be rocking a dress and a skirt, you understand? And those furry ass boots that those girls love to wear all the time. I don't know what to call it. Them Chewbacca's. I call them the Chewbacca boots. But yeah, if you seen it in the airport, imagine what it's like when you come out of New York City. Y'all see it on the subway. I remember when they had they was trying to redefine masculinity, right? We talking about clothes now. And they had when they was sitting up there talking about rompers, when rompers was really popular. So then they tried to have men wear rompers, and I said, that's some gay ass shit.
What's rompers?
Man, rompers is some type of, it's just like a fucking, it reminds me of like a onesie that women usually wearing. Rompers, like, I don't know how to describe them. They're like some type of one-piece outfit. And girls like women usually wear it. But my thing about it is they was sitting up there having rompers for men. I remember that whole craze. And I said, y'all dudes is gay. I ain't rocking no fucking romper. The most you could ever see me, yes, is a one-piece outfit. A romper. Dudes was dead ass wearing rompers, yo. I wanted to roast this white dude on a C train so fucking bad when I saw him with a romper on. It's like, you faggot.
I heard about male purses they're gonna come out with.
They already have that. Listen, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Certain choices that men make when it comes to fashion, especially metrosexual motherfuckers, be wild fucking homo. Like, they be rocking certain things like a purse, and I'd be like, yo, we not doing that. yo, why you don't want to rock that, son? And I'm like, because I'm not into fashion like y'all into fashion. And let's get it clear here. A lot of those higher brand fashion brands that y'all like wearing was established by gay men. Let's not forget that, because they'll be like, oh, yo, I gotta have the Gucci, I gotta have this, I gotta have the Steve McQueen, and blah, blah, blah. Those are established by gay men, just so you know. So people ain't sitting up there talking about, oh, yeah, blah, 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 blah. No, you should know that now. Now, if you're going to sit up there and talk about toxic masculinity, then evaluate your clothing choices, sir. But that's what I'm saying. The problem, okay, let's talk about YouTube then. I said the only thing that I didn't like about YouTube, like I said earlier, was that you had men that were sitting up there talking about how they, like, what man is going to make a panel about another man and about what he did with some woman behind the scenes? That's gay. And certain men arguing over other women like bitches.
That ain't nothing new.
That's nothing new, but maybe that's not part of masculinity dying today. But I always thought it was bitch tendencies that a man has to argue with another man over a chick. That's some bitch shit. What is it about him that you like, and what is it about him? You a bitch.
What's he got that I ain't got?
What do you got that I don't got? Is his dick bigger? And you sit up there
God,
and you
no,
like,
don't go there. Fuck
that's some gay shit, man. Like in my real life, I heard that before. They'd be like, oh, what is it about Bronze? Like, yo, is his dick bigger than mine? Like, why the fuck would you be asking a woman that?
Now, granted, as a joke, sometimes I'll ask that.
Fuck a joke.
That I ain't got.
I can't. You can't do dick jokes as a man towards another man, son. It's not.
I'm not talking about that. I ain't talking about the size of a man. When I say that's a joke, I don't mean all that bullshit. That's just nasty. I'm like, what's he got that I ain't got? Charisma, confidence, money, well said. What the fuck he got that I ain't got? That kind of.
Let's evaluate that though. Like if I don't think that in my honest opinion, it's whack for a man to get in a competition with another man about a woman. There's too much pussy out here for you to be sitting up there going back and forth. That's lame. What the fuck I need? What the fuck I need to compete with you for? I'm already
competitive by nature anyway. So
yeah, we are competitive by nature, but you're talking about competition over one woman when there's millions of women in this society, right? There's the equilibrium, right? If we're talking about statistics, isn't it said that there's more women than men in this society? Correct.
Yes, there is.
Right. So what the fuck do I look like competing with one woman when there's thousands of women that honor me and would gladly want the company of Bronzebird? What's up, Wacky? Yo, this dude is stupid. Bronze, you're a bird. You're not competing for a woman. I fly over them bitches. You heard?
Soaring high in the sky.
Ron, don't you have a Chanel bag? Well, if you're saying it's a book bag, then yeah. Oh shit. Sexy Red, what's going on? Okay, you're muted.
Sexy Red, what's up?
I'm surprised.
What's up? What's going on?
Salute. Sexy Red, getting that bread. Finance can be enough said.
Enough said. What's going on, Hustler and Muscular? How you doing?
Liked your show earlier, and I love your voice.
Thank you. Appreciate that. What's up, Bronzebird?
We chilling. We
chilling.
Yeah, we chilling.
Yeah.
Salute to Killer Swag. He in the chat too.
Bronzebird, now what were you saying? You was just flying over bitches or something like that.
Oh, because Killer Swag said he's like, Bronze, you're a bird. You're not competing for a woman. And I was like, flying over bitches. So that's what I said. But yeah.
Am I mistaken? But were you just talking shit about me earlier?
Oh, you talking about you? We talking about on Brownie shit.
You was talking shit about me.
So what was I saying?
I don't know. What you say?
Well, you said that I was. Did I say it, or did somebody tell you that I said it?
Was you talking shit or no?
Before we get into that,
no question.
Nah, let's get into that. Hold your horses right there.
So you gonna drop me from the panel?
Nah.
I gotta hear this.
No. First of all, I don't like doing that. If you got it, I love this shit actually. If you got some type of beef or something like that, I'll let y'all stay on the panel.
I never had beef with you. But
no, not at all.
Obviously, you was talking shit about me, so I'm trying to figure out what you was talking shit.
So let's get in.
What's the problem that you got with me?
Let's get into that, sexy.
You want to get into it with me? I don't want to fight.
I'm not trying to.
He's a lover, not a fighter. I hope
you hear my voice. We having a conversation.
I just wanted to know why you was talking shit. He don't even remember, right?
No. That's not. You didn't hear the question I asked you. So I said, did you hear directly that I was talking shit about you, or did you hear it from somebody that was talking?
Was
shit
you
about
typing in the chat? Was you talking?
Why are you not answering my question?
Answer the question, Red.
Did you hear it directly?
I'm asking about what you typed in the chat.
No, I didn't type it. I said it on the panel.
Okay, what'd you say on the panel? Because I didn't hear it.
But you still never answered my question before we get into that. I asked you a simple question. Did you hear me directly talking shit about you, or did you hear someone?
I did not.
Did someone tell you?
See. No,
did someone tell you?
Nobody told me a thing. I came here directly.
So you heard it?
No, I didn't hear anything. What did you say?
So how did you know I was talking shit about you?
Because you always talk shit about me, Ron.
So you was listening, right?
No.
So how did you find out I was talking shit about you?
Because every chance you get, you flap your little birds.
So you heard that? So you heard it directly from the panel? Just admit that, right?
I was live.
So you didn't hear? So okay. So how did you find out I was talking shit about you?
I know that you're always talking shit.
So you heard it from the panel, did you not?
I swear to God, I didn't hear anything.
So who did you? So somebody told you, right?
Nobody told me any. What'd you say?
What the fuck is this? Trigonometry questions?
What are we doing right now? Are you going to tell me what you said, or are you just going to keep going back and forth about the same shit?
You still can't answer the question, Sexy Red.
I'm
I asked
asking
you a simple
you
question.
One at a time, please.
Nah, hold on. Nah, fuck all that one at a time shit.
You're doing too much.
I'm not. I'm asking you
straight up as a man.
And I asked you.
What problem, sir, do you have with me?
Man shit. But you still never answered it. So admit it. Did either you heard me talking shit about you from the panel itself?
None of that matters. What did you say?
It does matter. It does matter. It does.
It doesn't.
If it doesn't matter, why you have a hard time answering the question?
Because I want to know what you just said. All you got to do is say.
Why can't you just answer it? I'll get into exactly what the fuck I said. I have no problem with that. I'll get it. I will give you. I will give you what you want. No. Answer the question first.
I answered the question.
You said that you was live.
I'm just not answering the question in the way that you want me to answer. I know you're trying to troll me and get me all emotional. I'm not trying to troll. Get me all, out of my pocket. But you were talking shit about me, so I'm
How did you know I was talking shit about you, Sexy Red?
Do you see what the fuck I'm talking about, Sugar?
How did you know? How did you know?
Because anytime there's people talking shit about me, you the first one to fly.
So that means you was watching the panel. Did you not?
It doesn't matter.
Explain to me like I'm a 2-year-old.
So if you right, thank you, Sugar Bum. Was you talking shit or not? It don't even fucking matter.
How did you know it? And if I was, because let's do that. And if I was you watching it in order for you to come to that conclusion, or did you hear it from somebody that was talking shit about you? It's an easy question.
It
doesn't take rocket science.
All right, that's cool. I see how these. All right, well, it was nice chatting with you, honey.
The fuck? Like what? What does that mean?
What's
Why you can't answer?
You?
So you gotta leave the panel because you can't answer a simple question?
No, I'm leaving the panel because we haven't gotten anywhere.
Because so that means you was watching. No. Why you can't say that you was watching?
It does because you were talking shit about me. So
that means you was watching the panel.
So you were talking shit.
Okay, so now so to make it better for you, yeah, I was talking shit. What about it?
I just want to know what you said. That's all.
Even if I tell you what it was, what does it mean?
I just want to know what you said.
About your behavior.
What about my behavior?
What, that you start shit and then apparently you got into some beef with Brownie or something like that?
So how did I get into a beef with Brownie?
Well, you have to take that up with Big J. You got to take that up with Big J.
I don't talk to Big J. I blocked Big J about a year ago.
Big J apparently sat up there and said that you started talking shit on Brownie.
I did. Oh, no. I don't start. When?
Take that up with Big J. That's what he said.
I've never talked shit about Brownie. There's no need.
Apparently, that's what he said.
As many people as watch I don't talk shit on Brownie. It's no reason.
Well, like I said, take that up with Big J because that's what he said.
I don't feel threatened by any other women in the space.
I never said you felt threatened.
My own.
I never said you felt threatened.
So,
I mean, I've always, but the thing about it is, like, I've always stood my ground with you. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I remember you was like calling me gay, and then you sitting up there talking about my channel ain't shit, and then sat in the
That's
third.
when I first entered the space. You were talking, but you were talking the same shit about me, and you were talking the same shit about my channel.
No, I
so
showed
don't
you
make
mad
it seem
love.
like you weren't calling me a femcel. You weren't saying that I could. You were saying you were talking about my eggs. You said all that shit.
I never said that.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. I never called you a femcel. I never called you a femcel.
Okay.
I said you a clout chaser.
Now he's
I did say that. I called you a clout chaser.
So did you watch the stream where she brought up? Why does she have the same smoke for Soul though?
She went over what happened with Soul.
But she didn't have the same smoke. She didn't start. The stream wasn't about him.
Wait, hold on. So this whole entire time, within the last 10 to 15 minutes, I asked you, was you watching the stream? Oh, well, that's not important and blah, blah, blah. You was watching the stream.
No, I was talking about the stream from last week on Soul's channel called The Elephant in the Room.
No. What we was just talking about, we was just talking about when I kept asking you, did you watch the stream? You was like, well, I found out you was talking shit because you was there. You was watching it. I was not
there.
You was watching it.
No, I wasn't.
So how did you know about it if you wasn't watching? Did you watch the replay?
What?
Was you watching the replay?
What? Are you okay, sir?
I don't understand.
Okay? Why do you keep asking? It's like you keep forgetting.
Because you was watching the stream.
I've already answered this question.
Because you was watching the stream.
Yeah, he is being fake. This is fake as hell.
Of course, being fake. So yeah, I stood on my ground with you.
What you're trying to do is get me to answer something because you don't want to answer the fact that hold on, don't cut me off. You don't want to answer the fact that she's not holding the male accountable for doing the same shit.
Whoa, hold on.
So you want to keep coming at me about this and that.
This is Victim Olympics 101.
Okay,
so let's give an example. So HustlerNMuscular.
There's no example. Thank you so much for having me. You have a good one, okay?
Yeah, get out of here, man. You're not ready to have a convo.
Get your numbers up, baby. Get your numbers up.
Yeah, that's what you want to do is talk shit about my channel, but you hear goofy.
Get your numbers up. Is that what you're doing?
But you hear on my channel.
But you want to talk shit about my channel. You're not allowing me to talk. You want to keep yelling at me and keep
Okay. So what is it that you want me to say? You want me to say what I told you?
I came to find out what you were talking shit. So what did you have to say?
I sat there and I said, you start shit, you instigate, and that's what I said.
Who have I instigated with recently?
You're going to talk about recently. I'm talking off the memory of what I remember you doing.
But doesn't everybody do that?
What, start shit?
Isn't that what Soul did on that panel with me and Brownie?
I wasn't there for Soul's panel.
I got the video. You want me to bring it up?
You can bring it up if you want to.
No, I'm good. I already played it on my channel.
All right. So
hey, let us take a look at it.
I stood on like my thing about it is I ain't fake for nobody. I stand on what the fuck I said. You are a clout chaser.
I'm not a clout. I mean, who's not a clout? You're a clout chaser. Who's not a clout chaser? Yes, you are. I'm not a clout chaser. You're clout chasing right now. How am I clout chasing? How am I clout chasing right now? How? Talking shit about me is clout chasing.
How is that clout chasing?
Oh my god.
If I'm sitting up there talking about I'm talking, what the fuck?
Now we're acting like, now we're being fake.
Okay, how am I a clout chaser for talking shit about you? Explain that.
If you talk shit about anybody, you're clout chasing, honey.
How is that clout chasing? I'm not looking to get numbers off you.
If people are clout chasing, that's what they do.
Okay,
so you're doing the same thing.
That doesn't make any sense. So if I'm talking shit about you because I want to clout chase. That means I'm looking to get numbers off of you. I'm not looking to get numbers off you.
That's fine. If you
so I'm not. How am I? Clout
I'm not
chasing?
mad at it. Do what you got to.
But that's not clout chasing.
That's what you're supposed to do.
But Sexy Red, that's not clout chasing.
Okay.
Exactly.
So,
Wacky.
Is there anything else?
What Bronze did isn't clout chasing. It's called giving criticism. I'm giving criticism about you.
You needed alley-oop. That's all right. You need a nigga to lick your nuts. That's fine.
If you say so. Okay. I mean, I stood on what I believe. I've been calling you a clout chaser, and I've been said you fake, and I meant that. I'm not. So I stand my ground. I stand my ground on everything I say.
Because I won't let somebody disrespect me.
Because you're an instigator, and you start shit.
Because I won't let somebody disrespect me.
I'll explain it to you.
Who did I start shit with?
You started shit with mad people. When I warned my nigga, what's his name? Pastor. You were sitting up there using Pastor for clout and sitting up there going through him to talk shit.
He joined all these men. All these men joined my panels. I never asked them to join my panels. Now you interrupted me. These men joined my panels, and they wanted. That's crazy.
Yeah, you a clout chaser. I've been saying
How am I?
You was looking for a reason. You was looking for every time it came to Tommy Sotomayor, and then when it came to what's that other dude, Angry Man, you would find ways of going on here
because they talk shit about black women. If they talk shit about black women, they open themselves up. Fam.
You went on there to sit up there and start shit with them. You did.
I did not.
And then besides that,
that's not true.
Yes, you did.
I didn't even know who
when it
Tommy
came to
Sotomayor
certain girls
was.
that used to be in the space too.
I didn't even know who these men were.
When it came to certain girls that used to be in space too, you used to start shit with them. I know you did. You did.
Oh wow. So this is what we're doing. You started but you're on another panel talking shit about me, instigating shit.
I've been said the same thing about you.
It doesn't matter. So you do the same shit.
I've been the same nigga that said it last year.
So I'm calling you out
for
doing the same shit.
But how am I clout chasing?
You see how these
if I'm clout chasing,
this is exactly why I came up here so you can see exactly how these niggas roll and they
how
clout
niggas
chase
roll
off of
because
women
I'm criticizing you. That's criticizing, Sexy Red. You don't know what clout chasing is.
So I criticized Tommy Sotomayor. Time out. I criticized Tommy Sotomayor. I criticized Angry Man.
You forgot whose panel this is. Slow down. I'm talking.
That's the only control you got.
Slow down.
Too easy.
I don't like muting. I don't like putting people in the back. So respect my shit. You heard? So let me tell you something. Me clout chasing off of you is for the fact of the matter, I want to get numbers off you. I want to get more subscribers off you. I don't need that shit. Yeah, my shit is sitting at 860 right now. And I still do mad videos by myself. I still do lives by myself. I don't need the clout chase off of nobody, especially you. I don't need shit from you. I don't give a fuck.
You're not hurting my feelings, baby. Get it out.
Care. I don't care.
It seems like you're really in your feelings.
Again, you must have forgot. You must have forgot whose panel you
keep me
on.
On mute? Oh, let me.
No, I'm not putting you on mute.
I'll go on mute.
Yeah, go on mute. Respect my shit. You heard?
That's
so, like I said,
and this is why I stopped fucking with y'all niggas because y'all
you forgot whose panel this is. I'm not muting you yet. I'm being respectful. Wow. I haven't told you shut the fuck up, be quiet, none of that.
That's crazy.
So respect my shit. Be quiet for a second.
I'm gone. Thank you.
Peace
have
out.
A good one, baby.
Have a good day.
You have
salute,
lost your ever-loving mind.
Get out.
Have a good one.
Peace.
No, I'm gonna stay.
All right, cool. So now you get to hear me ramble. Like I said, if I'm clout chasing off you, I'm looking to get subscribers. Exactly. Get the fuck out of here. This is what I mean about people who don't stand on their square. You know what I'm saying? Like, how? Okay, explain to me. Chat, whoever the fuck is listening, because I know Sugar Bum is going to be on the opposite end, so I don't care what she's saying.
Who cares what she thinks?
Like, nobody cares what she thinks. This is the thing. If I'm clout chasing, that means I'm looking to get views off of your panel and get views off of your channel, get views off of your name and your brand. Like I just said, I don't need nobody to clout chase off of. I do all this shit by myself. You know what it's like to do 4 things on YouTube? Not that I need to explain myself, but yo, I put in mad hard work just like she put in hard work. She do her thing. She got over 1,000 subs on YouTube. That's cool. But I remember the days when they was always talking hot shit about Bronzebird's channel. Yo, Bronzebird, you ain't gonna be shit. I got you, man, in a second. You ain't gonna be shit. Fuck your channel, your whack ass channel. Nobody come to your channel. You ain't got the chat box. And guess what? You goofy dumbasses was the same ones that came here day one, sitting up there talking about, oh, Bronzebird's channel is cool as fuck, man. We love Bronzebird. Bronzebird is cool as hell, man. Bronzebird is dope as hell. Then they switch around and they say, fuck Bronzebird. Bronzebird is a clout chaser. Bronzebird is a hater. Bronzebird channel is this and Bronzebird is that. It's just funny to me.
Yep.
It's funny as fuck.
You're welcome to open arms and look what they go and do. Ain't that some shit?
They always, that's why it never surprised me. That's why I laugh about this shit. Because I'm just like y'all love talking shit about my channel, y'all was the same ones that was here boosting up my channel. But what are y'all talking about? If I ever talk shit about someone, I stand on it. Yeah, I talk shit about you. Because I know that's how you are. And if I don't like you, I'm going to make it known that I don't like you. So that's that. What's up, man?
Sugar Bomb, how is this toxic masculinity? Seriously.
Sugar Bomb.
And Swag says Sugar Bomb trying to find that white dude on Auntie's perch.
Yo, wow.
I
was trying to creep up on Sexy Red and she dropped off. I was like, damn.
Oh, you was gonna go at it?
No, I ain't gotta go at it. I just had some questions. That's all.
But it's like this though, man. Like my thing about it is, why is it hard for her to answer a simple question? So if you know, like in Hustler, you was here. You was here when it just happened. So if I'm asking you, how did you find out that I was talking shit about you? Oh, well, I was going live and blah blah blah. So it's two questions. Either and you was watching me talking shit about you on another panel, or you heard someone heard it and then they reported back to you that I was talking shit about you. How you can't answer that question?
She never did say how she heard.
Bronze, just you know what? Just leave the conversation alone. That's just my opinion, because like I said in the chat, prior to this conversation, you and Hustle, did I get it right? Hustle or Hustler?
Hustler and Muscle.
Y'all two was having a very good conversation. Hustle and Muscle. I'm sorry, brother. You and Hustle and Muscle was having a very good conversation of a topic that's worthy of listening to. And then, after this situation happened, it looked like it just curtailed to something else, man. Just don't even bother with that nonsense, man. Just go back to the conversation at hand. Well, that's just my opinion. You're a grown man. You can do what you want to do. That's just my opinion.
Wacky,
I feel that's better. I believe that it's better to do that. Yeah.
Oh, nah, but thank you for that, bro. I appreciate that. And my thing about it is, regardless, because my platform is based upon, I don't like to deflect. If somebody got a problem with me or something I said, come up on a panel, say what you need to say. But I never detract from my show. It's not like I'm about to go on for the next 10 to 20 minutes. Like, yo, fuck, Sexy Red TV, eat a dick, motherfucker. I'm not doing that. We gonna get back to this motherfucking warrior alpha shit. You know what I'm saying? Talking about the men because it's a serious problem in our society, B. You know what I'm saying? So we don't deflect and then, people be like, but you exhibiting toxic masculinity. How? When you correcting someone, that's not toxic masculinity.
Sugar Bum playing.
Yeah, but,
Yo, everybody more like sugar scum.
Everything's toxic masculinity now, man. If you breathe, that's toxic masculinity.
If I voice my opinion, it's toxic masculinity. Like, what the fuck? Like,
y'all know that Obsidian wrote a book called Toxic. Was it Toxic Femininity, right?
Was it the counteract to think about?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Man,
I don't try to pay attention to him.
Teeth, man. He needs to go to the dentist and get some fucking teeth, man. Get his
man, don't he though?
To get some what teeth?
Yeah. You ain't see his mouth?
No, what's wrong with his teeth? I never noticed.
Ooh-wee.
He's missing a few
teeth. Man, mouth. Fuck you mean?
Oh, nah, he's missing a few teeth, man. I don't mean to look at another man's mouth, but someone exposed a picture where he smiled and a few teeth is missing. So
no, how about a few teeth are left? How about that?
Oh, damn.
Oh, he ain't that damn old. Come on.
It ain't about old. Damn. It ain't about old. So I got a question for y'all. Name 3 different reasons why somebody would not have a lot of teeth in their mouth, like most gone.
Simple. They don't take care of their goddamn teeth. Bad hygiene, whatever the fuck
diets.
That's one.
Or they got knocked the fuck out and got some
2. Now what's the 3rd?
Rotting teeth.
How about drugs?
Yeah, drugs.
Ooh. Oh man,
drugs. Yeah, drug use is definitely.
I want to say tobacco use. I want to say tobacco use. That kind of stains.
I'm glad you call it that because that's accurate.
Meth mouth.
Meth mouth.
Meth mouth.
Yeah, they be.
This shit just fall out.
You ever seen? I don't like to call them base heads, but like basically those that be strung off of meth and stuff like that. They teeth be jacked up.
Yep, I've seen it. I didn't know it was meth, but I've seen it.
Yeah. Drugs in general will do it.
Hold on, y'all. Hold the panel down real quick. I got somebody at the door. No, y'all keep talking. I just got to answer.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm in my 40s and I got all my teeth,
Yeah, same here.
And I got a couple of crowns, but they still teeth.
I got all my teeth too, but I think I need some of these motherfuckers to get pulled out soon.
No, you don't pull anything, sir. You get crowns. You get crowns.
I didn't say I was gonna do it, young lady. I said I'm gonna get the dentist to do it.
You don't pull them out though. You just make crowns.
Crowns.
Pull out. Crown. CROWN.
You call them teeth that be way in the back, the wisdom teeth.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
You don't pull them out. Oh, you talking about pulling out the wisdom teeth like way in the back?
Yeah.
Yeah, you might have to pull them out if they getting. Yeah, they can just go. I had 4 pulled out, so yeah.
4.
You top, bottom, left, top, bottom, right. You pull out all the deep wisdom. They're like deep wisdom. Like, yeah, near the jaw. You ain't gonna miss those. You ain't gonna miss those. But anything else, you gotta keep.
Of course. Good luck trying to eat.
Yeah.
Right. I gotta eat chicken, you know? Fuck that.
You hustle muscle. Like earlier, you and Bronzebird, y'all was discussing something to the nature of how let's say for example, if Bronzebird, if a female like Bronzebird and like to spend her quality time with Bronzebird, and another guy would be envious of that and argue with that girl, say, oh, what does Bronzebird have that I don't have? What does this person have that I don't have? And what I have to say about that is, even on this platform, right, on YouTube, you would have that type of dynamic happen amongst males on here. Like, there were times where I would be just cool with a certain female. We just cool on here, you know, just get along. And then there would be guys behind, according to what I hear behind the scenes, that would try to convince that female to no longer befriend me, which to me is feminine as F-U-C-K. Like, what type of grown man does that? Why are you
scandalous one?
Like, what happened?
A scandalous one.
Yeah. And it's like, as a man, why would you care who's speaking to me and who's not? I'm not concerned who's speaking to any one of you guys. No offense, but it's just not my concern. I got more important things to worry about. So it's just, you know, a lot of people, especially a lot of males, are just very pathetic, you know. So it's just like when you and Browns were having that conversation, it just something like that came to my mind. It's it's just very pathetic. Don't speak to this person.
Yeah, it can be.
Yeah, I'm like, what are you, a child? What are you, 5 years old?
I mean, I said it as a joke when I said it as a joke, but I meant nothing by it. Like, what's he got that I ain't got?
Right. You made an example that, personally, to me, the way I interpret that is that you was giving an example. You know,
I'd be too serious for those convos, bro. I could never joke. I'd be like, because I'm just not the type to be sweating another dude.
Right.
It's just not built in me. Like, I just don't care. And it's like, if a woman is allowing that, she's a goofy. Because the thing about it is, because number one, Wacky, you didn't know me long enough to say this. I'm naturally a misanthrope, so it's already hard for me to like someone, because it's like, if I find out you on some bullshit that I'm not attracted to you. So if I do like you, that's a big deal. And then think about it is, if I'm allowing you into my space, mentally, spiritually, physically, and all that other stuff, that's important. So when you fuck up and you're trying to bring another man into this, I'm like, you're goofy too. So why would I want to be sweating another man because he's been hunting for you and I just been like, okay, well, we're a couple, we're dealing with each other. Like, for what? Like, it's just, and the thing about it is, I feel like a lot of that shit is elementary / high school shit. When you a grown man and you, like, let's just say you in your late 20s or you in your 30s, you think different. Your whole entire mindset is not going to be like, well, yo, that nigga, he doing this and I do that. And it's like, nigga, nah, I'm not doing that. I just don't feel like it. I never felt like it. But it's just like, you just, in my head, when I look at the woman that I was interested in, or if I am interested in her and she's doing that goofy shit, my whole mindset is, you fucked up. Not me. You fucked up.
Yep, that's the way it is. They always try to blame the man for what women do, instead of having them own up to their own fuckery.
What's up, Summer? And that's what I'm saying. It's just like, for me, I'm just like, men's lives are very simplistic. Do we live a hard life? Yes, we do. But I think the problem I'm having in society as well is that you have too many men that's victimizing themselves. Yo, I've been in a lot of shitty situations, but I don't sit up there and say, yo, life is over for me because I had to go through it and blah, blah, blah. I say, yo, it is what it is. I made dumb decisions sometimes. I've sat up there and got into things that I wasn't supposed to get into. Could have been down on my luck, had a fucking dollar in my pocket and nothing else before. So different experiences causes you to become stronger. And as a man, you're supposed to be at your strongest, right? Or get to your strongest point. So my thing about it is, at the end of the day, I don't want to hear no fucking complaining. I feel like a lot of men of today complain, especially here on YouTube. A bunch of 2.0 niggas sit there complaining. And then sit up there complaining to bitches that don't give a fuck about your feelings because they running the panel, my nigga. Like, like I'm trying to understand, like, where do you get complaining? Okay, yeah, go see a therapist if you really have a problem. There's nothing wrong with seeing a therapist, and I'm not trying to make a mockery off of it. Like, seeing a therapist is actually good. But sometimes a lot of dudes let their whole entire conversations get too long-winded and overboard on these panels, for example. No, but, I'm just saying.
But Bronzebird, you have to realize that these motherfuckers are a bunch of losers. That's what losers do. Yeah, losers complain. No, I'm not saying. I think it's human to complain, but a normal human being understand that there's a point in time where you have to stop complaining and find a resolution to whichever problem that you're going through. And not only that, not only do you solve it, you look back and you learn from that experience, so you won't have to go through that again. And then once you do that, you get wisdom. You get a certain level of wisdom, and you know what to avoid the next time. And like Brian said, you become stronger, much more wiser, and much more discerning when it comes to certain aspects of life. But when you're a loser, you don't recognize that. What losers do, right, is when they see an obstacle, instead of looking forward to how could I overcome this obstacle, they just allow this obstacle to just stand in their way and just sit back and cry and complain about it. See, losers don't have the willpower to actually go through life, whether they're going through something bad or something good. Losers don't have that type of willpower. Losers don't have the maturity or the intellect to just go through whichever or overcome whichever obstacles that they go through. They don't. They only know how to complain, because losers do not want improvement within their personal lives. They don't. These people love to complain. Losers love to remain losers, and losers love to complain. And this is what you see with these pathetic pieces of shits on here.
I see that with women and men, both.
Yeah. Yes.
Yep. Goes both ways.
Yes, it does.
Mm-hmm. Well, the question I think then becomes, where do people learn resilience? Where do they learn that bounce back? Where do they get it from?
I think
it's something to me naturally.
I think it's something that happens within people's lives, right? Where there's a dramatic situation that happens to them, and then based off that situation, they start to move a little bit more accordingly, and that's their resilience, right? It's weird, man. I don't think it regulates. It kind of regulates, but it doesn't regulate. I'm a sucker for the show The Sopranos, right? To watch all 6 seasons nonstop. And one of the characters, So you remember what's his name? Fucking the one that was going out with the girl, Christopher.
Yeah, Christopher.
So Christopher had that scene where he was with what's his name, the one with the slick back hair. I'm so mad I'm forgetting their characters' names, but it was that scene where he was depressed and he was trying to write on that typewriter. He was trying to write a film, and he was like, "Yo, every character has an arc, right?" I don't know if you remember that scene. He was in that part.
I don't remember, but I'm listening.
Yeah, and he said every character has an arc. So if something happens to them, they go through something dramatic, and then they become strong, become wise, and that they find their arc. And he felt as if he didn't have an arc. So the reason it reminds me of that is because through that lessons of life of what you went through, that pressure, comes that arc or comes that resilience that you need to have as you move forward. And especially, I mean, if we're going off the masculinity and men type, I mean, that's where it starts there, right? Or that's where it is, because based off of either you got hurt from a situation or something taught you a life lesson, that's where you start to be like, yo, I got to step up and I got to do me. You know what I'm saying? You have the tunnel vision where it's not selfish. It's just about self-preservation, and you become wiser. The arc. I don't know who else, if y'all think so.
I agree. I think everybody, like you said, people arrive at it different. Like, I know for me, I got my sense of resilience from my dad. My dad's a military dude, and he's very stoic. And his whole thing is it's only rational to get to a solution when you got a problem. And his thing is like, don't waste no time. whining, crying, making excuses, coping, get straight to the solutions. Anything else is a waste of time. My dad's all about efficiency. You know what I'm saying? So I got that from him. So I realized I don't got time to be crying, complaining, and whining. I'm the only one that's going to fix it. You know what I'm saying?
And I think too is that if there's a certain destination that you want to go to, and you have that desire to head to that destination, there comes a point in time where you let nothing stand in the way of that desire. So you develop a mindset which based around whatever you have to do to reach that destination, you will do it. I guess I'm just repeating what Bronzebird stated when he gave that example, but yeah, that desire to get to a destination, and also understanding that that the point that a person may be in now, it's a point where they no longer want to be in that position. So that's also another motivating factor for a person to become resilient, right? So it's multiple factors that result in people to becoming resilient.
Yeah. And you know what? I think that's one of the critiques I have of the so-called red pill and manosphere. I think the people who don't believe in resilience took the spotlight. And I think that was disappointing to me. I was expecting, not that I care, not anybody cares what I think as a woman having an opinion on the manosphere. And I don't want to make this a manosphere conversation, but I'm just relating to just the tone in YouTube on all these different panels. You know what I'm saying? Men and women, both. They don't talk about resiliency.
But then again, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, I'm done.
But then again, right? The types of people who believe in resilience are people who actually have a certain level of values. If you really think about it, I'm not saying anybody is perfect who believe in resilience, but if you have a certain level of morality and a certain level of values, you within that value system, you will believe in resiliency. You will believe in having determination to actually do better in life. You end up having these beliefs. But the thing is, with a lot of people in this so-called red pill sector, I mean, Bronzebird know what I really consider to be red pill. I don't consider these guys to be red pill, but nonetheless, that's what they call, right? So according to within these red pill sectors, they are defeatist.
Right.
They're defeatists. People who are defeatists, they lack a certain level of values. That's just the way I look at it. They lack a certain level of values, they lack a certain level of faith, they lack a certain level of belief in themselves, and a belief that whatever issues that they're going through, that they can overcome that, they lack that. So when you take on that defeatist mindset, there's a lot of things morally and value wise that you will lose. I hope I make sense.
Of course, bro. Wacky shouldn't be called the Wacky World of old TV. It should be called the Wacky World of Intelligence.
Yeah, how you get a name like that?
Narratives.
I'm Wacky.
Troll,
you know why?
Good.
Oh, that's funny. That's a funny part.
Sound like an park attraction.
The reason why I call myself the Wacky World of O is because, I believe that we live in a stupid world, right?
Oh.
And it seems like that in a stupid world, the people who are intelligent look like the ones who's crazy.
Yeah, definitely.
They come across as crazy. People who are able to see beyond the veil and see the bigger picture of what's going on in reality, they seem crazy to the masses of people who are stupid. So therefore, I guess I was being a little sarcastic when I call myself that. So I say I'm the Wacky World of O, because in my world, which may come across as crazy to the average mindset, this is how things are supposed to be. It's basically like when you're in the bizarre world. I don't know if you guys know Bizarre and DC Comics. He live in the bizarre world and everything's backwards, right? So if you enter into bizarre world, right, with the world that we're supposed to be living in, you look crazy. Well, guess what? right now in 2025, we live in the modern day bizarre world. So
we do.
Yeah. So anything that's considered normal to an intelligent person with values is going to be seen as wacky to a person in the bizarre world. So based on that, I call myself the wacky Bordeaux.
Makes sense.
Makes sense.
My
Makes
guy.
sense. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah. Because I be constantly feeling out of place. Oh, I know who this is. What's up, bro?
Hey, what's good, Brause?
What's up? How you, man?
Fantastic. Just came back from a motorcycle ride.
Yeah, this man is the passport bro over here.
Oh Lord,
this is the Mr. High Value man himself.
Oh, I wouldn't say I'm a passport bro. I'm just a productive brother. That's it.
who is that?
Azor
Saints.
Oh, Azor Saint. Oh, yeah, that voice sounds familiar. I was about to say, okay, what's up, Azor?
How you doing, Wacky? Long time no see.
Yeah, long time no see. Yeah.
Where'd you just come from?
So basically, I was just riding through the streets of Norfolk.
No, you're a passport bro. Where'd you go?
Oh, I went to Spain, Guam, Norway. That's about it.
Cool.
Oh, wow.
How was it?
Oh, it was great. Guam was hot as hell, though. I strongly recommend, like, if you're not the kind of person that like tolerates the heat, don't go. But Norway is pretty beautiful over there. Yeah, and Spain
sounds like
it's
fun.
just like California, like Los Angeles.
I work at the airport where I'm outside in all sorts of weather, hot and cold, so it wouldn't bother me too much.
Oh, okay. All right. But yeah, hey, Bronze. So I'm going to be leaving to my next command pretty fucking soon, next year. I thought I was supposed to be leaving on December next year, but now they switch things up, so I'll be leaving during the summer.
Nice. Where are you supposed to be going?
I don't know yet, but I'll pick orders next month. So hopefully I go to a DDG and things go well for me from there.
All right. I mean, look, listen, bro. Are you doing anything? So, but all right. So when they have you stationed there, what do they have you doing? Usually.
Oh, so basically they just had me in the office all goddamn day. That's it.
Really?
Yeah, and until ops decides to, say that we're going on detachment, we're going to this certain place to do this type of mission or whatever the fuck. So it's basically on them, but I don't really expect that much detachments this year because a lot of us are just like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like kind of injured or whatever the fuck. Or non-deployable. Yeah, that's the word. Non-deployable.
See, well, but they train you to be able to operate guns, right? And
of course.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, that's obviously. But what's also great about it is like they give you that travel experience. I think somebody else was in my chat that was talking about he had travel experience from, I think he was in the Navy. I don't want to speak on him. Shaka Nulu always talks about his experience about being able to be in the different places. I'd be like, that's dope as shit. I would have done it, but I'm too damn focused on my career. So I'm just like, I'm already cemented the fact. And plus, telling you, Wacky, I travel the fucking city too much. All right? Like,
okay.
I think it was Wednesday or Thursday, I was in Flushing, Queens.
Oh, word?
Yeah,
okay.
I was in Flushing, Queens, and I didn't know they had a mall under a fucking hotel. I was like, holy fuck is this?
Yeah, they got a whole mall over there. Yeah.
Not Skyview. It was somewhere to the right of it, but I was just like, yo, that's crazy. But yeah, I mean, honestly, what I tell dudes, I mean, even like from the New York perspective, I always tell dudes to travel, to get a perspective on different things, and especially from New York. How the fuck you stay in the same neighborhood for years and years and years and you haven't traveled all 5 boroughs? That's practice. That's fucking practice. Somebody thought I was wild. See, I think my mom thought I was wild as shit for going to Staten Island by myself. I said, yeah, I went to Staten Island by myself.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. Yo, I can't believe that, man. There's people that live in New York City and never been to certain parts of the city before. Never. I'm sitting there like, what's wrong with you?
Never.
But
I'll tell them, like, say for instance in the Bronx, right? I'll tell somebody like, yo, yeah, I went to Brooklyn, Yo, I went to Coney Island. Yo, I went to Far Rockaway in Queens. Yo, I ain't never been out to Brooklyn though. I'm like,
yeah.
You ain't never been out to Brooklyn?
Yeah.
No. And then you say Staten Island. It's like, well, yeah, I rode the ferry. I was like, no, I've been on the actual island, bro. Like, I actually seen where Wu-Tang is from.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
right.
That's what I mean is practice. And then once you that's a step up. And then you say, hey, let me check out New York State. Because New York State is beautiful. There's a lot of great places out there in New York State, not just Westchester County. You know what I'm saying? You even if you take the Metro North to the first stop, Poughkeepsie, nice area.
Yeah,
Poughkeepsie.
Yeah.
But I heard it's ghetto as shit.
Hey, Brause, I'm gonna drop out and be back. I'm gonna be on my laptop because I can barely hear you. I don't mean to interrupt.
No, do your thing, bro. Just hit the link again when you're ready.
Okay.
All right, Saint. All right.
Appreciate you, man. Yeah. But yeah, it's like, okay, you go to Poughkeepsie, but then you're just like, oh, well, I go to New Jersey. I said, so it's easy for you to go to New Jersey first, but not explore New York State. And I ain't hating on you, but I know y'all like propped up for New Jersey before y'all look at New York State.
Man, and it's a mindset too, because a lot of people's mindset is within a box. So when people think within inside of a box, they don't want to go outside of that box, because outside that box is outside of their comfort zone. And people fear what's outside of that comfort zone because they fear the unknown.
Right.
And I believe that's a lot of people, a lot of our people that live in the inner city, which whether it be New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, Miami, Houston, whichever, you go to any of these major metropolitan cities, right? You'll always find a certain segment of people within these cities who speak about how they've never been to another section of their own city. And I'm sitting, I'm like, what the hell? You lived all these years and you've never been outside of the 3rd Ward or outside of 5th Ward or outside of Compton? What the fuck? You never been outside of Brooklyn and Queens? What?
Yeah, it's just wild as fuck to me. I'm just like, I mean, like, yo, and you have no excuse either. We live in the most, like, besides it being densely populated, we have the most extensive metro system in the United States.
Yes.
25 lines, B. 24/7 hours, 24/7.
Hours a day. You can go anywhere in the city.
You go anywhere.
Yeah.
Like, you literally could leave your house if you live on a tip top of Manhattan or you live at the tip top of Bronx and go all the way southern tip all the way down to Far Rockaway, bro. Like, there's no excuse.
Yeah. Like with me, for a while, I stopped traveling to Times Square or Midtown Manhattan, unless if I'm going to a ball game or something. But outside of that, I stopped traveling there because you know why? I got bored. I've been there too many times.
Right.
I've been there too many times.
My next stop is Turkey.
Turkey.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah, that's good. That's nice. Yeah.
That's nice, bro.
That's nice. Okay. Yeah, but Bronzebird, speaking about Flushing, you say you've been to Flushing. Do you know now that part of Flushing is called Chinatown? It's referred to as Chinatown now.
Well, finally they say it.
Yeah. But here's the kicker. The majority of people who live there are not even Chinese, they're Koreans.
Mm-hmm. That's the ironic. That's the ironic part about it. You just call it Chinatown, but because even I was peeping it. The people I was with, they was Korean. Yeah, and then one of them was Filipino, and so I was just like, so judging the fact of the matter, I'm here. Y'all are sitting up there just calling us Chinatown because it's Asian people. I think that's environmentally racist.
Exactly. I mean, there are Chinese. There's a certain segment of Chinese people that live in that area, but the majority of people that live in that area are Koreans. South Koreans specifically.
And especially if you go if you travel on Northern Boulevard, like it is sparse out and you still have Asian people that live along like towards Bayside.
Bayside, yeah. Yeah.
So I just find that shit funny as hell. Like, you gonna call it Chinatown, but why you ain't call it Koreatown? And Koreatown is like one block in Midtown. Like,
yeah.
Right on 32nd Street. It was like, what the fuck?
Right.
That's literally one block neighborhood. That's funny as shit.
And you know what's so funny about it?
What?
The area have been mostly Korean for the past 30-something years.
Because before that, it was Italians.
Yeah, before that, it was Italians. And once like the early to mid 90s kick in, more and more Koreans moved in. So it's been a predominantly Korean area for close to 30 years, and the city has a nerve to call it Chinatown.
Well, what about Sunset Park in Bensonhurst? Isn't that what's the population of that? Because they got a big Asian population in there in Brooklyn.
I think that's Chinese. That's Chinese.
I think and they should call that Chinatown.
Exactly.
Because I mean, it's Chinese, Jews, and like the Italians is kind of fleeting from there.
Yeah.
So, because I remember it, because it's like I remember 2015 I went over there and I was just like, yo, I don't fuck with Bensonhurst because of what they did to my people. And I was like, yo, are they gonna do something to me and blah blah blah? Because I was with an Italian friend and I thought they was, and I see mad Chinese people over here.
Yeah.
Like, I don't feel threatened. I mean, they could do something, but I'm like, if it's Italians, you kind of feel like, ooh, you know what I mean? Because what you heard, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's a different ball game. They ain't, you know, you just go out there, you just see their markets and shit.
Right. Yeah.
But, you know,
the Chinese just go about their own business, man. The Asians just go about their own business. They don't bother nobody.
They ain't trying to bother nobody. They just trying to get their money in peace.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, the most they'll do is probably not speak to you and stuff. That's it.
Or to just give you little stink looks or whatever, and you just keep it moving.
Yeah, and they keep it moving. Yeah.
They think if you're taking D train in that area, you going to Coney Island or some shit. So they just like, yeah, he's probably going to Coney Island.
Yeah. They don't bother you. Yeah.
I don't know. I think narratives, the relationships that I've had with Italians so far hasn't been hostile. You feel me? I haven't had really any hostile relationships with Italians yet, where they called me a mook or they called me a monignon or whatever the fuck they say. I haven't had any bad experiences with Italians. White people, yeah. Dominicans, yeah. Loosely Puerto Ricans. But it's just weird when it comes to Puerto Ricans and Dominicans because, like, we live next to each other.
Yeah. You know what's so funny? Like, the Italians that I grew up with were some Long Island Italians because I lived a part of my life in Long Island, right?
Right.
And at that time, the majority of these Long Island Italians wanted to be black. You know what I'm saying? They were like what you call wiggers and stuff like that, man.
But Wacky, I call them the niggas of white people. But and even still, they weren't considered white until like the 1900s. So even with that, it's like you ain't even really white though.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna lie.
Specifically, if you're Southern Italian, sorry to interrupt, you're Southern Italian or Sicilian, you're basically a Moor.
You're a Moor, yeah.
You're a Moor, yeah.
And they know that, and that's why I'm saying it's like I ain't gonna lie to you, Wacky. I don't know, it's Italian girls, they be looking fine as fuck, son.
Yeah, they be looking good. Yeah,
they be looking good, son. They be having them sweatpants.
Older women, so
they be having the sweatpants with the Uggs on. You know what I'm saying? Be like, damn, shorty. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to take the nice bus out in that motherfucker, that LIRR real quick.
The nice bus.
Gotta take the nice bus out there. You feel me? Hop on that orange bus real quick.
Yeah, and they be giving it up.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, I smashed it. I mean, this Italian chick that I smashed. She was mad cool. You know, she made sure she had me mad comfortable. Gave me fucking Jack and Daniels first, the honey Jack and Daniels, before I smashed her. You know what I'm saying? That's why I was like, yo, I love that girl.
Shoot, the ones I smashed will end up becoming insecure afterwards, thinking I'm damn cheating on them. I don't know what it is with me. Almost every female I done fuck with in my whole life always think that I've been cheating on them. I mean, I did to a few, but not all of them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I be fucking nigga. That's why.
Yeah. What happened?
You ever smashed a girl? You ever smashed a girl? Y'all not in a relationship and she getting her feelings when you decide to say like,
that happened to me one time.
No more.
That happened to me. Never again.
That's never happened to me.
Yo,
that's why I tell men, don't.
I'm glad you didn't have that experience yet, bro.
Don't stick your dick down every goddamn thing you see out there, because you know some of these bras, they're not as uninhibited as you may think.
Exactly. You right on the money with that.
Zor, I'm happy that didn't happen to you, bro, because that shit is a headache. They be expecting you to be your boyfriend, but you tell them straight up like, yo, I'm not your man, I'm just fucking you. You know what I'm saying? No, but you know we should be together and blah blah blah. I had this one chick dedicate a Mary J. Blige song to me because we quote unquote broke up.
Which one? Hell, it should have been Never Gonna Cry.
Nah, it wasn't that one. It wasn't. I forgot the fucking name of the song, man.
Everything.
Nah, it wasn't that. I forgot the name of it for real. Because I know Mary J. Blige songs. Listen, Mary J. Blige was it was an extension of gospel in black households. Say I'm lying.
She really was. Looking back, she really was.
Yo, listen. You know what happens when your moms was playing Mary J. Blige songs in the morning? That means your ass is getting up to fucking clean, nigga.
My cousin and my mother did it, so I know.
Yo, I'm dead ass.
When the Mary J. Blige early in the morning, I'm like, what's going on?
My mom's popped in that Mary J. Blige CD. She was like, all right, Bronze, you gotta get up. And you be trying to ask for like 5 to 10 minutes more to sleep. But that shit, her fucking CD player mad loud, so you gotta get up.
Mary J. Blige is like the queen of bad relationship music. It's like if you go, like if a female's going through all sorts of problems in her relationship, right? That Mary J. Blige music will talk to her like a mother, man.
You know what song got me in my fifis? What's that song? It's not your child. I forgot how the way it goes. It's not something like it's not your child. Yeah, that song. But I remember all the time I used to always hear the song she did with Lil Kim, Better Than She Can.
Oh yeah,
I used to always hear that shit all fucking time.
Dude, man. I would always hear the song Too Strong for Too Long.
Oh shit, word. Oh, I remember that. Yo.
But you know what's so ironic with Mary J. Blige, right?
What?
She would always have all these songs about some guy cheating on her, some guy giving her hell. But in her real life, she was the one sitting there being scandalous in her relationships, man.
Oh yeah. She was being scandalous, and she was when she was with Casey and JoJo, they was fighting each other back and forth.
Yeah. She was cheating on her with Nas. She was cheating on him with Nas and everybody, man.
Oh shit! Word.
I remember that singer Case. There was a singer, a male R&B singer from the 90s named Case. She went out with exactly. She went out with him first. She was being scandalous behind his back, right? To the point of the fact that Case and one of the people from Casey and JoJo had a big old fight. What people said, because I don't know, one of them, the one who's slimmer, the slimmer one, right? Mm-hmm. He was so slim. It's like when Case was whooping his behind, all you saw was like a jacket jumping up and down. All you saw in the club was like a jacket jumping up and down.
Oh my god, yo, because he was mad,
he was mad skinny back.
Son, he was mad skinny back in the day, yo.
Yeah.
But I ain't gonna lie, Casey and JoJo, real quick. That song, I mean, when they was a group, when they was what was the group they had before they was Casey and JoJo? Jodeci, right? So Jodeci, I got addicted to listening to the song that they did a Still Waiting. They did that song Still Waiting, but the version that P. Diddy did with the drums and the stuff like that, they have a video for it. That shit goes hard. I will listen to that shit in my house faithfully, son. That shit go hard, but yeah, like Mary J. Blige used to get played all the time. Dave Hollister, Backstreet Boys, John B. Son, 90s was fucking lit, son. But yeah, if you knew that was already going on when you had that in the mom's house, yo. You was definitely cleaning up on a Saturday and then play gospel music. I used to smell that pine salt and Mary J. Blige singing her heart out. What's the 411, hun? What's up,
hey,
Alyza?
little bro.
What's up,
good?
sis?
What's good?
What's up, big sis?
I heard y'all talking about Mary J. And look, I don't care for a lot of manosphere conversations, but y'all, some people ain't gonna like me, and honestly, I really don't give a fuck. But you know what? Y'all ain't wrong when it comes to Mary Jane.
Break it down.
I mean, well, look, okay, so we already know that she was dating. Which one was it, Casey or JoJo? It was one of them.
The skinny one.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, both them niggas was ugly, but I mean, shit, it is what it is, right? You know, shit, whatever floats your boat. But I didn't know that she was with. It was JoJo, baby. Okay. So hubby sits there and informs me JoJo was the skinny one. Okay. But Yeah, she was with him while she was fucking Diddy, while she was actually fucking some other dudes. And I really can't remember who the other dudes were because, you know, at that time, they was also beating the brakes off this bitch. I'm not talking about beating her down as far as, you know, putting that thing on her. No. Here. Hold on. Come here, baby.
Yeah, they was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
he said they was running. He said Tupac and the gang was sitting there running all kind of motherfucking international trains and
oh my god.
They was wow. Like pretty much. Okay, hold on. Let's go ahead and take it to this mindset.
Yeah.
Men in the industry usually got fucked by other men. Sorry if I offend you. If I offend you, it is what it is. Don't be mad at me. Be mad at Diddy. I mean, just be happy you didn't get fucked in the ass. Moving on, right? So, so moving on from that.
Hell no, son. Oh shit.
But hold up. But when women came in, because we have to also remember all the women that came into the industry. This kind of goes for Aaliyah, Beyonce, Little Kim, Foxy Brown. You know, all the ones we remember back then, right? Whenever they came on the scene, that their initiation was literally having, you know, pretty much having trains ran on them. They was almost like a gang affiliate, you know, a gang initiation. And if you weren't gonna fight your way in, you was gonna fuck your way in. And it's not saying that these chicks decided that, oh, well, you know what, I want to join the industry to sit there and smash all the niggas or smash all the homies. It wasn't like that. It was just one of those, if you gonna be here, you got to play with the big boys. And if you gonna play with the big boys, hey, they gonna have to hit, smash, slide in, slide through, run, choose everything else. And I mean, shit, we heard this from, what the fuck is her name? Jaguar. They just sat there and she went into detail about what all they did to her. And then what she had to do to other women that came up on the scene. She had to set them up to sit there and endure it so she wouldn't have to endure, you know, XYZ. So, I mean, now, what I will not argue is a lot of the men did create some relationships, as temporary as they may be. Did create some relationships. Why? Let's keep it a whole bean, ladies and gentlemen. Bitches like relationships. It don't matter whether it's a healthy one, a good one, a bad one, a toxic one. Hoes like relationships. Okay? So, a lot of times, whenever you got a bitch or a hoe, yes, I'm using those two terms interchangeably, okay? Whenever they're in a relationship, it is a lot more likely that whenever you sit there and say, spread them, soldier, you get a lot less resistance. Does that make sense? So, with that being said, right, she was in a few relationships, some of them not so much. But then again, I'm also going to say, you know, whenever it was a young woman, especially a woman that was always singing there and talking about heartbreak, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to sit here and act like I ain't related to a song or two. You know what I mean? Shit, Not Gonna Cry. Shit, All I Need. You know, all kind of, well, one of my favorite songs was All I Need with her and Method Man, but that's neither here nor there. You know, she was with Method Man too, though, right? Like,
nah, I didn't know that.
Intimately.
I didn't know
that either.
Yeah, she was with Method Man. But anyway. Shit. So I mean, yes, we can look at them and, you know, talk about them from a, you know, talk about the things they've done from the like relationship level that we understand, but let's also take in consideration whenever you in that industry. I mean, shit, Diddy showed it himself. How many people was over there in that industry and that was all fucking each other? Poor little Tink Tink, aka Justin Bieber. But you know, the stuff that they had to do just to be able to be in the industry, not blacklisted, not, you know what I mean? When it came to their money, they bread, or the way to support their families and this and that, regardless of if it was a single home, if it was a multi, you know what I mean? Regardless of who it was, they was all pretty much doing the same shit they had to do to make sure everybody ate. And that means that if you have to sit there and spread them open, spread eagle, I mean, sometimes that was part of it. I mean, shit, we sit there and see how motherfucking Diddy was sitting there having men spread eagle. And let's remember, that was one of his bitches. Like, he had a relationship with her. And whenever we sitting here and we looking at Cassidy, which once again, not my circus, not my monkeys. People might not like this. Once again, I don't give a fuck. Not my circus, not my monkeys. Whatever happened to her, because I wasn't there, right? I wasn't in that shit, so I can't really sit there and speak on it from an emotional level. But what I will say is the abuse that woman took. Mary J. Blige was one of the motherfuckers that took it first, that knew what the fuck was really going on, knew what the fuck these men were doing, and couldn't get out of a relationship. So mind y'all, while y'all sitting there talking about she was taking niggas down, whenever she was going home, she was also getting shit beat out of her as well. For shit that, mind you, he instructed her to do. So, I mean, but that is it. That is all.
Yo. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry, talking to my husband in the background.
Oh, no. But I never even denied the fact that, even though, because I brought up the fact that how ironic it is for Mary J to make all these songs about heartbreak, but yet she was sneaking around her dang self. So I'm not denying the fact that maybe she went through some messed up people that she's been around with, but
right,
even still ironic to make songs about heartbreak, and yet you was doing all the stuff that you was talking bad about in your songs. That's just me, you know.
Well, okay, two things. One, let's remember she didn't write all her shit, so somebody else wrote that shit. She was just singing it.
Right.
Two,
even though she promoted the vocals, she gave. I'm sorry to interrupt. Even though she gave the vocals to me, it's still ironic. That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Now I hear what you're saying, but here's the second point I was gonna make with that real quick. Okay, so even when niggas cheat and then they bitches cheat, right? Which kind of puts them on the even playing field. You gonna sit there and tell me them niggas still ain't butt hurt, even a little bit? They is. That's why they got songs out there about that shit too. Now, once again, not justifying nothing, because I mean, shit, music is music. And honestly, at the end of the day, the music really wasn't for them and what they was going through. It was for us to be able to sit there and try to relate with. And a lot of times they would sit there and get poems, or, other people that would sit there and write songs based off what they were actually going through, because, they weren't going to be, their face wasn't going to be put, it wasn't on the scene. So they could sit there and talk about their shit in private, right? But have somebody else sing it, so they shit still got out there. I mean, shit, how many songs did Neo put out? I mean, if you want to sit there and talk about that shit, this nigga was the one that sat there and made the song to the left that Beyonce was singing. And oh my God, yeah, girl, that's girl power. Yeah, it came from a whole nigga. Show did. Everything you own in a box to the left.
Oh yeah,
that shit.
Oh yeah, of course. Because Beyonce, how many songs? Okay, does Beyonce even write the majority of her songs?
No, she doesn't. And if she does, shit. Right. Sorry, my husband is silly. He said to all the bitches out there, that nigga was actually making a song about putting y'all out, not the niggas, for the record. That's what he said.
Putting them out and taking the niggas in.
Wow.
I mean, hey, you know what? Once again, whatever Neo do. Not my circus, not my monkeys, baby. Look, that nigga ain't my baby daddy. I ain't got one. So, I mean, shit. So, by all means, do you, boo. But,
it is what it is.
I
mean, allegedly, he's in a whole polygamous union, with 4 females. Allegedly,
Well, I'm going to say this. Okay, so the men, and yes, I will say real men. So if you all can relate to this, then you are a part of the group. Real men know that one woman is enough headache for damn near a lifetime, right? A lot of times, whenever a man becomes single, the foremost reason that they get another bitch isn't because they really want to get to know her and all that shit. They want to fuck, right? And they don't want to fuck a dick.
Nope.
So, on some real shit, if this nigga got to sit there and try to fuck 4 bitches, what you think he compensating for? I'ma just leave it there.
I can't assume that. That's just me. Hey, I can't assume that. Yeah.
Hold on.
Shit. Hold on, Bronze. I got one for you. Okay, so last April, me and my best friend, we were in Florida, and she made me watch Masked Singer. Okay, I really didn't watch it before, so I was like, all right, I'll check it out. And this season, Neo was the winner. This nigga wore a female cow outfit. This motherfucker had people so convinced that he was a bitch. Other than the time he came on singing, and me instantly, I mean, I'm a Neo fan, okay? I mean, he might be gay as fuck, but the nigga make good music. I mean, shit, once again, not my nigga, not my baby daddy. Shit, music is music.
Mm-hmm.
But my friend would be like, no, that has to be a woman. How is that a woman? That nigga sound like Usher. What you mean? Oh, no, that's a woman. I mean, was sitting there and doing the little hip switches, doing the things with the wrists, doing the putting the hands on the hips, the blowing kisses. Baby, you can't sit there and know how to mimic a woman that motherfucking well. Matter of fact, instead of saying it like that, I'm going to ask this. All right, so... No, it wasn't Usher, it was Neo. But here, I'm going to say it like this. As many bitches, hoes, whatever y'all want to call them, that y'all have fucked, have y'all ever paid so much attention to their mannerisms that you could sit there and play this bitch right now?
Nah.
I'll wait.
Not play their mannerisms? Fuck no.
Exactly. So if this nigga can sit there and play a bitch's mannerisms, somebody like it up in the ass, and I'm not just talking about the bitches he's fucking.
Jesus.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, now that's a legitimate reason. If you want to say, if you want to speak about his, sexuality, him being bisexual or gay or whatever like that, that's a legitimate reason. That's a legitimate reason. If you got a grown ass man trying to emulating the female so well like that, yeah, that's some gay shit. I can agree with that. But where I disagree is it seems as if what you said about a man in general having relations with multiple females, that he's compensating for something. That's where I disagree. I disagree with that in general, but I don't disagree with the fact that Neo might be a little fruity. Oh yeah.
Well, let me hold on. Let me break it down like this.
One sec.
Okay.
But it's ironic though, because you do know Neo is proudly saying that he's in multiple. He is involved in polygamy, right? Did you know that?
Me?
Yeah, I'm saying, did you know that Neo is involved in polygamy at this very moment? Like he's in
at this very moment, yes. I also, once again, like I said, I was a fan, right? So I also know that he's went through multiple long-term relationships. He's went through multiple just one woman, and of course getting attacked for cheating, this and that and the third. But let's keep it a whole being. He been on the scene for what? Almost 20 years? Almost? So if he'd been on the scene that long, even in his song, he sit there and say, my money's long, my money won't stop. Okay, cool. So my thing is this. If he's in a polygamous relationship now, that's because he can afford to be. But I will also say this. One of his baby mamas also came out and sat there and said that she had the fucking videotape of him getting fucked by Diddy whenever Diddy came to his house. So polygamous relationship or not. And please understand, I ain't got no issue with polygamy. Once again, as long as it's not my nigga, I'm good. I don't give a fuck what you do. I don't give a fuck if you with 2 bitches, 15 bitches. I don't care. As long as it's not me or it's not my kids, we all straight. But his baby mama also put him out. She put him out on blast. And then she sat there and literally deliver the evidence. So whenever I'm seeing evidence, baby, you can say you the second, third, and fourth coming. You can be a new religious cult and have all the hoes and they kids fucking and sucking on you. Once again, I ain't taking that away from you, my dude. That's a man's dream, depending on the man, right? But I'm also not gonna sit there and walk away from the fact that shit, you like to arch your back deeper than mine. And I used to be a motherfucking a professional fucking ballerina. And you arching your shit better than mine? And I used to be a gymnast? Come on now. Or
the sun's not adding up.
we can say this. He's in a polygamous relationship, and once again, that's all good and cool. But even with polygamy, does anybody know if they sat there and bought a strap on so they can peg his ass? Because I know with Stevie J and when he was with Jocelyn, that's what the fuck they was doing.
Wait, hold on, stop. How the fuck?
I'm just saying.
I don't even know this shit, yo.
Yeah, this is the first time I'm actually hearing this.
What? Hold on. Okay, so this came from a while ago when I used to watch Love and Hip Hop, and we all knew Jocelyn, whatever the fuck he wanted to name that man.
I'm glad you said that because I always thought she was a man.
Bro, I swear, look, oh my mama, oh my mama, this bitch looked like a love child between a man and a mannequin. You couldn't tell me, like, she reminded me, what was that movie in the 80s, babe, that came out where the motherfucking mannequin came to life? What the fuck was that movie? And it had a white dude in it, and he was sitting there dating this. It was called Mannequin. He's right, it was called Mannequin. If no one's seen it, it's a hilarious fucking movie. Yes. Okay, so it was a hilarious fucking movie, but literally, this bitch looks like from her neck up, she looked like one of the motherfucking mannequins at the goddamn wig store at Bunny's, and you know the super wig. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I'm not gonna lie, me and my husband would literally have debates on whether this motherfucker had a dick. And he won the debate. And the only reason why is because after she left Stevie J, I think it was before she got pregnant. It was like season 2 or 3, right? She sat there and like had a some kind of they found her porn or her adult film, her adult film, to where not only did she have she had a kitty, but her motherfucker was pretty. I was like, how the fuck is your twat prettier than your face, bitch? Please make it make sense. That shit had me thrown. I was like, no. He was like, yeah. I was like, but it's so pretty though. He was like, yeah. He said from the neck down, this bitch is bad. We don't know what the fuck happened to her face.
You talking about Jocelyn?
Jocelyn Hernandez.
Jocelyn, man, that show was popping though. Like,
man, it was.
That era.
Oh yeah, because I used to watch that shit. Look, I never missed the episode. My thing is, I'm not even gonna hold y'all. I was literally waiting for Jocelyn to wild out on this nigga because honestly, have y'all ever known she hit that nigga like a man too?
Dang, doubt it.
But Stevie J is like, he was raised in Rochester, New York, and it's like we like volatile women's though. You feel me? Like if you're from Rochester and you know the history of it, it's like Jocelyn is like the regular chick in the hood, like she regular degular.
Right. And that I will agree with. I remember when what was it? Dime came out, or Dime Piece, or whatever the fuck her name was supposed to be. Because they was from the same strip club, remember?
You talking about yeah, I know you talking about.
Yeah. Oh girl that ended up marrying like the football player or some shit. Whenever she got married, he sat there and asked her to get off the show. And look, hold on. I just want to say, for the men out there that sit there and say you can't sit there and turn a hoe into a housewife, for the men out there that sit there and say you can't sit there and turn a in quotation marks, air quotes, masculine woman into a good woman. Yes, the fuck you can. They did that shit on motherfucking national goddamn television. This man sat there and hold on. And then I'm gonna give you the floor. This man sat there and took this woman who was a motherfucking stripper, who was volatile, who was this and that, got with him, her whole motherfucking demeanor changed. She got soft as fuck. She got ladylike. She stopped fighting. She sat there and started using her words. Whenever it was something that somebody was there that she didn't like, she didn't fucking show up. All this other kind of shit. The same shit real women do. She just had to sit there and find somebody that literally matched her enough to sit there and allow her to go ahead and be soft. I just want to go ahead and put that out there. But as far as the volatile women, as far as Jocelyn Hernandez, bruh, that was a whole, well, I don't know, baby. If somebody get, if there's a person that is, if they get a pussy, like, it's surgical, it ain't gonna look that pretty. Okay. I'm just asking. Okay. He said it ain't gonna look like pretty via surgery if it used to have something else there before. And I'm not talking about really big falapias. But I did tell you I was gonna give you the floor. Go ahead.
Nah, like you ain't see, I ain't about to go into that. My whole thing is, see, you got a lot of layers right there. Like that's a lot of layers. It's like to me personally, it's like you got to be the right type of dude to deal with a chick like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like you got to be like a DMX type of nigga, but without the drugs, though. You know what I'm saying? It's like you got to be like a Wu-Tang type of nigga. You know what I mean? Like
you got to be insane to deal with that. You got to be insane to deal with that. Fuck that.
Yeah, man, you gotta be insane. You gotta have some Advil. You gotta be able to work out. You gotta have some stamina. Like all types of shit. Like ain't no regular nigga can deal with a volatile ass woman, man. It's like you gotta be one of them niggas. You know what I mean? Like stay in your lane. If you a nerd type of nigga who like to play Call of Duty, find you a Call of Duty chick. Like there's some fine ass chicks who play Fortnite all day. Like stay in your lane, pick your poison. That's how
I agree. I agree with that 100%.
Anybody that don't want to go to jail for domestic violence nor have any headache wouldn't deal with that. You know,
well, not only that,
why would any decent person want to deal with somebody that's volatile? No,
but see, not only that, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm done. Go ahead.
But here's my thing. I think a lot of people really don't understand truly what a volatile woman is, right? Because a volatile woman, she ain't gonna sit there and call for fucking domestic violence. She gonna beat your ass. And usually somebody else is calling and she the one going to jail. So it's not really. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Finish. I want you to finish.
It's not really so much that, you know, I mean, I understand your viewpoint. You know what I mean? You don't want to sit there and deal with a volatile woman. One, you don't want to sit. Let's be honest. A lot of men get abused and they get beat on a lot, and that shit doesn't gain the awareness that it really needs to.
Oh, the sisterhood coming for you now when you say that.
I mean, honestly, once again, I don't give a fuck. They can be in their feelings all they fucking want to. Your feelings do not change the fucking facts. There's a whole lot of niggas that get beat up on by motherfucking psycho bitches, crazy bitches. I mean, shit, we had motherfucking Tech Nine. He made a whole motherfucking song about his ex-wife, and his ex-wife will come out and put hands on this nigga.
Damn.
Am I the only one that remember psycho bitch? And the motherfucker. Yes. And the background music was motherfucking Michael Myers from motherfucking Halloween. Yes. I knew that nigga. And I knew his wife, his actual wife.
You knew them personally?
Yes.
Wow.
That nigga name is Aaron. Like Aaron. That nigga name is Aaron.
I never knew that shit.
That nigga lives in Johnson County, like he lives in Johnson County, Kansas. What you mean? Like, yes, wow. I know that nigga.
Yo, I never knew Kansas was popping until I seen Hood to Hood DVD.
My bad.
Yo. Hood to Hood DVD. I never knew Kansas was popping.
Bronzebird, you might have to go ahead and exit that part out. My bad. I ain't trying to dox this nigga like that. Sorry, my bad.
Was it someone? Wait, was it?
It's too late.
Wait,
like a lot of times.
I stepped away.
Go ahead, Brause. My fault.
Real quick, I just stepped away. So was it someone directly that's a panelist or
no?
Was it a celeb?
Yeah.
Because of fuck, Wikipedia put their real name out every day. B, come on, man.
All right,
okay. I don't give a shit.
A lot of times in situations where you have a female beating up on a guy, it's just that a lot of times the male is too afraid to hit back, and he's too afraid to retaliate and defend himself, right?
Right.
Because of course, if he retaliates, he's going to be looked upon as the bad guy. Oh, you shouldn't be hitting a woman. And
also, the initiator and all that.
The male in that situation, is too afraid to even report it because he's afraid of how or the perception that he'll receive other people, you'll be looked upon as weak. You know what I'm saying? And
exactly.
Any decent male would not even deal with that anyhow. Just leave, get up and leave.
But why do we
place yourself in a position to be in any situations like that? Like, one thing with a lot of males, right, is that I guess that comes with the territory when males think with the other head instead of the bigger head. You know, the other brain, bigger brain. You know, they let the looks and the nice body lead them to a very hostile relationship instead of, you know, if you just sit back and think and just take the time to get to know this female and realize certain red flags in her behavior, you realize she's a little crazy, okay? And you should realize that that's time just to say, hey, I'm good, mommy. Bye. Have a good day.
I mean, I understand that 100%, and I'm not disagreeing in any kind of way. I will go ahead and add to that if that's all right.
Oh, go ahead.
Another reason that a lot of this shit also happens is because we also have a lot of toxic people. And when I say toxic people, I mean on both sides, right? So a lot of times toxicity is going to be attracted to toxicity because it's familiar. And what I mean by familiar, yeah, you know, shorty a little crazy, but you know what? I can handle that shit. Or, you know, shorty a little mad, but I mean, shit, yeah, I can handle that shit. I ain't scared. They take it on as a challenge versus taking it as a warning. Once again, like you said, because of because of perception, right?
Yes, I agree. I agree. You're right on that. You're right. Go ahead. I'm sorry, my fault.
So whenever it comes to, you know, a lot of shit like that, I mean, I'm an advocate for healing on both sides. I mean, Browns will sit there and tell you, I'm not a pussy supporter, right? Like, if you win the wrong, you win the motherfucking wrong. I check you. I'm an equal opportunity when it comes to bullshit. I will check you. I don't give a fuck what your gender is, what your name is, all that shit. That shit is irrelevant. If you wrong, you wrong, and I will call you out.
Yeah,
right?
listen. That's called motherfucking bars, nigga. You know nothing about that.
Facts. So, with that being said, right, I see it from both sides of the fence. Because I see how fucked up it is for a woman to put her hands on a man. It don't matter whether you know he gonna call the cops or not, whether he gonna tell anybody or not. But I also see it being fucked up if a man is sitting there and taking advantage of a woman and using that as a pentacle of a way to be able to sit there and take advantage. I also believe it's heavily fucked up if y'all happen to be in these kind of fucking relationships and the first thing y'all want to do is, you know, in order to get out of a relationship, you try to get under a new one. Do we understand what I mean by that?
Oh, yes, right. You may have.
So instead of taking your time to motherfucking heal, taking your time to process, taking your time to motherfucking do the work, that now ain't nobody out here really got fucking excuses not to fucking do the work. Because at one point in time, we didn't know what the fuck it was. We didn't know how to fucking do it. Now, bro, y'all got so many motherfucking books. Y'all got, look, Black people, white people, Indonesians, Asians, y'all got everything under the sun sitting there and telling y'all various ways of how y'all can heal yourself, how y'all can sit there and get to a better place. Now, I'm not saying heal yourself completely. I mean, a lot of us, we are still a work in progress. That means that we ain't all motherfucking healed and we can easily go back to that hood nigga, hood bitch mentality. Once again, hold it, right? But if instead of you taking some time, because your brain, especially when you're in an abusive relationship, and once again, it don't matter whether it's from a man or a woman, it don't matter whether it's psychological or physical, but instead of taking the time for you to rewire or at least allow your body to rewire itself to where you can go back to the ways that a normal life was or the way you were before you got with that person, and you trying to get in another relationship, what you think is going to happen? One or two things. You are either going to initiate the same type of behavior that you had with your ex at the pinnacle of bullshit, which don't nobody want to be in a relationship with nobody and they got to sit there and pay for motherfucking shit they ex did or the other motherfuckers ex did. I don't give a fuck how good of a man you are, how good of a woman you are, how shitty of a man you are, how shitty of a woman you are, and everything through and through the motherfucking diaspora. Don't nobody want to be in a relationship with somebody that they got to pay for the shit that the motherfuckers ex did.
Nah,
period.
I ain't dealing with none of that.
Exactly.
Nah,
yeah,
but what if me? Okay, yo. So I'm gonna give my experience. My experience is this, right? I grew up in a. Okay, yo. First, you gotta understand, like, if you never read like the Dick Gregory book called No More Lies. Like, that's a great book to read. And he was talking about how there's 100 cars, right? If you got 100 cars in your neighborhood, you really not going to see that many crashes if you got 100 cars. But if you got 10 or 20 cars within that neighborhood,
it's noticeable.
Cars, you're going to see a lot of crashes, especially if you got like a condensed neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? Everybody living on top of each other. So proximity, that's all you got. Like, I'm just trying to add on to the conversation, right?
Yeah.
So all you know is your family being toxic, the neighborhood is toxic. So y'all gonna gravitate towards each other. Then you're gonna be thinking like this is the norm because you never venture outside of that neighborhood. Like my neighborhood was very condensed. You know what I'm saying? You had grandmothers who unalive people, and dudes out there was the biggest, cockiest dudes knocking out people. The police around like that because they were scared to come in that hood. Like, that's all you know. All you seeing is family fights. The female is fighting. Yo, some of the females fighting harder than the dudes.
Right.
Like, yo, I want that chick right there. Like, my niggas going in on them. I don't know what it is, man. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it.
I think I know what it is. Whenever a dude sees something like that, of course they're gonna want the biggest, baddest warrior version of it, right? Because a lot of times we have this ideology of whenever we're in a relationship, it's us against the fucking world. So it makes sense that I want to sit there and get the biggest, baddest soldier because guess what? That means if for whatever reason I'm taken down, I'm not all the way down, but I need to sit there and catch my breath. Hey, she gonna make sure that ain't nothing touching me so I can catch my breath, and then vice versa, right? Now, even with that mentality, I ain't gotta love her. But if we sitting there and we going at it, against the world, oh yeah, I'm gonna make sure she good because I'm gonna need that. You see what I'm saying? But here's the thing that a lot of people never really take in considerations whenever they're talking about relationships. Because whenever we're talking about relationships, especially new ones, everything is peaches and creams and it's rainbows and cupcakes. And we can never fathom the idea of me and this person ever not getting along, us ever not having the same ideas, at any time that the sex isn't great, or at any time that there would be anything that would trigger me or trigger them into, now, I'm the op. I'm your opposing side. I'm the threat behind a closed door. It ain't me and you against the world because the world is on the outside of the door. Now it's just me against you. Nobody ever really take that into consideration, especially when they're getting into new freaking relationships. Now, once again, I understand. I'm not sitting there talking about, oh, well, when you get in a relationship, you're supposed to look at that motherfucker like the up. No, that's stupid. But it's just a lot of people don't take that into consideration. So they want to get the best version of a how do I put this? Of a partner, as far as a soldier, right? Of a partner that can benefit on both sides. So woman's going to get a man that can benefit her, and then a man is going to get a woman that can benefit him. I mean, let's be honest. It's not just about sex. Y'all also have to interact after fucking. And I mean, shit, depending on how long it is, sometimes that's 30 minutes. Sometimes that's an hour. Sometimes that's 5 minutes. Let's just keep it a whole bean. We all adults here, right? So with that shit being said, right, you still have to be able to have some type of connection or bond outside of y'all fucking. So whenever it comes to that kind of bond, a lot of people never really take on consideration that, you know what, this person might end up being my op, unless you actually have like somebody that's narcissistic because their brains work a little bit different from the jump. You were either something that can be useful to them or you're the op. And it's not that they really taking the time to process and take you into consideration like that. Right. It's more so that's just the way their motherfucking brain works because that's their version of survival mode.
I get it. You right. Yo, let me add on to that. What I'm saying, because I remember taking on a whole new.
Let me say this because I've been quiet for. Hold on, Keels. Let me say this because I've been quiet. Yeah. I've been quiet for a moment, but right. I'm hearing what each person's been saying. But when one have already experienced being in multiple dysfunctional relationships, there comes a point in time where you experience so much that you should know better the next time around based on what you've seen in the past, based on what you've been through in the past, right? So there's just, so when it comes to, because I think earlier the Alyza and Keels made a point where when people get into dysfunctional relationships, one factor is because of their environment, because they've seen so much dysfunction. One have seen so much dysfunction in the environment, they think that's the norm, which has a level of truth to it. I'm not denying that. But what I'm saying is that, once again, there goes a point in time that if you've been in multiple dysfunctional relationships in your past, based on what you've experienced from these relationships, you should know better moving forward. And to the point of the fact that if one keeps on repeating the same pattern over and over and over again, now you can't blame any other factor but that person's unwillingness to actually learn from their past and do better. If that makes sense. I don't know if
I agree with that. Not only do I agree, I thought I said that earlier. Whenever I was sitting there making a comment about, instead of rushing into another relationship, taking the time to heal and process what the fuck you've been through, that's literally, taking the time. So let's keep it a whole being. Just like this gentleman said, if you are the one that's in 15, let's say you're a woman and you in 15 relationships and all these niggas ain't shit. And yes, I'm about to quote Cat Williams. So y'all about to know what the fuck I'm about to say. What the fuck is it about your pussy that's attracting ain't shit niggas? You need to take the moment to sit there and process you. Once again, that way so nobody feels biased. Same thing is for men. If you've been fucking around with 17 volatile ass bitches, crazy psycho bitches, my nigga, what the fuck is it about your dick that's attracting ain't shit pussy? Okay? So instead of, a lot like this gentleman said, instead of hopping into another relationship, let's keep it a whole being. It's you. Because, there was a question that I remember I was sitting there talking to this dude and he was sitting there asking me about advice for, on women. And I sat there and gave him, this one I was nicer. I gave him advice. And he sat there and was like, but Alyza, why does this keep happening to me? And I'm sitting here looking, I'm shaking my head. I'm looking dead ass at my husband. He's like, babe, don't do it. I was like, okay. Look, all right. Because, I already knew at that time, for some reason, a lot of people thought I was very, very soft. They don't realize that that's, once again, y'all perception. I really don't give a fuck if I'm saying a soft or hard. I'm soft for my husband. I'm hard for the world. That's the way I'm supposed to be. So, I was about to give him the truth. And the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So make this nigga cry type shit.
Right.
And, my husband was looking like, babe, don't do it. He's the type of person, he gonna sit there and go and jump off something. Don't do it. Okay. Because, I don't need that on my conscience. Okay. So, that was before my villain era to where I really don't give a fuck. Whatever you do, you do. It is what it is. Because that ain't had shit to do with me. But just like this gentleman said, after a while, yes, first of all, it's you. Because if you've ever asked the question, why me? And then you had to sit there and say all of this, which means it's more than once. It's more than one time or one person. That means that there's some shit in you that is finding this type of energy, this type of personality, these type of traits, these red flags, or as I honestly call them, barn doors. These motherfuckers comfortable.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm just talking about my experiences.
Oh yeah, I feel you.
Me personally, it's like, I used to love like dealing with toxic women. It's like a spirit or whatever you want to call it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, the sex is bomb.
A demon in me or whatever. I'm like, I wanted to control that. I want to like obtain or control that demon or that shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like a form of addiction. You know
it came from the ego.
Yeah.
He wanted to dominate.
Fix somebody.
Right.
So-
Well, not fix somebody. He wanted to dominate the beast. That's what it was. He wanted to control that motherfucker.
When my
that
father
shit is
passed away,
sick
right?
as
Hold on,
hell.
real quick. Oh, let me just get this out, right? So when my father passed away 6 years ago, right, I had a chance to speak at his funeral, right? And I said, everybody got a form of addiction, whether it's drugs, whether it's the internet, whether it's sex, whether it's everything. You know what I'm saying? Everybody have a form of addiction, and my addiction was chasing them type of women, though, like them the type of females like that I graft towards or whatever. You know what I mean? Like because of my trauma that I went through. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes ain't shit people like ain't shit people, man. It is what it is. You know what I mean? Motherfuckers gonna do what they do when they log on. We all could say all these solutions, but once you log off this internet or whatever the case may be, are you actually going to put in the work? You know what I mean? And not deal with the same thing all the time, because then it becomes like insanity. You know what I'm saying?
That's basically what I was saying.
Right.
But nah, because I came from that same environment. I'm sure. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't know you was.
Nah, yo, I'm good, yo. I'm about to go on mute.
All right, because I came from basically that. I basically came from that same environment, and ever since I was a child, I seen that shit, and I'm like, no way, I will not place myself in that sort of predicament. No. You know, that's just me. I had a desire to stay away from dysfunctional people because I've seen it all around me so damn much that it just came across as just a bad taste in my mouth. You know how you taste something that's nasty and you just spit that shit out. Oh hell nah. I ain't tasting that shit again. Yeah. That was me.
Especially there's
facts.
But on top of that, though, I'm not gonna front, right? I'm not gonna sit on this panel and lie, even though they was like I was chasing my demon. But these women's right, I never got robbed by them. They never trying to set me up. Like that's facts, yo. I even posted that on my Facebook. I was like, yo, man, it was me. You know what I'm saying? It was always me. Like I was like, because I get bored quick. Like anything could get me like out of my like anything. Okay, say if I meet a woman and she got long hair at the time, like I had to come to this realization. Like I check out quick, right? Like Shorty cut her hair one time. I'm like, damn. In my mind, I'm like, yo, I met you with long hair. Now you want to cut your hair. I just got bored with it. Like, yo, that's what I'm attracted to, right? But I never told her this. I should have told her, like, yo, mom, like me and her should have had a conversation, like, please, yo, like, don't cut your hair. Maybe she went through like a spirituality, whatever. Like I ain't know shit about that. I ain't know why women cut their hair like Doja Cat, you know what I'm saying? Like rebirth or whatever. You know what I mean? I was young. So
you could have had that bitch get a wig.
Man, listen, man. Nah, that would have been a whole argument. No, don't talk about a woman here and don't ask her age. That's the community. That's the community.
Look, I'm just saying. But you said this was a woman back
I'm doing my hair as we speak.
Hold on.
It's funny you say that.
Hold on. I'm about to turn my camera on. Hold up. Okay, this is me. My hair is pink and purple as fuck.
Oh,
okay.
I've seen you before.
Pink and purple as fuck.
Beauty.
So
yeah, mine's about to be red.
Is it? Okay. I think I did red a while ago, but I didn't. I don't like the energy.
I'm just doing my roots right now. I'm just doing my roots.
But my whole thing is this, right? Like, you said that was a woman in your past, which, I mean, I don't know you, so I can't sit there and say nothing against that, right? But, bruh, we had some lace front wigs.
Right.
We had these kind of wigs. I mean,
that's some cute wigs. Wigs nowadays is fire. I'm talking about, I'd be like, damn, and I got long hair, and I'm still like, I like that wig. I think I might have to get her and twist it up a little bit.
Looking like shit. Look at that, making a bitch want to cut her shit. Okay. And that's only because I had all this shit in the goddamn cap. I end up looking like a mother. I end up looking like a whole damn alien and shit. Got fucking orange and motherfucking purple and pink spots sticking out and shit, sitting there trying to look cute. Looking like a whole damn Ninja Turtle mixed with a motherfucking gray ass alien.
I love the Ninja Turtle. I was a Ninja Turtle. Halloween back in the day when I was a kid. I had the video games. Come on now.
Hey, I still got the Ninja Turtle. Look, there's one right behind y'all.
That's crazy.
I mean, look, I got kids, and I'm not even gonna lie. I think I had more kids so I could have an excuse to never leave the kids section in the motherfucking store. Thank you, Lord.
It's dope.
Thank you. Because I was playing with the motherfucking kids' toys harder than the fucking kids and shit.
Damn.
So, hey, look, y'all can say what y'all want to say, but shit, I love crime game. You know what? Hold on. I'm gonna give y'all a perfect example. Hold up.
Wow.
This is a game my kids bought me. Can y'all see it?
Yep.
Death at the dive bar.
Now it's a game. It's a board game.
Right.
What's it about?
It is a murder mystery. Okay. Oh, wow. And literally at the top it says hunt. I don't know if I can say that on here. It say, well, it'll say that
on the live.
Yeah. Hunt an unaliver. So what this is that it's actually an immersive murder mystery, and you actually get the chance to be, well, better than the detectives, because I ain't gonna hold y'all, baby. Cops can't find a motherfucking pair of tits in a goddamn titty bar. I said what I
said. They got a whole fucking community called True Crime. Yes, you can say.
Yo, I love true crime. That's
yes, me too. Me too. So I have games, and they go from easy up to like super duper hard to fucking solve. And to me, you know, as a kid, I love puzzles. So I like to sit there and put shit together, especially shit that seemingly has no connection, right? So I like to do that shit. Why? Because, I mean, this way it occupies my mind on something. And for some of that, look, I'm going to just say this. Okay, so y'all can see me, fellas. If you got a girl that like puzzles, and if you don't want to become the puzzle, get her a goddamn puzzle.
Yo, I actually went on a date, Like, me and her used to date back in the day when we was kids, and then we reconnected, and it's like all we did was like play puzzles. We played like Pictionary and shit. Like she got.
Oh, I hate Pictionary. I can't draw.
Yeah, me neither. But I watch it in the morning time though, because that shit still come on TV.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? In the morning.
On the game show. Game show channel.
Yeah, that game show is shit, right? So now they actually got Monopoly though, like of your city now.
Oh shit!
You remember Monopoly?
Yeah. That was one of my favorite games. The only thing is, shit, I didn't like Monopoly as much because, you know, honestly, I ain't gonna hold y'all. I really thought that was a white man's game because I mean, shit, they was doing it in real life. How they not gonna win the goddamn board game? But that was just me.
I only play dominoes.
Bones. He said, "Fuck that. Look, I'm only counting. I'm either counting cards or counting spots. Either way, I'm only counting."
Yeah.
But see, with this one, and what I meant by if y'all don't want to be the mystery, if y'all don't want y'all ladies sitting there saying y'all cheating and y'all doing this, and her mind sitting there trying to put your ass together like a puzzle, get her a puzzle. Look, I'm trying to save I'm trying to save my black men in the community because you know black men don't cheat. So, by all means, get her a puzzle. And then, you know, don't be cheating because if you get her the puzzle, you might be the next one that ends up on forensic files. And she gonna solve that puzzle real quick.
I'll take that into consideration. Because I used to be in a relationship with this chick, and she would always come up with problems, and she would always talk about the traumas that she dealt with all her exes and all that stuff, and then she comes and, you know, lies about her pregnancy and all that stuff.
As soon as she sat there and started talking about the traumas that she dealt with her exes, you should have, baby. So hi, I'm Alyza. I don't say red flags. I say barn doors, and I say that because by the time it actually hits you, that bitch hurts just like you get smacked in the face with a goddamn door. Okay, so the barn is red. We see the barn, right? Not just the door. Whenever we're getting close enough to the barn where we should be hearing some moves, get the fuck back on the road and drive the fuck off. Okay? As soon as she sat there and started telling you about that, baby, let me not say what she was low-key doing, because I'm not going to say she was doing it consciously. Subconsciously, a lot of times whenever you are being told things that have happened in their past via other people, they're giving you the rundown of the shit that they're either looking for you to do, they're expecting you to do, or they're going to accuse you of doing. Because once again, that's familiar to them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, makes sense. But I don't think I was into detail about like in regards to the pregnancy. So
oh, you don't have to disclose that unless you really want to.
Oh yeah, I'll disclose that because
okay.
So it was I think 2 years ago. So basically, I get a phone call from her, and she was like, it was like a hey, what's up conversation, and then all of a sudden she said that she was pregnant with supposedly my child, but then she waited like a year to tell me this shit, and I went to like ask her father like, was she pregnant because she was all the way in another state, and yeah, we were like basically separate from each other. He was like, she was pregnant, but he doesn't know if that was my kid.
Oh,
so that's go ahead.
I was gonna say, well, damn. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and act like I've never heard stories like that. I'm not going to sit here and act like I've never heard women sitting there talking about they pregnant. Well, I mean, fuck, not even women. I'll go ahead and take it back to history for a minute. Ain't that why supposedly Anne Boleyn got beheaded? Was because, in case y'all didn't know, y'all about to have a real quick history lesson. Supposedly she was fucking the king and she done sat there and had all these kids, and this is after she done sat there and promised this man a son. She was pregnant, somehow miscarried. So this is what they say. Now, if this is true, I don't fucking know. Okay. But supposedly the story goes, she told her brother. So her brother was trying to fuck her to impregnate her. And it just looked like they had a real long pregnancy. But by the time anybody noticed, because, like the stomach or the gut would go down a little bit, she'd still be pregnant. And so the king would think it was his. Sound familiar? Now that was King Henry VIII, the side bitch turned wife, Anne Boleyn. Look it up. If you don't want to look it up, just watch a fucking show on HBO called Tudors. There's a whole lot of sex. You'll enjoy it.
You said King Henry the fifth?
The 8th.
Oh, the 8th.
That was the Tudors era. That was the whole thing behind the Anne Boleyn. I mean, shit, he sat there and even though he was married to, I think it was Catherine of Aragon.
Catherine Parr.
Yes, she was pretty much the queen of, I want to say Spain. Or that might have been her cousin.
Yeah, she was the queen of England and Ireland.
Okay, so she was the queen of Ireland. She wasn't the queen of England until they got married. Supposedly, the way that goes is that she had a child, and the reason that, in quotation marks, because they used a lot of Catholicism with that. So the reason that, she was punished because God took her child away because, the baby was here, baby got sick because they didn't have proper medicine, the baby passed. They sat there and tried to say, and this is honestly the first time the king was literally trying to divorce this bitch. Let's keep it a whole being, okay? They were sitting there trying to say, oh, well, shit, she was fucking my brother. They never had any proof that they were, that it was the brother. The child came out looking exactly like the king, and supposedly the king's, in quotation marks, brother was a stepbrother, I do believe. So they did not look alike. They didn't come from the same, you know, both seeds, right? They didn't come from the mama and the daddy. Y'all see what I'm saying? So he was sitting there and trying to get rid of her. And let's be honest, he was sitting there and trying to get rid of her because the sex was boring. Let's keep it a whole being. I mean, she was a great queen. She did what the fuck she was supposed to do. I mean, she gave him one kid, but obviously because of whatever the fuck was going on, whenever she sat there and had that kid, she couldn't have no more. So he got tired of her. And I mean, shit, you can only imagine what the pussy's like whenever there ain't no cleaning or, you know, there ain't no, you know, they were not too in tune with cleanliness, right? So he sat there and he was fucking around with some bitches. Why? Because he's a motherfucking king. Why the fuck not? Had a few illegitimate children. Why? Because he's a motherfucking king. You know, that's around the time they sit there and say, look, hey, if she sit there and say stop, I stop. If she sit there and don't say stop, I don't stop, even though she's not going to say stop because I'm the motherfucking king. But guess what? Can't say I raped her. So, because shit, she was supposed to say stop. That was the king's rule back then, right? He sit there and end up fucking some other bitches. Now, he ended up going to, I think he was in, what the fuck was it? France. He was in France with his cousin. And they was having a pissing contest, of course, as most men do, especially with big egos. There was some bitches over there in France, and he was like, oh, shit, so these bitches is gonna sit there and slop on the knob? Oh, I ain't never had that. I'll bet. So he sat there and got a little taste. He was like, oh, yeah, I'm taking this shit home, right? Happened to be the first Boleyn girl. Anne Boleyn had a sister. It was the sister. Her family had sat there and told her, look, you're of age. We need you to capture the king's attention. Do whatever the fuck you need to do with the king so that way you will be his fancy. Along with you being his fancy, we can all get in good graces. That means that we can get property, we can get money, we can get this, we can get that, we can get contracts, XYZ, right? XYZ, ABC, 1 through 3, we can get it all, right?
Right.
She did a little thing. And just like my homeboy up here said, this man got bored. He got tired. He was like, oh, okay, well, you know what? Her mouth game ain't all that. What else we got on the table? So, of course, she going home. She freaking out. I don't have no control. I don't know how to da-da-da-da-da. So the other sister said, well, hey, hold my drink. I got this one. Don't even trip, sis. I got you. She done sat there and made this motherfucker sit there and chase her, giving no... what was that? What did they sit there and Quindad's last... I want to say some years ago. Steve Harvey. What did they have that book? Think Like a Woman, Act Like a Man? Or no, Act Like a Woman, Think Like a Man. That's what the book was called. So anybody that read that book heard about the fucking 90-day rule. Men hated that shit for the longest time. But guess what? That's what the fuck she did. She was sitting there and leading this motherfucker on to where they was... not really fucking around, but she was teasing him for what, a good 2-3 years, leading him on and shit, till he finally married her. Hence, you know, going to the Catholic Church, sitting there and saying, well, you know what, I want to get out of this contract with Catherine. Oh, no, you can't do that because she's a good queen. She sits there and does what she's supposed to do. Then this bitch actually introduced Christianity, sits there and says, well, you know what, according to Christianity, our following, you don't have to ask permission of a pope. You can just do it because you're the king. I just want to say that's actually when Christianity became popular, but that's neither here nor there. So afterwards, he's like, well, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take that shit up because that shit sounds good. You know, I ain't gotta ask y'all, I ain't gotta talk to y'all, fuck y'all. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna do this little thing. I'm gonna go ahead and make this shorty my wifey so I can sit there and get them draws. And after I get them draws, shit, you know, it's gonna be happily ever after. Of course, he thinking with his dick. Most men do. Once again, no shade. So then he ends up going to, you know, having a few kids. I want to say, was the first one a girl? Move, Gizmo. You're not gonna get no food. Cut that out. The first one, I'm trying to think. Yes, I want to say was Elizabeth? Was it Queen? Okay, it might have been Queen Elizabeth. That was the first child, redhead. Well, at least back then. And then came Prince I want to say Henry, but that's not. Yeah, it is Henry because they went all the way up to 10. So it was, a prince that was after his name, or it might have been Prince something. But afterwards, they were sitting there and trying to have another baby. She sat there and promised this man another boy. So while she's pregnant, they all sitting there thinking she a boy. I know people are sitting there asking what this got to do with what he's talking about. The whole thing is she was pregnant, like anywhere between 5 to 6 months. She miscarries. So she sits there and tells her brother, because her brother was also a part of this plot, as her whole family. And one of them that supposedly knows what's going on privately, that she feels comfortable enough to talk to, that she knows is not going to talk to the king or anybody connected to the king because she don't want them to know because it'll fuck everybody's shit up. She sits there and tells her brother offers to fuck her. Now, according to the histories, she sat there and smashed her brother to sit there and try to get pregnant again. The king found out because somebody, a guard or somebody, sat there and walked in on him. So yeah, then they sat there and had that bitch beheaded because the baby wasn't the king's. So that's pretty much what this man is going through. Bitches ain't shit. But, well, no, ain't no but. That was my caveat. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, no, that's very educational. So, but yeah, you're right. I probably should. I most definitely should have caught that red flag, because like the moment she said all that, that's when I should have said, hey, you know what, you deal with your traumas yourself. Like just before you start dating or any of that kind of stuff, like just go ahead and fix yourself. Then whenever you're ready, whenever you've gotten over it, that's when you can date or whatever. But yeah, other than that, like it was really hectic because I was like with her for 3 years and I had to break it off. So enough was enough. Till this day, like she keeps calling me from like different phone numbers, even though like I changed my number, which is weird as hell, but yeah.
Give me a minute. I'm sitting here taking care of business, y'all. I'm sorry. Give me a minute.
Okay. All right. Hey, Xiled One, still alive?
Oh, yeah. He's talking to me.
Oh, damn. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's my husband, like in real life.
Oh, okay. All right. I apologize.
No, you're good. Give me a hot second, and it's 11:08. Sorry, hold on.
Yeah, it's 12:08 here. Hey, Bronze, what's good, bro? Oof. I'm still here. I'm just currently playing Sonic Generations.
I know my kid has beat that game, I want to say about 6 or 7 times. Actually, it's been a lot more than that, actually. He's decided that he wants to live in the 80s. I sat there and try to tell him no, he doesn't. He looks at me like, whatever, mom, you don't know what you're talking about. Oh, now my daughter's sitting there talking about she want a fucking Game Boy. See? You know what? I will not.
I got a PS2, PS3, PS4, and PS5.
Well, my thing is, what I want to do, I want to go back to the fucking Nintendo whenever we had fucking Zelda. and I want to play Oracle of fucking Time. Why? Because that was the best game fucking ever. Favorite character was fucking Epona, the goddamn horse. I mean, I was sitting there trying to explain that shit to the kids the other day. Mom, what's an Epona? It's a pony. Literally. Well, why does a boy want a pony? You know what? Don't come at it like that. I take offense. Who said I was talking about you? Bye, Felicia. Bye, Felicia. So yeah. I'm waiting for that to come back out, and the original God of War. Mm-hmm.
Oh, the first one?
Yes.
Yeah, they already came out with it's already on PS5.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, fuck. Now I got to get a PS5. So thank you. I'm kind of irritated, but I will get it because as much as I am a mother and a wife, I am a fucking gamer. So I will get it, but I ain't gonna hold ya. I done heard about this new Assassin's Creed though. This one where you have the black, like a black dude that's a samurai, and then you have the other one that's like a Asian ninja. That's like a ninja. Oh yeah. That shit was so motherfucking dope. I literally pre-ordered that shit over a year ago. And I didn't even. Yeah, I can hear you now.
I was bugging. I was on the other browser and my shit was acting dumb.
Oh, okay.
Fucking Chrome.
But with that, yeah, I pre-ordered that shit from motherfucking from another country. That's how dope that shit was. And I sat there and saw a trailer. I was like, swear to God. I was like, yeah, I need this shit like now. They're like, oh, it hasn't come out in America yet. Fuck that. Look, take all my money and just let that shit sit. Cause I need that. Like ASAP.
Run that.
Yes. And now it's coming out in America. And I'm just like, oh.
Now, keep in mind they have the original God of Wars on all the PlayStation platforms.
Do they?
Yep.
Okay.
And as long as you got PlayStation Plus.
Oh yeah.
Play it.
Because here, okay, so I'm gonna tell y'all something that was interesting about me and my husband. When we finally started dating, right? Like when when we really started dating. I was a PlayStation person. He was the Xbox person. So yes, there was console tension already. Then, because once again, not only do I like the console, I also like the PC. So I was also playing WoW, D&D. Yes, I'm a nerd. I don't care. I was playing all kind of other fun shit. And this man here, just on the fucking Xbox. So since then, we've taken the fucking Xbox, right? I miss my PlayStation, y'all. I miss my PlayStation, y'all. The things I had to sacrifice for this relationship. No, I'm just kidding.
God damn.
Right? Because I'm like, bro, look, the kids already know. If I sit there and get a PlayStation, baby, look, y'all better not motherfucking touch it. I don't care. I really don't.
Yeah.
You look, don't touch it.
Yeah, when I was younger, my mom was like saying that she was thinking about like taking our PlayStation 2 over to the daycare. So I was like,
no.
Hell no.
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 I mean, honestly, if I would have heard that from my mom, I would have considered that disrespectful talk already. Just off rips.
Yeah.
That's extremely disrespectful. Because if my shit get broken because of all these random ass kids that, got shitty ass parents, the same type of toxic parents that we were sitting there talking about earlier, and my shit get fucked up. Nah, mama, I'm gonna need that shit to get fucked up on the day you get paid. And I need all your bills already taken care of so you can go right on down to that motherfucking store and sit there and pick me up a new one. with new controllers and everything.
Yep.
I mean, I would have been thinking it. I wouldn't have never said it. My mama was scary. So I would have never said that shit. I would have just sat there and looked. I probably would have looked like one of them old baby dolls that just blinks. I would have been talking mad shit with my eyelids.
I'd have been talking to that kid parent as a kid. Like, you got me fucked up. Your kid finna replace my shit.
Yeah.
You drop him off, he getting beat up.
Babe, my mother is your mother-in-law. She liked you and tolerated you a bit more than dealing with me, growing up with me, and having to raise me, okay? If
my game system, I would have took that ass whooping over my game system. I would have took that ass whooping.
That's because you ain't never had an ass whooping from my mama. It sound good. You remember what my mama looked like? Here's the part you don't remember. She was fast. There wasn't no running away. There wasn't no ducking. There wasn't no getting away from that shit. My mama was fast.
I don't care. I would have thought about all them days I'd have had to spend without my game system. I'd have took that ass whooping.
Y'all hear this? This poor man sitting there talking about he don't care at the original Big Mama. Sitting there talking about he would have took that L. We would have been saying R.I.P. Exile.
C-A-P. Cap. Cap. C-A-P. Cap.
Oh my God.
I'd have been all right with it as long as my Xbox was on my coffin.
E-A-P. Cap. Cap. C-A-P. Cap.
He said that's for you, babe. I mean, look. Okay, y'all have to understand something about my mama. My mama was a 375-pound black woman that literally grew up whenever we were having civil rights. She was born in 1934. Okay? I need y'all to do the math. 1934. She passed away in 2014. Okay? Baby, my mama was a motherfucking thug. My mama was a motherfucking gangster. My mama gave no fucks when it came to anything that looked like white devils. Anything. It did not matter whether you looked like milk that had been, the cookie had been dunked in. It didn't matter whether you had white lotion on your face. None of that shit really mattered, right? So while my husband is sitting there talking about he would have took that L, no, he says that because he ain't never got his ass whooped by my mama. She's 375 pounds. No. Hold on, baby.
I would turn your mama against that other mama. I would have been like, mama, she playing with
you wouldn't have, because, honey, my mama didn't go for the fuck. My mama.
You spend money on that game system. Her kid broke that game system.
Baby, that works with your mama. That would not have worked at my mama, because as soon as she would have looked at you, if you sat there and said anything and didn't shut the fuck up, you would have got backhanded. It don't matter.
Now listen, that's called motherfucking bars, nigga. You know nothing about that.
I mean, look, they know the struggle is real. So you would have instantly, had she gave you that look and your mouth kept moving and there kept continuing to be sound coming out and it didn't sound like you breathing, it don't matter whether you was right or wrong. Pop. You would have had a blistered lip underneath that bitch.
For that controller.
Your controller? What controller? Once again, right or wrong, you could have been right about every fucking thing. You would have lost the game, would have lost the controller, and would have sat there and got beat up. Matter of fact, hold on, Bronze. Can we talk about how a lot of our old school parents, especially our mothers, were the first abusive type of people to these, boys, the boys/men? When I say that, I mean not like little boys as in disciplining their boys. I mean like when these niggas get to a point where they grown and they still go back to their mama and their mama sit there and be like, you know what? I can still sit there and beat your ass. Why is that even an option? This is a motherfucking adult.
Now listen, that's called motherfucking bars, nigga. You know nothing about that.
I mean, when you me is like in my 30s now, and my mom's, there's certain things when mom has that tone.
Right.
And we sit up there like, I still whoop your ass. Like, she don't give a fuck that I'm taller than her and nothing.
It don't matter. Look, my mama, the new one that I've just reunited with, and I had to shake my head because me and my husband, we know. This woman, I was up there in her little spot or whatever. I was going to the bathroom. She sat there and made like a sideways comment about something, put hands on me. And I'm sitting here, I swear to God. Now, mind you, I was raised by my other mother, okay? So I'm adopted. So the woman that raised me was the one that was born in 1934. This woman is only 16 years older than me. As far as I'm concerned, you still a kid, mama. So, not really still a kid, but as far as the level of intellect, it's not too far away from where mine is, right? On top of the fact that I was raised by a woman that was your grandmother's age. So, I mean, there's a few things that are a bit more installed in me. And I'm sitting here, I come out the bathroom and I'm looking at my husband like, I heard what this bitch done said. And I'm sitting here looking at my husband. My husband's looking at me. I'm like, yeah, we're going to have to go. He was like, babe, you good? I said, dude, she sit there and say something else. It's about to be a rumble in this motherfucking jungle. I really don't give a fuck. Look, I understand. I am forever grateful for her body being the vessel that allowed me to enter into this plane. Okay?
Oh, yeah.
Truly. But when it comes to mama, one, you ain't even deserve that term because my mama had to go through some motherfucking bullshit with me. I mean, bullshit, baby. Look, I was not a nice kid. I put my mama through the motherfucking ringer. And I didn't really understand how much love she truly had for me until I became a mother myself. So
babe, wait, right quick. While I was in the fuel station, I figured it out. Even if I didn't get my Xbox out that other kid, say mama beat me to death and I went to heaven, right? I would have just been like, Jesus, where's my Xbox that came here before I made it here?
Well, you was a badass kid.
I would have got my own Xbox.
No, you was a badass kid. We don't even know if it would have been Jesus you would have been talking to, my nigga.
My Xbox made it to heaven before I did.
Babe, we also got to remember, this is whenever you was younger. Well, no, when you was young, you was a good kid. So never mind. You might have sat there and went to heaven. Never want to come back down because you could have sat there and been living, like playing GTA before it came out and shit. Cool.
Nah, not Xbox age. I bought my first Xbox with dope money. So, nah.
Just for the record, I'm pretty sure y'all can hear the level of eyes that I'm giving his picture right now.
Oh. Yes.
Right.
Very intimidating.
Right. So what I'm saying is I'm sitting here and I'm looking at this other bro and I'm just like, bro, I was like, yeah, babe, we're gonna have to go because dude, I'm gonna end up putting hands on this bitch. She like, oh, well, you know what? I'm not nothing to play with. I'm like, bro, all right, I'm gonna go ahead and walk out. Because if not, she talk more than me. If y'all know, y'all know. She talk more than me. Talking sounds good, but honestly, talking be for those ones that's trying to work themselves up, or those ones that really don't believe that shit. They trying to sound tough, or they sitting here and they egocentric, right? They letting their ego get away from them. Yeah, I'm not that person. I'm really cool until I get to that point. And if you want to get me to that point, baby, I'm just putting hands on you. And no, I'm not talking about to bless you. I don't give a fuck if you talking about Catholicism or Christianity, baby. I'm not putting hands on you to bless you. I mean, when I'm done, you might consider it a blessing depending on how much you learn. But, oh yeah, I was like, yeah, I got to get up out of here, bro. I'm about to straight put hands on this woman. And so afterwards, I was just like, and of course, hubby sat there and brought up in the car and I was like, yeah. I said, man, we need to make sure that I meditate and I'm in good moods every time I sit there and I come to see her. Because if not, yeah, she gonna fuck around, find out. Real quick. Anywho, moving on, right? So,
But no, I'd like to go back to earlier's conversation. For real, I think most men that get hit by women, the reason why they don't report it is because men are always looked as the instigators in situations like that in most cases. And then your ass go to jail. And now you fighting other grown men in jail or prison over that type of charge because they don't play that shit over there.
Yeah.
And then if you were an innocent man and you didn't even hit that woman and you reported her hitting you, you definitely don't want to be sitting in jail fighting a bunch of other grown ass men or getting your ass jumped for some shit you ain't even did.
I do have like a scenario question for you guys though.
What's up?
Okay, so this say okay, so let's say I was having, and I don't mean to be like, you know, like bring like sexual shit into this.
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, hold on. I got somebody in your back. Naga Genie, who this?
Yeah, I came up here, you know, from True Zone. Thank you.
Oh, I recognize you. You good people.
Yeah, facts.
What's up, my dude? Welcome.
Yeah, salute, bro. Much love and respect to the chat and the panel.
Do your thing, brother. I'm rocking out. Just know if I'm if I'm not here, I'm watching the whole thing, bro. So, you know, don't be afraid to be like, yo, Bronzebird, where you at? I'll jump on the panel and I'll just be like, yo, you got it. Feel me?
Well, Bronze, before you say that,
But keep in mind, Bronzebird is not no one's Captain Saver ho. Everybody is on their own.
You have now entered the danger zone.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go ahead and give some rules. Okay, so here, yes, Bronzebird may be in the back listening, but Bronzebird is not your daddy. He is not your Sky Daddy. He is not your savior. He is not your Captain Saberho. He is not your rescuer. He is not.
Sis.
I
recognize Naga. He's good people. He's mellow.
Okay.
Look,
that's for anybody. I'm just setting the scene because
I know.
There'll be a couple of times that we be having some people in here and then they end up, you know, feeling some type of way and then wanting to go to you to save them. And bro, I understand, you know, for bitches, you the second coming, and that's because they busting a nut. You not saving them niggas out there though.
But
and I just kind of need some people to know that.
Nah, it's cool. It's all right. But it's real quick. I just want to respond to 12. I see you instigating 12. You trying to ask me where Vagoda is at. You know Vagoda's not going to show up. He doesn't want to. Not that I wouldn't want him to show up, but you know, roast that motherfucker if you come up on the panel. You heard? But Naga, enjoy yourself. Have a good convo. I'm in the back if you need me. You heard?
Oh, you already, bro.
All right, my man. Enjoy yourself.
Yeah, I'm here, man. You know, I'm a fit. You know, where I fit in at. You know, seeing the conversation is already going. You know, right now I'm just listening. Bro.
Okay, I got you.
All right, but back to my scenario.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say I was having sex with some chick, right?
Right.
And, like after, you know, we get it off and all that stuff, like she wants to have more sex, like she wants to get more intimate, right? But then I'm tired and I need like rest. And then like when I keep telling her that I'm tired and I need to rest for like round 2, she just keeps on. Like, wouldn't that be like, Jesus Christ, not Meru, god damn it.
Hey, she's sexy though, but go ahead. Yeah, keep her up. Hey boo, how you doing?
Man, come on. So wouldn't that be like sexual harassment if I keep telling her like, hey, stop, let me just rest up first for a minute, then we can get back to doing it?
I'm gonna say something that people ain't gonna like, and once again, I really don't give a fuck.
Okay.
That is SA.
You. Yeah,
that's SA. That's not sexual harassment. That's assault, my dude. If you sit there and tell her no, and she keep rubbing on your Johnson, and you pull that motherfucker back, and you still tell her no, regardless of how nice you try to be about the shit, because you ain't trying to hurt a bitch's feelings, because you know men think bitches are emotional and shit, and she keep rubbing on your manhood, your ass, and all that shit. Yeah, that's sexual assault. All that shit.
Okay. All right. That's all I wanted to know. Because I wanted to be sure if like I'm grasping. Like,
here's the thing. You know, the pot can't talk about the kettle, right? So what's good for the goose is also good for the gander. For those who don't understand what those mean. If a woman can sit there and say, I don't want to have sex, and you have to stop. Bitch, that mean you too. Now, I'm not gonna lie. I've essayed my husband a couple times because as soon as he said no, I straight put that motherfucker in my mouth. Yep, I'm a criminal. Don't give a fuck. I mean, shit. It ain't like I was sitting there trying to work him up for round 2. He just so happened to want round 2. I just so happened to want to suck his dick. But the whole thing is, yes, I was aware that I was sexually assaulting my husband. I wasn't confused. I wasn't none of that other shit. So when a bitch does that, and this is why I sit there and I say bitch, sometimes women do it too, but the response is going to be a bit different, right? But when a bitch do that, especially if it's not your actual shorty, and you know what I mean? Like it's a random chick you get to know, regardless of whether you trying to get to know this bitch intimately well or not. Oh yeah, that's SA shit.
I agree 100%.
You already know, babe. You seen it. I'll drop a bitch on the floor. Like, get the fuck off me.
Oh, that shit was great. Oh my God. That was one of the best memories we have at a fucking club. I swear to God. There was a chick that was sitting there and trying to hit on my husband. She didn't know he was my husband, right? This bitch is drunk. Fucking she in a motherfucking bikini. Shit, the only thing she covering is her motherfucking nipples and twat, right? She gonna sit on my husband's lap. He done pushed the bitch on the floor. He's sitting there like, bitch, what you doing? Sitting there getting your raw, raggedy pussy juices on my motherfucking clothes and shit. Bitch, what you doing? So this bitch goes to the back. And she all huffing and puffing because she's intoxicated, right? I'm sitting there like, okay, what's going on? Oh, well, there's this dude that sat there and pushed me. I sit there and start laughing because the whole shit sounds funny as fuck to me. And then she's like, oh, well, this motherfucker that's it. I said, where is he sitting? She sat there and told me exactly where he was sitting. I said, yeah, that's me. She said, what you mean? I said, bitch, that's all me. He don't want you. That's mine. She goes, well, you shouldn't have your boyfriend. I said, that's my husband. Well, you shouldn't have your husband here. I said, well, bitch, you shouldn't be fucking drunk. But we're here. Don't sit there and try to give me a motherfucking ride out because the nigga wouldn't pay you. I said, guess what? I can go to any other motherfucker in this bitch. And I bet you what they not going to do is push me down to the ground. Want to put money on it? This bitch got mad and huffed out. she huffed and walked out. Tried to talk to some other motherfuckers sitting there talking about she want to fight me. They all sat there and was like, nah, you don't want to fight Alyza. No, you don't want to do that. First of all, you don't know how strong that little bitch is. Secondly, she will beat your ass and walk the fuck out of here and not get fired. Like they try to tell her. Shit, after one of the girls I really don't like sat there and told her, and I didn't know this girl actually liked me. But, at this time I was thinking that, we had a little beef or whatever. After she told her, this girl completely backed the fuck off like, yeah, Alyza will beat the shit out of you. And I'm like, don't tell people that. I want them to find out the hard way. That makes it more fun. Don't tell people.
So I got a question.
What's up?
So what do you think about, men, acting zeisty or being zeisty? They might not acting, but they being zeisty. What do you think about this type of man?
Wow. The one that is acting zesty or sassy.
Yeah,
is that
or
what you're
just
talking about?
being that. Right.
I'ma say this. My dudes, if y'all gay, just come out the closet. It ain't illegal no more. Period. Because if you sitting here and doing all that shit, and it takes a lot to be zesty. Matter of fact, we was talking about Neo earlier. That motherfucker's the epitome of zesty. When you can act more like a bitch than I am authentically, and I was born with a twat, yeah, baby. If you like dick, I'm not gonna judge you for liking dick. Just don't come at mine. But by all means, if you like to be pegged, my guy. Shit, wear that motherfucking dildo loud and proud.
All right, so I'm not. Let me try to kind of more direct with the question, right?
Okay.
Let's say, right? I know you just mentioned I've been listening. I know you just mentioned that you have a husband. You're married.
Yes.
So I'm not using your husband. Let me not put your husband in the category, right? But supposedly, right, you had a man that was being zeisty. Would you like feel comfortable being intimate with him, or would you
No.
feel comfortable with him being your man?
No, absolutely not. Once again, this is no shade to anybody else that has these kind of relationships. That's cool for you. What's good for you is not always good for me. I have an issue with the mindset of you're putting the same thing in my vagina that is a self-cleansing organism that you shove up somebody else's asshole. There's a whole lot of things that go into that asshole. There's also a whole lot of things that come out, right? I don't even eat chitlins because I'm not dealing with any type of animal intestines. So why would I allow somebody that has to shove their manhood up somebody else's anal cavity that also is connected to their intestines into my vagina that is a self-cleansing organism? Absolutely fucking not. Absolutely.
So do you think that's kind of like the same thing as certain women being overly aggressive?
No, I don't. Women being overly aggressive, it depends on the where and the why. Let me explain. If you have a woman, let's say she got a man, but you don't know she got a man. This ain't her husband. She ain't got no ring on, but let's say they're in a long time committed relationship or whatever. And she's still trying to be loyal to her man. And you sit there and you try to shoot your shot. You trying to holler at her. And she's like, no. And then you try to persist a little bit. So she gets more direct, a bit more aggressive with her no, right? That's not the same, right? Because what she's trying to do is let you know without saying it, she's not interested. Now, she don't have to go into details telling you that she's not on the market, this, that, and the third. She's just not interested. And if she's not interested, cool. Move on to the next chick. I mean, there's plenty of bitches in the sea. Yes, I know it's supposed to be fishes, but there's plenty of bitches in the sea as well, right? So whenever it comes to, like, let's say she aggressive due to a survival mindset. What that looks like is, women that have never been able to be soft. Not that they don't have the capability or the capacity, but that they have always been in some type of environmental situation, regardless of whether they put themselves there or not, to where they always have to be on guard. They always have to be, they feel like they always have to protect themselves because there is constantly threats all around them, right? And
yeah, I wouldn't take that as overly aggressive. So I definitely agree. That's how
right,
certain, her stance. But what I
right,
mean by overly aggressive, aggressive, is certain type of, women, that will talk to a man like, like I'm from New York, right? Like
right,
I'm not, I wasn't born in New York, but that's where I grew up at, right?
right.
So where, women will literally, look at you, in your face and tell you, nigga, I will fuck you up. Nigga, I beat niggas up too. Nigga, what's up? Like, you know? So I'm looking at that like as being overly aggressive. It could be like
Okay, I
by
see.
just you looking at them, you probably was feeling them. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
you like, damn, she probably looking good. But her, just coming up aggressive, nigga, what the fuck you looking at, nigga? And you be like, damn, why you like, nigga, yeah, we got a problem, nigga. Like, yeah, nigga, I beat niggas up too. You know what I'm saying? So I'm talking about these type of women, like, when
Okay.
you're being overly aggressive, like you overdoing, you know what I'm saying? So I was trying to say, is that kind of like the same way as, when man is being overly, like overly like I said, when they're being zeisty, to me that's that's being
Okay.
feminine. You know what I'm saying? So I
Right.
was trying to bring that out, you know what I'm saying? On the other hand, like how certain women, kind
Right.
of, being overly aggressive, that kind of make them look more masculine, you know what I'm saying, than how, but go
W-
ahead.
Well, no, that's actually the intent. Okay, so you remember the scenario I just gave where we don't know what the woman got going on, but
Right.
obviously she's putting on an extra layer of protection and she's trying to make herself look as undesirable. That's what you're describing. So let me go ahead and break down why a lot of women do this. With this type of mindset, it's going to lessen the interaction or the desirability that a man would have to her. Therefore, she will feel safer getting wherever the fuck she needs to get to, right? And not have to worry about somebody sitting there and trying to run up on her, assault her, you know, try to continue to push up on her or try to hit on her and then still ignore her no. Or to put her in a really unsafe position if she says no. Does that make sense?
Well, it's supposed to be making sense, but like me from my experience, a lot of time it get out of control, because that's not what she's inserting. She's not inserting the fact that, most of the time when she inserting that, these men or these niggas be like, all right, then, F you, da da da, and they'll walk away and shit. They'll
Right.
be parting ways. But in the situation that I'm talking about, it
Mhm.
turned into aggressively thing, where these women end up, getting their ass whooped, because they think that they could physically fight a man. You know what I'm saying?
No. That's not it.
Right.
Okay, so I want to just sit there and say this. Some women actually can fight men, but that's not what we're talking about. That exact scenario that you just gave to where a lot of dudes will sit there and back off, they'd be like, all right, then, you stupid bitch, this, that, and the third. If I know that if I'm not trying to be hollered at by you at all, and I also know I'm in a city where motherfuckers really don't take no for an answer, and they'll push up and push up and push up, right? Because I actually had to be a bit aggressive, but I did it in a very delicate way, and I ended up having to sit there and pull out a thing and sit there and show this nigga I wasn't playing with him. But when a woman does that, she's hoping to get the response of you walking away huffing and puffing. It really don't matter what you say, right? Depending, because some women, they don't like being called a bitch. Some women don't like being called a cunt. Shit like this. That honestly, semantics is irrelevant, right? But more so when you have a man that then feels like just because he was denied and now his ego is wounded because she sat there and was like, well, I fight niggas like you. It's not really, it's her sitting there and saying, if I need to protect myself, I absolutely will. And I will use all force to sit there and do it. That means some shit might be logical. Some shit might not be logical. I might sit there and pull out a pointy thing. I might sit there and pull out that thing. The Mickey Mouse tool. That's what I call mine. So, if you still sit, you know what I mean? That's almost like sitting there saying, hey, if you still sitting here and trying to run up, you might not go home. Now, once again, I'm not sitting there saying that there's not going to be a dude that's going to sit there and, text a gangster, shit like this, that's going to sit there and say challenge accepted. You know what I mean? But a lot of times when women do that, that's because they don't want to be bothered. They don't even want the thoughts that you can sit there and walk up to them and sit there and waste their time. It don't matter whether it's 10 seconds, 10 minutes, 10 hours. They're letting you know what? I don't want this. I'm not down for this. Just keep moving, right? Just keep swimming, kind of thing. But for some reason, a lot of people do not like that. And so whenever they're told to go away, the kid in them or the ego in them makes them want to sit there and say, oh, well, why should I have to go away? Want to sit there and resist. Why should I have to go away? Why do you not want to talk to me? Why is there a problem? They don't want to sit there and talk about how it goes into, okay, so some people internalize that. Am I not good enough if I'm not this? And, their ego kind of takes over, right? Even the man that feels like he has to prove a point to a woman to sit there and put hands on her. Because, whenever we break it down, if you already know, regardless of what this woman is saying, right? You already know that you can outdo her.
So you can
outfight her. Hold on. If you already know that you can outfight this woman, and that if it came to her protecting and you wanted to actually do something, you really could. Why do you feel the need to sit there and try to prove a point to somebody that you don't even know that you are crossing and passing? That's the real question right there. But no, I see your point though. Go ahead.
So you don't feel like women purposely give men mixed signals? Some women, I'm not saying
You
all women.
you
Don't
do
you don't
realize
feel
you're kind of all over the place. Your questions are not correlating. But do I believe that women give men mixed signals? Sure.
purposely give men mixed signals?
Do they do it purposely?
Right.
Sometimes, maybe, maybe not. And I say that because we also have to take in consideration and the way that we are raised up. Because I'm 40, okay? So, in the way that we are raised, especially from our mothers, grandmothers, aunties, other older matriarchs, if you will, we are taught to be delicate. We are taught to be quiet. We are taught to lower our head. We are taught to be damsels in distress, okay? That's the way we're taught to literally just be able to be accepted by society. Even if we have to play dumb, play delicate, play dainty. So there's a lot of men, especially nowadays, depending on who's raising you. Because like I said, I was raised by a woman that was born in 1934. Okay.
Right.
Whenever
That's why.
whenever a woman is raised to be like that, a lot of men take that as, oh well shit, she like me. Oh, she want me. Whenever a woman looks, looks at your face or looks at you at your eyes, in her mind, oh well, you know what? Okay, I'm looking at you so you can understand, what I'm saying is factual or you can take me serious. Men, once again, they take that as, oh shit, shorty bad. Shorty want me. Shit, she looking in my eyes and shit. She being all romantical and shit. She want the business. That is not what the fuck is happening. So when you say, do women purposely, like I said, some women do, some women don't. Some women have been able to master the art of being able to manipulate a man. Let's be honest, it's
Okay,
not
so
really that hard.
that's what I was talking about. That's why I said some women, not all women. So the answer is yes. Some women do purposely give men mixed signal. This is why these type of women, they're walking around. Oh, you gotta apply pressure, and their version of you applying pressure is them, is them, giving you, throwing you off, but they really want to test you to see if you really want them, right? That's giving me
No.
mixed. Hold on, man. I just let you speak, right? Because you're older than me. You said you're 40, right? I'm 31, right? So you're older than me. That's why I said, man, I let you speak. So just let me finish, give my spiel, because you're looking at this thing one-sided way. You're looking at it from the way that from the time that you're being raised. You're not looking at it from the generation that's being out right now. How most women nowadays, not all women nowadays, what I'm saying? I'm talking about this generation of women, from their from their 20s to their 30s. I'm not talking about their 40s and up. Right, these women, they will purposely, give men mixed signal. You know what I'm saying, to have you chase them around, and they have a whole. And some of them, like I said, they really they have a lot of masculine traits. Where they will think that they could challenge a man. You know what I'm saying? Into a fist fight or into a physical fight. I don't know what state you're from. Your state probably have open carry. And obviously, that's security, that's safety for anybody, whether it's a man or whether it's a woman, having, having a carry, having a gun, that's safety for both parties. So, like I said, I don't know what state you're in, but when I'm talking about New York, that's not open carry. So when I'm talking about these women, challenging these men, like as if that, they could get into a fist fight with these men. And most of them do, get their ass whooped, because physically, physically and naturally, a woman is not fit to fight a man unless she is trained for that. Unless she is trained for that, naturally, she's not fit to do that.
He ain't lying. Them chicks in the Bronx and in Brooklyn, them chicks be wilding. They be wilding like a motherfucker down there in the barrels.
No, baby, I understand that. I was gonna write down some things. Okay, so I'm 40, but I haven't always been 40. I just
But
turned 40.
I don't know, man. I'm from Kansas City. I'm from the Midwest. I look at chicks like that. Them bitches is borderline dykes. They go to the county jail. They probably got another chick in there waiting to lick their pussy. I don't fuck with them type of females.
Hey, that's why
of course not, nigga. You married. What the fuck are you even talking about?
Well, I'm saying even before you, babe, the relationships before you, I try to steer clear from chicks like that.
Well, he like pretty girls, so it don't matter. My husband is shallow as fuck. He like pretty girls. He ain't gonna sit there and go for one that look like a stud. You know.
But yeah, that's what my question, was in direct line to the
in Brooklyn and Bronx. They be looking like little young, pretty, hot things, and you be in your 20s and shit. Be like, hey, and that chick be wilding and more gangster than you be. This should be wild.
That's exactly why my question was in direct line to men being, very feminine, right? That's why that question was in direct line to these women being very masculine, right? And but that didn't go well because I'm talking to somebody that that's outside of that, that have a different perspective. Like I said, I'm a young cat, you know what I'm saying? I'm old, I think I'm old, but obviously compared to somebody that's 40 or 50 or 35, I'm young. They're like, man, come on, young buck, let me teach you something. But what I was saying, is in relevance to my generation. These women, that act that way is a very throw off, just like, a man that will, that act or that's act or being zeisty is a throw up to a real feminine woman. Is the same way a woman that's act very masculine is a throw up to a real man. That's fact.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Here's the thing, because I actually already answered your question. And even with the scenario that you threw out, you already answered that as well. My answer earlier was the fact that women do this as an extra layer of protection because they either are not interested or they don't want to be pursued. Okay. So the way my husband even sat there and broke it down, they look like some pretty dainty little things. And then whenever you decide to pursue them, to approach them, to initiate engagement, this is their response. It's their response because they are not interested and they do not want to risk the chance of being either essayed, being raped, or for whatever reason, not making it home. Right? So whenever you sit there and you have a thing, and once again, this can be in New York, this can be in Florida, this can be in Georgia, this can be in Atlanta, this can be in Detroit, Chi-Town, all that shit. I'm telling you, women do that for the same reason. It's protection. Because I'm gonna tell you, hold on. I'm gonna tell you this. A woman who's interested. Let me ask you this. Have you ever experienced that a woman that was interested in you sat there and came to you with the exact same energy?
So wait. So you saying these type of women with the right man, they gonna let their hair down, they gonna start wearing dresses, they gonna stop talking like they thug hot shit?
Babe, what do you mean? We've seen it in person.
I mean, I've seen it with some chicks, yeah, but
right.
With certain chicks, it never go down like that.
Because they ain't met that right nigga. And on top of the fact that they so traumatized by niggas, they looking for bitches now. So, I mean, like, at the end of the day, it's still another level of protection. So, and my question was, and I'll repose it. Mm-hmm. When a woman is interested in you, has a woman ever came to you with masculine energy when she's interested in you?
Yeah, I have a lot of women that liked me and they used to play fighting with me all the time. They initiate, in your 30s? They initiate, physical, touch, with me, and like how men would do, how men would play fighting, slap boxing. I have a lot of women, like I said, I'm from NYC, like that would try to play fighting with me. That would literally square up and play fighting with me and end up finding out these women like me, right? And we end up like, getting, this shit cleared out. Like, all right, that's what this energy is about. So a lot of women, they like physical touch, but my thing is, I don't think that any woman, right, should initiate. I don't think any woman should initiate, right, physical, right, physical aggressions, right, towards any man, right, to
no, hold on. That's jumping. Hold on.
Let me just,
because I just asked the question. I just wanted you to answer it.
I answered it.
Right. And you did. Right. So here's my thing. So are we gonna talk about what it is about you and your man's that's attracting some overly aggressive, as you say, type of chicks that got to sit there and hit you in the arm to sit there and let you know that they interested? Because for real, there's been I mean, shit, whenever I sat there and got with my husband, that is not the engagement that I had. Now, I did touch him. I touched his arm. I touched his neck.
I ain't
I didn't
talking
have
about
to.
that, man.
No,
I said squared up. I
all
said
right.
squared up
But
with you
hold
like,
on,
yo,
hold
what
on.
up, nigga?
But my whole thing is, you know, if you were, what is it about you that is attracting women? And what is it about you that's telling these women, that is signaling to these women that they have to be hard to interact with you? I
That ain't
think
had nothing to do
honestly
with me.
that
That have everything to do with just because I attract all type of women.
Hold on,
That
guys. My thing is it also it deserves the attention of what is your intentions with this woman? Is you just trying to smash, or are you trying to have a lasting thing? Because if you're trying to have a lasting thing, this is the type of woman when she enters the room, you can't help but your eyes follow her, and you know. Be the right woman, she got to be noticing you and her eyes locking on to you too. And then between y'all gonna feel that connection, bro.
Yeah, I've done attract all type of women, bro. Grown women that's older than me. I've always been that type ever since I was young. Women that's older than
Yeah,
me,
but I'm
women
saying,
that's around my
what are
age.
your intentions? Are you trying to find that one, or are you just trying to smash a chick? Because to smash a chick, the situation gets a lot less complex and a lot easier. You know what I'm saying? But if you're trying to capture a woman's heart, her mind, her soul, all of that, that takes a lot of time, work, effort, precision, knowing that woman.
baby, he's not there yet. It really, now I could be wrong, but it sounds like he's just trying to find something to fuck on, and there's a bit of aggression that's going there, and that's not that also might have that may play a
Can I
key
speak for
factor.
myself?
Well, yeah, but give me a second. That might also play a key factor as into why we're getting, you know, chicks that are a bit aggressive, especially if they only know they're going to be there for a little while. And I'm talking about from the female mind point, because like you said, I'm 40. You're talking about women that are 30. Bruh, it wasn't that long ago I was still in my 30s. I mean, women have not completely changed. Okay. So, I mean, but go ahead. By all means, I'll go ahead and give you the floor.
Right. So, went to the question you asked, brother. Right. I'm not talking about me looking, right? These type of women, I'm not talking about me looking, because if I'm looking, I know what to look for, where to look for, and who to look for, right? As a man, I'm not talking about these type, women that I was looking for, right? And obviously, if I'm looking for, I've always been that type. When I'm looking for somebody, I'm looking for something serious. I've done been, with certain women, right? That I was, I was pursuing something serious with them, right? And it was so I didn't even initiate, any sexual things for so long, to the point that, they even give me props for that. They appreciate the fact that I have never initiated, sexual things. So that's me. That's because when it comes to me pursuing things, you know what I'm saying? I want to see where your mind is at first, right? That's my thing. I want to see where your mind is at, what you build. Do you have a good head on your shoulder? You know what I'm saying? Because when it comes to, sexual, thing, I grew up from that. Is really everywhere, for real. When it comes to me, like, it's really everywhere, like, for real. So like I said, when the way I was talking about these women, you know what I'm saying, that comes towards me. These women that will purposely, give you a mixed signal, like they will feel you some type of way, but they won't come and talk to you and let you know that they feel you. They will, start to do weird shit, right? Weird shit, aggressive shit, in order to get your attention. I was talking about these type of women, but like I said,
Well, no, you don't want them.
Obviously, if I'm looking, right, I know where to look and who to look for, and like I said, it's always something serious. I'm never the type to be like, oh yeah, I'm going to pursue this woman just to get in her pants. No, that's not me, because I could get, to women pants that will come towards me that like me for who I am, right? So it's never about that. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about women initiate. This is why I said that it's not about who, or really not about me. It's really about the type of women they are and the way that they choose to approach a man. Because it's very uncomfortable for a woman to approach a man when they like them and have feelings for the man.
So I have a question.
Go ahead.
Going off of what you stated, if you're not engaging with these women, if you're not interested in these women or anything like this, then why are you asking questions about a group of individuals that you would not pursue?
Again, just because I'm not pursuing it doesn't mean I can't question the behavior, right? Just like I'm not interested in men that act anxiety. I really don't care, right? But I brought it up, right? In order, for me to question, certain women, right, that have masculine trait and that felt like it acceptable, right?
Yeah, it was relatable. Yeah, I understand.
Thank you. That's all it was, for real.
Nah, I just, women are acting weird and doing all that shit. I just ask them what's the motherfucking deal. Just like I'd ask another motherfucking dude if he around me acting weird. I ain't got playing no games.
Right.
And I've been like that since I was young. Like, don't play no stupid mind games with me. What the fuck's going on?
Right. I mean, me as a woman, I would sit there and say, dude, are you okay? Do you need help?
Nah, I'm not.
Like, I mean, not you, but I mean, like, if I had a dude, hell, even if I had some chicks, because I've actually, look, I have stories. I really need to write a book, I swear. I've had stories of chicks that have come to me, a woman that has my wedding rings on my hand, because I do not take them off, okay? And they've been like, damn, mom, you fine? Okay. I don't even say thank you, just okay. Like, duh, bitch. I mean, I woke up like this. I see myself. I know. You know what I mean?
What that song say?
And then they'll be like, damn, you know what? Shit, you know what? You gotta have a man with shit. You want a bitch too? No, thank you. You think I want somebody that have to deal with their fucking periods and I gotta deal with fucking mind swings, mood swings, and mannerisms? Nah, I'm good. I'm good. Ah, well, damn, that's only because you don't know what you're missing. You're absolutely right. And until I know, it don't look like much. Have a good day. Like, I mean, but I've had women literally like corner me, like, God, you so fine, da 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 da. And I'm like, dude, if you don't get the fuck away from me. I mean, I had one, I'm not gonna lie. This chick, oh, she was bad, bro. She was bad. She was motherfucking gorgeous. Look, the bitch smelled good. She looked good. She had a cute little gap in her teeth. And then she picked me up and pinned me against the wall. And she was like, she said, damn, oh, you smell so good. I wonder what you taste like. I was like, damn, bitch. Hi, my name is. I'm like, damn, you ain't even offering a bitch a drink or nothing. Get the fuck off me, weirdo. Like, damn. And then, she ended up being a fucking coworker, right? And I'm sitting here like, is this how you approach everybody? Because I understand you were trying to make an impression. That was not the impression that you want to make with everybody, right? She was just like, nah, you know what? I'm sitting there and I'm just showing you I can sit there and be all that you need. No, ma'am. If you couldn't even say hello to me, how could you account for anything that could possibly sit there and be on my fucking list of anything? You couldn't even say hello. Like, I had to ask you to sit there and say, to even ask my name, like, bitch. So, I mean, I do understand women being very, very aggressive. I do. It happens to women as much as it happens to men. Actually a little bit more so, depending, because, they'll sit there and try to, if it's a pretty bitch or a pretty woman, they think that, this is more so what they might be attracted to because they, it's the whole trying to be the male or the masculine energy in that union, if there is to be a union. Does that make sense? Amongst two females. Now, I can't speak on why there's a whole lot of women that are in New York, other than the ones that honestly are really trying to do the whole bear thing. They're sitting there and trying to, make a whole lot of noise. Stuff like this, so you'll leave them alone, and for a lot of times it works. But for those that are trying to initiate an engagement with a man by sitting there and trying to be like, bro, like, why would you do that thinking he want to mess with you? Because if he do want to mess with you, then in the back of my mind, that motherfucker might be gay. Because if he's gonna willing to mess with you and you acting masculine, don't that mean he gonna sit there and try to fuck your homeboy who is masculine?
That's what I was gonna say. When it comes to the women assume the masculine position, what end up happening, some women do that. right? Because they could see that they probably really like the man, but they see that the man have a lack of masculinity, and they asserted that, right? They they assume that position. What end up happening in this relationship, they don't take these men serious. They end up walking all over the man until they lose attraction for the man, and end up doing like what you said, right? End up messing with the homeboy, messing up with the ops, or whatever the case may be, with other men, doing all type of things because they don't have no respect for you. You know what I'm saying? They could walk all over you.
I mean, I see exactly where you're coming from, but I'm going to go ahead and stretch that a little bit further, because I really do think that a lot of men think that that is that perfect mix that makes that. Women who are not truly attracted to you will get bored. Me, I'm not going to lie. Before I got with my husband, I want to say the longest relationship I would have would be between 2 and 3 years. And I would get so bored, bro. Look, watching your nose flare for you to breathe would irk my fucking soul. Bro, why the fuck is, look, why is your nostril, why is it I can see all your boogers in your nose when you breathe? Like, can you like fucking fix, like, I mean, I would get so irritated and I would get so annoyed. I'm like, dude, do you not realize you make noise every single time you breathe in? Do you know how annoying that is? And that's some shit that they can't even fucking help a nigga. They gotta breathe. Shit, they gotta live. But I mean, whenever I was getting bored, and this is how I knew that the relationship was pretty much close to an end, or it was actually about to end, like drastically. Everything you did annoyed me. Your walk annoyed me. Your look annoyed me. Your face annoyed me. Your breathing annoyed me. Your touch annoyed me. Your presence, your fingerprints, your energy annoyed me. If I knew you were going to be coming home at a certain motherfucking time, 30 minutes before and 30 minutes after would annoy my fucking soul. Do you hear me? I literally, my whole fucking demeanor would, my anxiety, I would start itching and all kind of shit just because I didn't even want to think about the thoughts of you being in the motherfucking space with me. Like real shit. And then those relationships would end. And one of the ways, because mind you, my husband asked me to marry him within our first year and a half of being together. And I actually had him, I sat there and I agreed to it, but I did sit there and tell him that I wanted to plan the wedding. And I actually planned the wedding 3 years out. And the reason why is because I actually wanted to get to the part where if we could make it 3 years and I didn't have to deal with any, like, I could still find him sexy. I could still find him enjoyable. I could still find his energy pleasurable. That was my guy. Because for everybody else, baby, 3 years. Look, whenever it came to 2.5 years, that was that Cinderella clock that was sitting there and starting to ding. And by 3 years, oh no, I'd be tired of you. I wasn't tired of him. Come to find out, I wasn't tired of him after 4 years, after 5 years, after 10 years, after 15 years, after 20 years. Still my dude. Matter of fact, this man is still sexy every single time he comes in. And he's sitting there and just looking at me. And I'm just like, yeah, that's all me. You know what I mean? I'll be so happy. I sit there and be talking to my inner self like, Alyza, I'm so proud of you. You made the right decision, boo. I'm so proud of you.
So I got another question. So this is kind of about what you was talking about. So do you think women get bored? Also, if they can predict your every move as a man?
I can't answer that because I've never tried to. I've never had a desire to. And I can only really answer that question from my own personal perspective. I can't speak for everybody else. So I don't try to second guess or do all that stuff to what a man is doing. Do you know how exhausting that would be? I got to figure out my life and then I got to sit there and second guess, or I got to sit there and try to co-sign or micromanage yours. That's annoying as fuck. That's exhausting.
That's what I'm saying. So when I say, when you can predict, not that you going out of your way to see what your next man move gonna be, but because they so, like how people say, I'm an open book, right? And when you look through the book, it's only 2 chapters and 10 pages.
I'm sorry. I like that. Go ahead.
I'm talking about that kind of, predictable. Like, what I'm saying? They so, like surface level with things like how they do things. It's like you could just tell like, yeah, he about to watch this show, or yeah, he about to go to this restaurant, he about to take me to this restaurant because it's the
Okay,
same restaurant we always go to, or
I
he about
got
to
you.
go ahead.
All right, so I understand. To me, that's not being predictable. That's me recognizing patterns, right?
Right.
And I mean, shit, I'm a Virgo. I mean, actually, I'm a cusp. Sometimes, whenever I'm outside, I'm very much a Leo. When I'm inside, I'm very much a Virgo, right? So I pinpoint patterns. I see things that, if something has happened 2 or 3 times before, to my brain, there is a higher percentage of a chance that it happens again. Now, don't get me wrong. It's rare that I'm wrong, but I am wrong from time to time. My husband will tell you it's rare, but it does happen. And when it does happen, it's usually a very pleasant surprise. But I have sat there and told him, babe, you've done this already, right? He said, well, like 2 years ago, you sat there and did XYZ, because once again, I also pay attention to detail. Okay. Once again, that's not all women. Hell, that might not be all signs. If you know anything about a Virgo, we pay attention to motherfucking detail. Mm-hmm.
Hey, so do I. I'm a Scorpio.
Oh, Lord. Well, no wonder you talking about women. Scorpios are hoes. I said what I said, but moving on, right? So, with that being said, right, because my husband is an Aries. So, with that being said, I pay attention to patterns and I pay attention to detail. So, I'll be like, babe, 2 years ago, you sat there and did the exact same thing. And I actually started to notice that, your body was doing this, your face was doing this. And then later on, you expressed that you were feeling this, that, and the third. So, how are you doing? Are you okay? Is there something that you want to talk about? Is there something that's stressing you out? Because I pick up on patterns. Now, for some of those ladies, or some of the scenario you were given, that also might be picking up on patterns, right? Because it might not be that she can predict what you do. It might be something that even if you don't notice it and you don't recognize it, it's something you do often. A lot of times whenever we're going in life, we're not really thinking too much on, our routines, right? And so whenever you're trying to get to know somebody, more than likely they're going to pick up on you. Hold on. They should. Air quotes. Should be in the operative word. They should be able to pick up on certain things you do repetitively. This also goes for people, not just women, but people who those people that notice that their man is cheating, or they notice that, oh, well, you know what? He's acting different. He's acting funny. Men that sit there and notice, oh, well, you know what? Hey, she's doing her hair. She's sitting there and wearing new lingerie. Shit, I ain't seen her in it. She ain't sat there and fucked me in it. What kind of lingerie? These are things that are done outside of the pattern of routine, right? So whenever you're dealing with routine, I'm going to say it's not so much that she can predict it, depending on how long you guys have been together. If you guys have been together for a while and it's a routine, yeah, she can pretty much predict what's going to happen, because it's not really predicting, it's just noticing patterns.
Well,
right?
I agree with with everything that you said, because if you're with a with a woman, or for the woman, if you're with a man, for a certain amount of time, you should know certain things about your man. You should recognize
Right.
that pattern, like, oh, I'm hungry, that, or when I'm hungry, or if I got something going on in my mind, how I'm
Right.
acting certain way, if I'm in my feelings, if I'm in my emotions, or where I don't really want to talk right now, like, it's
Right.
certain things that you should recognize. But what I'm talking about, like, is, for example, like, let's say I say, oh, babe, pack your bag, pack your bag, we're going on a vacation. Like, you shouldn't already know I'm either going to Puerto Rico or Dominican Republic or Haiti, because I'm from Haiti. You shouldn't already know I'm going to either one of these 3 countries. Like, you know what I'm saying? You should be like, oh, damn, where are we going this time, baby? Like, what country we going to? Because it's all, it's never the same. You know what I'm saying? Like, because you have certain, like, every time they want to go on a vacation is, oh, I'm going to Miami, I'm going to Dominican Republic, I'm going to the Bahamas. It's always the same. So, it kind of like, all right, it's not like I could already tell, like, man, I could predict, like, we going in either one of these countries. It's never like, oh, we're going to Spain this year. You know what I'm saying? It's never like, like, nah, babe, like, I'm going to Spain. Oh, wow, like that got me off guard. Or nah, I'm going to Greece. Oh, damn, wow,
Right.
I didn't think about that. That's what I'm talking about. Predictable. It's like it's certain things that it shouldn't be the same. Like yo, lady or your partner shouldn't already, I mean, should be able to predict, what I'm saying, where you're going on a vacation. I'm just using that, or we
Right.
going out to eat, right? You know what I'm saying, tonight. Like she shouldn't be able to predict that we're going to our favorite restaurant. You know what I'm saying? Like it
Right.
should be like, nah, we going, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, that's my favorite restaurant. I eat there most of the time, but that doesn't mean that that's where I eat every time we're going out. I eat at the same restaurant. You know what I'm saying? Or the same
Right.
3 or 4 restaurant. That's what I'm talking about. Like we should have, it should be like, oh man, I can't wait to see which, you know what I'm saying, what country will go. That's how she should be thinking. Like, oh, I can't wait to see, where he's taking me. Or I can't wait to see what restaurant, like, we're going to eat today. I can't wait, it should always be that, instead of like, oh yeah, I'm already know that, I'm going to certain these things. So yeah, I do agree, like it's certain things that she should be able to predict, or recognize, pattern. But I'm also talking about, like that's why I say it shouldn't be just 2 chapters and 8-10 pages. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I
So it
got you.
should be, yeah.
It sounds like you're saying that you want somebody that has depth, and somebody not only depth but appreciation. That means that even if you are going to the same fucking restaurant, she's gonna appreciate being able to get out the house and go and eat at, that favorite spot. I mean, me and my husband, we have a favorite spot. Well, shit, we got 3 of them, but one of them is gone. Baby, I think the racist restaurant, I think they're gone. And there's a story behind that that's fucking hilarious. But um, I don't have a problem whenever we're going to our usual spot, because our usual spot is both of our favorite spots. You know what I mean? But whenever we're going out, I don't automatically predict that that's where we're going, right? Because there are times where, like you were saying, he's spontaneous. So I like soul food, especially if I don't have to cook it. And well, hold on. If I know there's a good cook, preferably a melanated cook, that's my preference. I'm not saying all places got to have a melanated cook, but if you're supposed to be a soul food, I want you to preferably be a melanated cook. And it's some good ass soul food. Yeah, he'll be like, babe, hey, you know what? There's a spot I want you to check out, and it'll be somewhere I've never gone. And then I'll sit there and tell him, hey, we tend to, go there and kind of grade the food, from an A to an F. And
That's what I'm talking about. Spontaneous. That's what I'm
yeah,
talking about. So she should
spontaneity.
always,
Yeah,
like, you should always be excited, like, oh man, I can't wait, to see where my man is going to take me. It shouldn't be, I'm like I said, it's cool. She could appreciate, like I said, we should always have a favorite, our favorite thing that we go to. But I'm also saying it should be the other side, that where you just don't know what's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? And
right,
you excited because it's always end up turning, to be good. Like, you know what I'm
right.
saying? That's what I'm talking about.
Well, that's just appreciation right there. I mean, we have a lot of people who honestly have been in relationships, and this can be from 2 months to 2 years to, 2 decades. We have a lot of people that after a while, there isn't any appreciation. It's more expected. It's expectation with a lack of appreciation. And whenever you guys end up getting to the point where you guys have that, there's already trouble in paradise. I'm not even gonna hold you. Because for real, you should always be able to appreciate somebody doing something for you. Because here's the thing that a lot of people don't seem to here's a concept a lot of people don't tend to grasp. People don't have to do shit for you. They really don't. And you know, when people don't, people feel some type of way. But and I'm gonna just use me as an example. But if I'm doing something for you and I see that there's no appreciation, why the fuck would I want to keep doing the shit? Right? So let's say my husband's sitting here and taking me out somewhere, and it's somewhere new, regardless of whether it's somewhere new or somewhere not new. If he's sitting there taking me out and I'm not having to foot the bill or anything like this, right? And this is back whenever we were dating. We've been married for a very long while, but this is back when we were dating, right? I would always appreciate it because I understand that he don't have to do that shit. There's plenty of dudes and females that will rather not, and they won't. The most spontaneity that they'll have is ordering something new that they end up not liking from fucking DoorDash or Grubhub. And that's as far as they'll take it. I mean, my husband has taken me to Mexican restaurants. I'm not a huge fan of Mexican food. He's taken me to Mexican restaurants. I always end up finding something that I like. I actually have one restaurant that I really, really, really like because, baby, look, they got some of the best motherfucking tamales. Ooh, some tamales and empanadas. But the thing is, I had to even get to the point where, because he would ask me if I want to go, and I would be like, no, no, no. So one day he was just like, all right, babe, come on. We're going to go ahead and go to a spot. Okay. Ends up going there. I was already looking like, I really don't like, don't really care for Mexican food. He said, I know you really don't like Mexican food, but look at the menu. Go ahead and get something you like. I would sit there and order something that I knew and I was comfortable with. That shit ended up being bomb. So then I felt more comfortable to order maybe something I wasn't comfortable with. You know what I mean? And that shit ended up being bomb too. You know what I mean? So, I mean, it's just it's the level of appreciation. But go ahead.
Yeah, right. I'm pretty sure, well, everybody, love appreciation, but me, I feel like, I'm gonna always know if my woman appreciate me because you're gonna do what I like in the bed and in the kitchen, right? And outside of that, too, right? So I know you appreciate me if you care about my belly, right? And if you care, about the bedroom, I know you appreciate me, right? Cause that's the first two things that women that when they start to feel a certain way, they ain't gonna cook for you no more, right? And when they feel a certain way, they ain't even gonna sleep with you no more, cause you probably end up being disgusting, right? So what I'm saying, I'm gonna know my woman appreciate me, if she treat me a certain way. What I was talking about is more as a man, right? I feel like men should be unpredictable because that really
Yes.
got women going, by
Yeah,
being
they should be
unpredictable.
spontaneous. I agree.
Right. That's more what I was kind of, talking about. But I definitely do agree, appreciation, go a long way, on both sides. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Cause I mean, I know dudes that'll sit there and do something spontaneous for their chick, and the bitch will sit there and whine and complain and bitch the entire fucking time. Not only that, but whenever they get to a new spot, fucking make a fucking scene. And I'm just gonna say, from the man's perspective, man, look, can y'all imagine how embarrassing that shit is? To sit there and be trying to do something for a girl. And now understand, this happens on both sides, but from what I've seen, okay, I'm going off of anecdotal from what I've seen. These women, they have this mindset of expectation. And so whenever a man does do something, oh, he don't do it because, he appreciates me or anything. He does it because that's what he's supposed to do as a man. Okay. I mean, if that's the way you was raised, that's the way you was raised. Once again, I can't sit there and knock that. For me, the way I was raised is, a man don't have to do shit for you. A man, a lot of times, and this is for those that aren't comfortable being verbal. So you have a lot of people that don't really say I love you, and they sit there and they show that I love you in different ways, right? By doing different things. Now, once again, I'm not sitting there saying that this is everybody. I'm not sitting there and telling people to do this, but I know some people that actually respond this way. And whenever they're actually showing you that they care, they're considerate, they're thinking about you, they're thinking about what you would like, they're taking time out of their day to plan something for you. Because that is something that a lot of females say they want. Real ones, we love it and we appreciate it. Not all of us are real ones. I'm gonna let y'all sit there and fill in the blank there. But what we're not gonna do is sit there and cause an entire fucking scene in the goddamn restaurant. Or, at a theme park or at a carnival, or you know what I mean? At something that somebody else is actually taking time out of their day, took you into consideration. to sit there and make sure that they had the finances, or it was something that you would like. So this is not just finances, right? This is seeing what kind of food they have, what kind of rides they have, what kind of engagement, interactions, if it's something that you would like. And
go
ahead, baby.
Now I was just gonna say I agree because
I was talking to my husband.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just thought you was talking in general. But you go ahead. I just
Babe, did you want to respond? Okay, he might not be able to respond right now. Go ahead.
But I was just gonna say I agree because even though he was talking to me, because I've seen it played out, many times that certain things escalate in the public, and then people wondering why, people questioning why you still with them, right? Because the way you was making a scene, out in the public, whether it's the men's side or the woman's side. People thought that, man, y'all was gonna broke up. Ain't no coming back from this. But they keep seeing you with this, and people keep talking about your relationship because y'all putting it out there. So I felt like when it comes to certain things, it should happen, within closed door. It shouldn't be out in the public and putting people in your business. When you put people in your business, people, that's why people want in the first place. They want to be in your business and know what you're going on. So you're inviting them, to talk about, your relationship or what you got going on. You know what I'm saying? And or influence it, most of the time is in a negative way instead of being in a positive way. That's a fact.
Yes, it is. Give me a second. Sorry, I'm in here being mom too. We're on spring break.
Oh, no, you got it. Sure.
So it's just, well, no, I honestly, I agree with that. Like,
the other thing I was talking about, if you probably in and out for a little bit, is that I kind of not agreeing with men shouldn't be doing things for your woman, because if that's your woman, you should do the things that pleases her, the thing that that she want. Obviously, of course, if she able to do it herself, then she can do it herself. But it shouldn't be a obligation that she have to be doing her own thing. You know what I'm saying? It's the fact that
yeah.
I think that it's your responsibility as a man, to take care of your woman. You know what I'm saying? That's just me. That's just how I was raised. I ain't really see certain women was doing things on their own until they there was a widow, or they ain't had a man. And even then, some of them had the cousin, their uncle doing things for them. Because they understand that, okay, my such and such doesn't have a man, so it's certain thing that she needs to be done. I'm going to be doing it for her as a man,
right.
whether it was an uncle or a cousin, you know what I'm saying? A man in the family, understood that, all right, she's a widow, her husband passed away, you know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna be doing that, for her. So, you know what I'm saying? So even so, it's other men that will come and step in and, and understand that, yeah, man, I'm going to, to take on that role. That's why where I come from, a lot of, women, they intend to be, like, I'm an independent woman, I gotta do. Nah, they embracing the fact that, man, I need a man that's gonna take care of me. Like, and I don't know, I just love that, I love
Well,
that. Go ahead.
we also have to add this in there. There's a lot of that because I'm a daddy's girl. So yes, I know my dad. Yes, I've been spoiled by my dad, and I'm very much a daddy's girl. But my dad also told me he taught me how to work on cars. He taught me how to reject somebody. He pretty much told me how to, if there's ever a time I don't feel comfortable, pretty much, you know what? Don't let my ego get involved. Just get the fuck out of Dodge. Because at the end of the day, as a man, he has an idea of how these other men are.
Facts.
Right. So because of that, he wanted me to be independent until I found my guy.
Facts.
Once I found my guy, he don't have a problem with me being soft, dainty, things of this nature. But until then, he also understands how aggressive men can be, how persistent men can be, how unhealthy. And I say unhealthy versus toxic. Toxic is whenever you're in a relationship with somebody. Once again, it don't matter whether it's 2 days, 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years, 2 decades. But whenever you're not, and like, let's say somebody is sitting there and trying to stalk you outside your house and they hide in the bushes type shit. That's aggressive. You know what I mean? That's very unhealthy. That's unhinged, right? And him being a man of quite a few children himself, right? He already knows how other men can be. So he taught me to be independent. He taught me to do and to get out of any situation where most of the women need a man. I will use this as an example. He taught me how to sit there and work on cars. So if I ever needed to sit there and change anything in my car, if I needed to change my oil, if I needed to fix my tire, if I needed to do anything that, your average man could do, instead of asking for help, I make sure to always have those things in my car. Always. There's never a day I take it out and I don't put it back in there, right? To always have the things I need, because one, a man might not be there, and we still have, especially when it comes to the car, we still have somewhere to go. Two, the last thing you want is to end up getting a serial killer because, your tire blew and you was waiting on somebody to come and be your white knight, and it ends up being, the city gesture or the city drunk. Does that make sense? So he always taught me early on, look, this is how you do this. Get it done. Get back on the road. This way I know you're safe. You don't have to wait around for somebody to try to rescue you, try to save you, or any of this, because a lot of times when these people do this, we're not saying all the time, but there is a high percentage of a chance that whenever somebody's doing something for you, they're not going to sit there and do it out of the kindness of their heart. They want something in return. And I'm not going to sit here and say that he's always been right, but my daddy ain't never led me wrong. Right? So, with that being said, that was just one example, but there's been a few examples of times where he's taught me, yeah, don't do this. I don't care what they say. I don't care what they do. Be comfortable being independent. Be comfortable being by yourself. Be comfortable being able to be in a room and sit in your own thoughts and things of this nature. Be comfortable being with yourself and not having or needing to sit there and try to fill up the other space with someone else's attention or someone else's energy. Because a lot of times it's not going to be someone of the same sex. From time to time it is. If you have a homeboy that you want to sit there and talk to something about, or a homegirl, or, something like this, and, you're a woman and you have a homegirl that you want to sit there and hang out with, or you're a man and, you got a homeboy that you want to sit there and, kind of kick it with a little bit because you don't really want to be by yourself. But it's okay to also be by yourself. You don't always have to fill up that time, because a lot of times whenever you're finding somebody to fill up that time, sooner or later, fucking is involved. Don't matter how, don't matter when, don't matter how long it took y'all to get from ABC 1, 2, 3 XYZ. That don't matter. The whole thing is, you started off being by yourself. You ended up being under this person. Right?
Well, I agree 100%. I think that's what any great man, like your pops would do, right?
Mm-hmm.
And one thing I would say, right, I will raise my daughter, in a way to understand that, she doesn't have to be on the front line, right? Because, it's danger in being at the front line, right? So I would, what I would teach my daughter, everything, how to be independent, how to be other that, but I will also teach her how to be, how to find a good man. I will also teach her, right, the good quality that a good man wants from a woman. I think, a lot of time and that's just me speaking in general, right? I think a lot of time women or men don't necessarily know, what are the good traits, right? And what they're looking for, right? If I'm looking for a good woman, I should know what kind of trait a good woman a woman want, right? And and the being that having these good traits. So I can't say I want a good woman, but I'm out here, being, like how
Right.
every other nigga are. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And vice versa, because every other nigga is not a good man. And it's vice versa with the woman. If she want a good man, I can't, teach her, that she could have any, all these traits like any other woman have, because every other woman is not necessarily a good woman. You know what I'm saying?
Correct. Yes.
But
Absolutely. I'm sorry. I just called my kids gremlins, so now I'm spraying them with water. We're having fun over here.
yeah,
Okay, so no, I agree 100% with you. I mean, I used to sit there and say something similar that, um, there's a whole lot of people that supposedly want a good woman, but honestly, they're not even good to themselves and they don't know what a good woman looks like. Whenever you sit there and ask them, okay, so what does that woman look like? What you mean? Oh, what she does? Oh, she cook and she clean and she fuck real good. No, that's not. I mean, shit, you can get a maid for that. What I said was, what does a good woman look like? And honestly, I can sit there and say it till I literally am Caucasian and they still won't understand what the fuck I'm talking about. So no, you're 100% correct. 100%. But see, already my mom had raised me to be a wife. And now, mind you, I did not excuse me, I didn't realize this until much later. She raised me to be a wife. Now, I was always grateful to her because as far as I was concerned, she was just raising me the way that girls were supposed to be raised. Once again, my mother was born in 1934, so she would be the age of a lot of people's grandmas and great grandmas, right? And this is the way that she taught me to be. And I didn't know that she was raising me to already have the qualities of a wife. So all my husband had to do was to see me, recognize me, find me, and then to be able to initiate, our interactions. And then literally everything went from there. I mean, I'll give you an example. I have exes. I don't have bad blood with any of my exes except for one. And the only one that I had bad blood with was a mutual friend of my husband's. And my husband has already put that man in his place a few times. But every other ex I've had, I've always been cool with and friends with. Now, no, that does not mean that I continue conversating and engaging with them whenever I'm in a relationship. No. That also does not mean that whenever I'm on a break or anything like that, because I've actually been on breaks in the past with other my past relationships, not my husband, that I would sit there and go and run to their bed. So please, that is not what the fuck I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is that we did not end up on bad terms. We were still mutuals. We didn't wish bad blood on each other. We didn't wish harm or any kind of thing like that on each other, right? We were in a relationship in a good place. We ended the relationship in a good place. It was usually a mutual decision. When I got to my husband, I didn't have to worry about anything else. And no, these men are respectful enough not to sit there and try to hit me up talking about some good morning, beautiful. Bruh, it already sits there and says on my profile that I'm married. And when I say that, it don't matter what fucking social media you got. If I have it, it sits there and says it in the profile, I am married. If you sit there and try to contact me in any way, not only will I take that as disrespectful, my husband will take that as disrespectful. And whatever the fuck may come to you, well, that's on you. I'm not saving nobody. I'm not putting on no motherfucking cape for nobody. I'm not defending shit. I'm defending my husband. Because you already saw that I was still married. You shouldn't even engaged. You see what I'm saying? But see, my exes were all also respectful enough never to cross that bound. Never to cross that boundary, never to cross that line. So, I mean,
that's one thing that, I find that's very strange, a lot of people talk, say that, they can't be friends with their ex. And I felt like, me personally, anybody I ever had any real relationship with, we was friends first. Before we get into that, the real relationship, we was really friends, best friends for real, So, and we felt like, we could, we can end up, it can't end up past that, that friendship, right? A friendship, right? And it did, and whenever, we felt like, man, I think, we don't think it's gonna work, and it was always, cool for us to go back to our friendship. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Until, we basically out like really move, because not all friends, you can't take all your friends with you, as you growing up, as you getting old and all of that. Some all your friends, they in different states, you haven't get in touch with them, you know what I'm saying? But we were real friends. So some of my ex, with my of my exes, it's just like that. It's not that, we wasn't friends, but we just lose touch because, we end up doing things. We end up getting busy doing different things. So we end up losing touch with each other. But if we had to run to each other, it would be like, oh man, I didn't see you in so many times. It would never be, that where we cross the line, like, where we remember each other for the relationship we are. We remember each other for the friendship we had. And I felt like, when people can't see things like that, it's kind of like showing, what level, of maturity that, that you attain for yourself. If you can't, see, where the line is at, and not to cross the line, to respect somebody and respect yourself, it kind of speak, say a lot about you.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, like I said, my husband knows all of my exes. And I mean, if there's ever one, oh, hi, Alyza. It's never Alyza by herself. It's always Alyza in exile. You see what I'm saying? Like, oh, well, you know what? If you're going to say hi to me, here's my husband. Oh, they'll say, oh, well, what's up, exile? How you doing? Blah, 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 blah. And I mean, my husband never has to worry. You really opened up my orange? You a whole asshole, bro. I don't even, man. I'm so mad at you. He sat there and opened up my pop. I'm sorry. I know that sounds crazy. But whenever they sit there and see me, it's me with him. It's him with me. You know what I mean? Like, you're not going to sit there and catch us apart. So no, you're not going to have an opportunity to sit there and try to slide in DMs. You're not going to have an opportunity to sit there and be like, oh, well, you know what? He might not be treating you. I mean, look, I ain't trying to hear none of that shit. Like, if you cool with me, you cool with him. And if you can't be cool with him, then you're not cool with me. I mean, it's just that simple. But
that's right there. That's the facts right there. What you just said right there, that's key. If you can't respect, the line, you can't respect me for who you are, then we don't even need to have any type of
exactly
with each other.
Exactly. So, I mean, we don't have issues with any of our exes. Now, well, okay, hold on. I don't have issues with any of my exes. Him, on the other hand, he done fucked some crazy bitches, bro. Like, he got this one that, man, it's funny. I actually had to sit there and tell this woman. I sat there and told her, I can get out of the way. If you think you can sit there and get my man, I'll go ahead and get out of the way and just sit back and watch. Because he's not going to go anywhere. But, a lot of women say that. And no, I'm not talking my shit. By all means, pull your stops out. Now, please understand, this was, how can I describe this woman? I'm going to be so delicate when I say this. You know how niggas is now saying they be in the streets?
Mm-hmm.
She's the street. Hold on, baby.
She belongs to the street.
Hold on, I'm talking about your baby mama. You want to come and explain to them? I was being really, really delicate. And I sat there and I said, when niggas say they in the streets, she the streets. Hold on. He sat there and started laughing and was like, hell yeah. Like, the whole thing is, they were together. She decided to cheat. So he decided to leave. They got back together, but whenever they got back together, it wasn't really a relationship. He just got back with her because, I mean, if you're going to sit there and put yourself out there as a hoe, then I'm going to treat you like one. Which, I mean, I can't get upset at. People might not like that. Once again, I really don't care. At the end of the day, if you putting yourself out there as a whole, you cannot be mad when society treats you exactly how you're putting yourself out there. If you put yourself out there as a queen, society will treat you as such. If you put yourself out there as a lady, you will be treated as such. If you put yourself out there as a sleazeball, you will be treated as such. If you sit there and put yourself out there as what they call that, a setup kid, and people know about it, they're gonna treat you as the op. You see what I'm saying? So that's what she did, and so that's exactly how their interaction was the second time they had got together. After that, there was no more getting back together. This woman went so far as to sit there and try to be my friend because she knew that my husband, before he was my husband, had interest. That when I sit there and tell you this woman has sat there and fuck my dad, my brother, my neighbor, my cousin. Oh no, she would have fucked my dog if I let her. I had a mastiff, and when I say that, a lot of people be like, "Oh, you just talking shit." Bro, I wish we would have had phones that had motherfucking cameras, bro. Because I swear to God, I would have put that shit on YouTube. On everything.
Ew.
So, I mean, when I sit there and tell you, baby, look, she was willing to nail anything that wasn't already nailed down. And it broke my heart because I'm one of those people that, and this is back whenever I was 20 to 22. Everybody was talking so much shit about this girl. I'm one of those type of people that I would give you a chance because the relationship you have with them may be different from the relationship you have with me. Right? I mean, hell, there's a lot of people that don't like my husband. I still love him. So, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to give a little bit of grace. When I tell you.
That left me with the stink face. Like,
man, look, hold on. Hearing it. Imagine if hearing it left you with a stink face. She got brought up. My neighbor got her pregnant. My cousin got her pregnant. She tried to fuck my brother. My brother wasn't touching this girl. She tried to sleep with my dad. My dad had to call the police to get her to leave his house and leave his bed. He wouldn't even go to his bed. He literally sat there and laid on the couch until the fucking cops got there. Because she was trying to proposition herself. Like, when I say this, I'm not one that really talks shit too much because I understand how honestly, if it's a lie, how much that shit can hurt. Right? But when it's the truth, and I was trying to offer you grace and every male that was around me. Oh, she also fucked a few of my homeboys and a couple of my, she tried to fuck with one of my exes. And as soon as, she came up with him at like a spot or something like that, he looked at me and I was just like, oh, you had fun with that. And, I was kind of like low key hinting at him. That night he left her alone. He said, you know what, Alyza wouldn't say that shit if honestly there wasn't reason for her to say it. So instead of me calling her and asking her, I want you to tell me. She wouldn't tell him. So he sat there and asked a few of our mutuals. They all told him. He was like, yeah, I'm not putting my name on this. If that makes sense. I'm not touching it. I'm not laying claims to, her being anything of mine, if that makes sense. And I mean, when I tell you this shit got wild. And then the funniest thing is, she was sitting there and trying to get to me, which I don't know why you trying to get to me. Because baby, when I sit there and tell you I could give a fuck less, you can go to the moon and back and still couldn't give a fuck, find a fuck for me to give. I mean, shit, there still ain't one. And it's been years later. Okay. This girl then went and sat there and tried to mess with one of my homeboys that I knew had a thing for me. And I guess he sat there and later told me he was sitting there and trying to mess with her to make me jealous. And honestly, I'm like, okay, cool. If that's what you want to do. And this is before he told me that. I said, you know what? If that's what you want to do, cool. Oh, well, I mean, that's the only thing you got to say. Well, what else I got to say? I already got a man. So I already wasn't on the market. You want to sit there and smash that? Go for it. You ain't. I said, why would I need to sit there and talk shit about another woman? I don't want you. I got what I want. I'm more than content. I'm happy. You know, whenever you sitting here and talking shit about another woman and going back and forth, baby, that's shit that jealous people do. Baby, I'll never get jealous over no dick. The fuck? Especially not no dick that ain't mine. The fuck out of here. That's all you, boo. Have at it. Have a great time. Because he didn't get a response from me, he dropped her the next day. And I'm just like, bro, like the level of petty, right? So I'm just like, yeah, this woman was the street.
But I'm kind of the same way. I don't need no closure from no.
You feel me? None.
Nobody.
Look, hold up. My leaving is the closure.
Yeah, you did what you did. You stay where you at. You know. I don't need no closure from you, from none of that. You know what I'm saying? Because the truth gonna come out. You know, I don't need you to tell me the truth. You know,
exactly.
You're gonna be lie about anyway, trying to make it still sound good, trying to justify yourself or what you did. Nah, you did what you did. Stay with that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm gonna leave. You know what I'm saying? Let me be me. You know what I'm saying? Don't try to harass me. Don't try to burn my. Don't try to break my car. Don't try to burn my shoes. You're not getting access to my house no more, so you could come in and mess my clothes up and and fuck with my cars. None of that. Keep your crazy ass where you at.
Mm-hmm. But it's like I said, me walking away was the closure. I really don't give a fuck what you had to say.
Mm-hmm.
You had ample time to sit there and say whatever the fuck you had to say, regardless of whether it was out of anger, fear, whatever the fuck. You had ample time to say what you had to say. That's nice. When I walk away, baby, that's closure. And please understand, when it comes to closure, that shit's for me. You know, whatever closure you needed for you, you had time to get it. If you didn't, well, that was on you. I sit there and I see it like this. Tomorrow is not promised to anybody, right? So any type of conversation you have with anybody in the world, you don't know if that's your last conversation. So if you would rather be sitting here and saying some stupid shit to me, sitting there talking about, oh, well, your man this, your man that, my man this, my man that, or your bitch this, your bitch that, my bitch this, your bitch that, whatever, right? For all you know, that could have been the last conversation. So if you need closure, sit there and speak the fuck up, or, forever hold your fucking peace. When I walk out the door, baby, that's closure right there. I mean, shit, yo bad if you didn't get to say your piece. I mean, the level of, once again, good luck finding a fuck for me to give. You might have to go deep into the ocean of the earth. And you still won't find one unless a mermaid give it to you. Mm-hmm. And understand, that's not going to be a fuck to help me. That's going to be a fuck to help you. But I'm not going to accept the shit.
I can't, I mean, it's certain men that would do the same, that would sit and do the same thing. You know, they will go, they will go with that friend, they go with that friend, they go with that friend. They're trying to get the sister, they're trying to get the mom, they're trying to get the cousin. They think that's so player, and I
got a neighbor like that. Yeah, the neighbor she was fucking, this motherfucker has, how many kids he got now? 22? Babe, 22, 23?
Damn.
Yeah, he got 23 kids now.
That nigga got a whole football team.
Now understand, he got 23 kids. That's not including all the random bitches he been fucking that he ain't knocked up yet.
God damn.
And she and her kid is one of those kids. Or the ones that ain't being claimed. Because his family like to not claim him, even though they all got the same fucking DNA and they all come out looking damn near exactly the fucking same. Big ass box head and all. So, I mean, and the weirdest part is years later, I found out that this neighbor ended up being my my second cousin. So that made it real weird because, mind you, I'm seeing all the bitches that's coming over to this dude. And whenever there was a bitch that would sit there and walk away from her, oh yeah, he fucking your mama, your auntie, your cousin, your best friend, your girlfriend. Shit, depending on how petty he want to be, he might even fuck your nigga. Like, he'll sit there and try to flirt with this nigga even though he's not gay. Well, at least the last time I sat there and checked, he ain't gay. I don't know what the fuck is going on now. I've been gone for about a decade or so. But I mean, when I sit there and tell you this motherfucker was moving hella fucking weird, and he didn't start doing that until he went to prison, came back, braiding hair, walking with a swish, but still had a pretty face. So he still had hella bitches that was sitting there coming over there. And then you would have bitches fighting in the yard because while one's dropping the kid off, she would see that it was her cousin or her sister or her auntie, that it was their car. And then whenever they would go in the house and go to his room, that's exactly who the fuck was in the room fucking with him.
And that's what I could say. It's just
this nigga was wild.
Yeah, niggas do it, women do it, niggas do it, man. This shit is not play at all. This shit is not cute. This shit is not. It's nothing good about this shit. It's just, it's just it's nasty, man. It's just nasty business. That's I don't know.
Well, no, here's the thing that made it worse for me. This nigga was raw dogging all these bitches with no protection at all. Hence all the kids, right? So, nigga, you don't know what kind of STDs you got. You don't know what kind of shit you bring into the other bitches. I mean, honestly, he didn't care about them chicks. Because mind you, this dude still ain't married. He's still out hoeing. This is like he's living the epitome of his dream. Still ain't found, in quotation marks, the one or even one he wants a long-term relationship with. The longest he's had a relationship was 3 years. And I mean, like, the shit is wild. Now,
what type of things these kids?
Exactly.
Crazy.
Yeah, like, and then I be hearing these conversations about child support. Now, here's the thing. If we're talking about one man that's dealing with one kid or something like that, then yes, my heart does go out for a lot of the men that actually want to be in their children's lives, who would rather actually have impact versus paying child support, right? But for a nigga like this, that got 5 kids or more, in this case, 20 kids or more, bruh, let me tell you how bad this nigga was. He would purposely not get a job, or he would get a minimum wage job, so he would not have to pay child support. There was a certain amount that was required of him to pay. If he paid under it, they would have to sit there and cut the child support down. He would get a minimum wage job, so they would cut that shit down so fucking low that he didn't even have to pay it, or if he did, it was literally pennies on the dollar. Mind you, nigga ain't got no house, ain't got no car, he has nothing to his name but a pretty face. And I don't know which one is more disgusting for me. The fact that he still live with his family, right? And his family allows all these random bitches to come through their house and everything else. Or the fact that he's raw dogging all these bitches. Because don't get me wrong, I get it. You know, some men want to be hoes. I mean, I can't speak on being a hoe, right?
That's beyond being a hoe.
Right.
That's beyond that.
The least you could do is wrap your shit up for your safety. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Not even for the safety of the bitches, for your safety. He wouldn't even do that. And I'm like, bro, sat there and tried to have a talk with him one time. He's like, nah, Alyza, you just don't understand. I guess you're right. I don't. He has sisters and brothers. Some of his sisters are like that, but the way they broke it down is their daddy was there. He was physically there, but not emotionally there. He was always fighting with their mama and would try to, make an excuse to leave, right? Honestly, it's because he had a bitch on the side. I knew about it, but I'm also a kid at the time, so shit, not my circus, not my monkeys. That ain't my business to sit there and tell nobody about what the other hand is doing. Y'all supposed to be a motherfucking unit. That ain't got nothing to do with me, right?
To me, a nigga being a hoe, is the nigga that's probably dealing with 4, with 3, 4, 5 different women, right, in different, area that don't have nothing to do with each other, right?
Oh no, these are all in the same city.
That
Well,
to
no,
me,
I'm lying. The first 15 are all in the same city. The ones after it, I actually think that he's gone to other states to get. So I take that back.
to me, that's a hoe. You have 3, 4, 5 women that you're dealing with, that don't know each other, that don't have nothing to do with each other, right? You being a hoe, but having all these type of women, you a fiend.
Right.
Like you literally a fiend. Like you beyond that. That's a like slut. I think who got that song? Slut me out or something like that. Anthony Chopper. You a
Right.
slut.
Right.
Just like if a female, gonna let a whole bunch of niggas running in through you, you'd be young a hoe. You was like you was slut, and even like I said, that's probably beyond that too. Cause like I said, it's level with. I mean, that's probably how I'm thinking like what a hoe is. So the whole time, I guess me thinking I was being a hoe might not even me being a hoe. But that's that. If I'm thinking that you are a woman, you dealing with 3, 4, 5 niggas, I'm like, man, you a hoe, And I think myself, I look at myself being a hoe by dealing with 3, 4, 5 women. When I used to be when I used to think that, oh yeah, I'm gonna be, I'm out here, you know what I'm saying? Like I don't got, I'm gonna do me. And even then, I knew I was being a hoe. Like I knew that was being a hoe. So, like I said, so I think dealing with all these women, you know what I'm saying, and on top of that, you and actually, putting your seed, in these women, bro, that's beyond being a hoe. You know what I'm saying? Because
Right.
a hoe know not to get pregnant by any nigga. Like,
But remember, hold on. Whenever he's getting these bitches, they think they in relationships. Like I said, the longest he's been in a relationship has been like, I want to say 3 to 4 years, maybe 5. I don't even think it's that long. I think honestly, the top that I've witnessed is 3. So imagine for 3 years, that's the main bitch, right? So they really thinking because they're not just fucking one time in that 3 years, right? They fucking multiple times, but they're thinking that it's only them and it's consistent. So no, he ain't even smart enough to be on some pip shit. Man, this motherfucker, he didn't one of his first baby mamas, and I will never forget this. We were all sitting out on the porch because everybody else was smoking. They couldn't smoke on my porch. I mean, shit, my mama had that thing, and baby, you would get clapped for smoking on her porch. She wasn't playing. Okay. So we went to the neighbor's porch, and half the time the neighbor's mom was gone until like 4 a.m. Right. So we'd be outside, chilling. This would be sisters, brothers, some of the neighbors. We'd all be kicking it outside. This nigga baby mama went up there with a gun, and she sat there and started talking her shit. She waved it at him. He sat there and told this bitch she wasn't gonna shoot. She popped 3 of them things off. Everybody ducking because shit, we ain't trying to get hit. It's the first time behind some pussy, you know what I mean, that this shit has ever fucking happened. So then this whack ass motherfucker, he go and get a gun. Didn't have no bullets in it. I guess he thought he was gonna scare her. And it didn't. She sat there and went directly to his face. They had barrel to barrels in each other's faces. She sat there and told this motherfucker to pull the trigger. I said, oh, nah, this bitch is cray-cray.
She probably know he wasn't going to do it.
Right. Well, honey, he didn't even have no bullets in it. She knew he wasn't going to do it.
Exactly. Put his card out right up.
Man, with a quickness, do you hear me? I was the one that sat there and started talking to both these dumb motherfuckers sitting there trying to calm them down because I'm not knowing there ain't no bullets in that motherfucker. I know there's bullets in her. She let 3 of them motherfuckers ring.
Right.
Okay. And she seemed to be the angry one. She done went up to this nigga house. He didn't go to hers. Okay. And honestly, I think it was behind her kid and one of his other baby mama's kids. They got into a fight and he didn't tell her or some shit. I can't remember. I knew it was behind the kids though. So,
okay.
So baby, look, Man, look, that's the first time I was scared. I was like, yep, it's time for me to go. Luckily, I only live right here. I done sat there. I'm yelling at them from my house. Hey, if y'all gonna sit there and do that shit in the street or do that shit in the yard and make sure you aim that way. Don't have that shit. Look, them houses are too damn close. Don't have that shit coming over here because I'm gonna tell my mama who did it. Like, shit, I'm singing like a goddamn canary. I never had to, but she done shut up this nigga car. She done sat there and shot through some windows.
Damn.
And then she done put the motherfucker right back to the temple of his head. And I guess all her bullets were up. She didn't have no more bullets. She pulled it, and that motherfucker said click and didn't have no bullet in it. I said, yeah, that's the day. I think, honestly, that was the day I decided that, yeah, maybe being a hoe could never be for me because this is literally about to cost this nigga his life. You see what I'm saying? Over some coochie.
I ain't gonna lie, that happened to me though. You know, a older woman put a gun to my temple. But let me, before I get into that, I just want to answer to this to a comment right quick. That's it. That liking different women, is on some pimp shit. A pimp is just a fancy name for a hoe. Real shit. Just like certain women, they be strippers, but they call it exotic dancer. It's just a fancy name, for being a stripper. I might, I might be, that might be just me that looking at it that way. But the other comment is that, a man dealing with several women is a king, that right there, is not what make a man a king because there is only one queen. One queen. All the other women is cucumber. It is how you said?
Concubines.
Yeah, concubines, right? So it ain't these we is not having what's the word again? Them I don't want to say it wrong.
Concubines.
Right. That doesn't make you a king. You know what I'm saying? It's having a queen that makes you a king. You know what I'm saying? Why a queen can make you a king, just like a king can make, a woman a queen. You know what I'm saying? And when the Bible was talking about Solomon having all these, women, that's not what it meant because it was it was basically,
A metaphorical.
right, for wisdom. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what wisdom represent.
Is
Wisdom
a woman.
always symbolized by women. So they were saying that because Solomon went to God and asked God. God told Solomon, you could ask me whatever you want. And Solomon asked God for wisdom. So when he had all these women, that's to show you how much wisdom he had compared to other, men at the time. I just wanted to say this right quick. But that happened to me, an older woman, basically, put a strap to my temple, because, I was dealing with her, but it wasn't like we had nothing serious, it was just that, that was, we was only fucking with each other at that time. It's not like she was my girlfriend or I was her boyfriend, none of that, but she did, me and her had a conversation about how, I gotta let a young female go. You know what I'm saying? Because she don't know how to, conduct herself. She getting all along, and talking crazy, and she was kind of giving me, letting me know, look, that's not my cup of tea. She don't know why I'm dealing with that, with that little girl like that, And I basically look her in the face and like, yeah, you know what? You're right. I'm gonna cut her off. I'm not gonna deal with her no more. And one day, I was in the bed, chilling with her, after, whatever, went down, while I was watching, a show and my phone just kept ringing. You feel me? Like I'm getting texts, like my phone keep ringing, keep getting text. And she was like, yo, why you not answering your phone? I'm like, yeah, man, I don't know why this nigga keep on calling me. I try to play it off, but she, it's like she knew, I was bullshitting, and she just like acting like it's cool. And she grabbed the phone. And when she grabbed the phone, she see that is her name, that's in these missed call in the text message. She was like, yo, didn't I tell you not to, like, didn't you look at me in my face and you told me like you gonna stop messing with this girl? Why is she still calling you crazy? Why is she texting you this and that? And I tried to lie, man. She just go under the pillow and she pulled a strap. I didn't even know she had it. That's on my mama. That's on everything. I didn't even know she had guns.
It's a thin line between love and hate. Have y'all seen the movie? Y'all should watch it.
I don't think I've seen that.
Oh, A Thin Line. Oh, A Thin Line Between Love and Hate. Yeah, watch that movie. There was a woman there. She sat there and told this dude, he was sitting there trying to pursue her. She sat there and told him, hey, look, don't try to pursue me because I've been hurt. I cannot be hurt again. He sat there and tried to pursue her anyway. And yeah, she almost killed this nigga.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know if she was serious or not. I just know, like, and on top of that, I think I was probably like 17, 18. And after that, that's when I got, with my girlfriend, which lasted us like 6 years and a half. But yeah, I didn't know if she was serious or not. After that, I just ghosted her. Like, I'm like, oh, like, cause she blew my mind. Like, I did not expect none of that. Like I said, I didn't even know she was fucking with guns. And on top of that, I know she's an older woman. I'm like, yeah, man, like I can't deal with that.
Right. But it's getting around my baby's bedtime because it's 1:10 for me and they have to 1:30. So I'm gonna go ahead and get off of here so I can go ahead and start their routine. But nah, you're absolutely right. I mean, like some of these people, and I understand how men feel a certain type of way when it's a woman, but the experience that I've had and knowing this person, it's very much a man, and that shit is just wild. I mean, there's no real promise. There's no real, like promise of a future, promise of a relationship with any type of longevity or, any substance. It's just fucking. And people really don't understand. Well, let me go ahead and say this before I get off. People really do not comprehend the fact that whenever you are supposed to be having sex, it is supposed to be a intimate energy exchange, right? So whenever you fucking all these different people, you're literally taking on all they demons, half of they fucking karma, because it is half every time. It is half. You're taking on a lot of the shit that you don't even understand you're taking on. And then while we have, these people are, and this is for men and women, while they sitting here and they fucking all these people, you don't even realize when your life start going to shit. That's because you sat there and, you took the bad shit from them. You see what I'm saying?
Facts. That's real spirit.
But it's just, once again, I can sit there and say this until I'm blue in the face. People still gonna sit there and try to find a reason to sit there and fuck Tom, Dick, Jordan, James, Tom, Dick, and Harry. And by this time, it's like, you know what? All right, by all means, you do you. I'm not gonna sit there and stop a hoe from being a hoe. That ain't my job. Okay. I'm not gonna even hold you. If some shit fucks up, I'm pointing and laughing. Feel however the fuck you want to feel about it. If you didn't like it, you wouldn't have put yourself in that fucking predicament. If you don't understand that it might be you, take the time, do some of the work. And then when you realize that it might be you, do some of the work to heal that shit. It's not as scary as you think it is. You know what I mean? Exactly.
I definitely agree 100%. I ain't gonna lie, 100%, man. Facts. That's all facts right there, because sex supposed to be sacred.
Exactly.
And
it was supposed to be something that you did with one person, and that was supposed to be to conjoin you on a spiritual level. That is why the very first marriage contract, that if we're gonna go biblically, which a lot of times I don't, but if we're gonna go biblically, the first contract between a man and a woman is supposed to be their intimacy. That is supposed to be their marriage contract. The fact that they were exchanging energy, right? So if you sitting here getting all demons from 30 different bitches, then don't be shocked at the fact that, bro, you literally have no life. If something happens to your mama or your daddy right now and y'all can't sit and the mortgage ain't in y'all name, y'all fucked. Because now not only are you going to be homeless, you ain't got no car, ain't got this, ain't got that. Now you got to get it. And in order for you to get it, you got to go against what the fuck you've been doing. So honestly, you might have postponed it by dragging your feet. But sooner or later, that beautiful teacher of karma always comes around, and bullshit will always be paid in full. and that shit will always come due. So with that, I have to go ahead and yes, you can exchange energy without sex, but when you do have sex, that is exactly what you're doing. People are sitting here and looking like, oh, well, you know what? They want to sit there and bust a nut. You can bust a nut by your goddamn self. So why would you go out of your way to sit there and try to get another person to bust a nut with you? And then you don't even realize that while somebody else is helping you bust a nut, aka for the men, you got somewhere to sit there and skeet. For the women, you got a motherfucking hole that sits there and makes you feel comfortable until this nigga skeet. Guess what? There's a lot more shit being exchanged other than seminal fluid. With that, I bid you all adieu. You guys have a good night, okay?
Same to you. I definitely agree, man. I look at that, having, changing, exchange, energy, energy through sex is like Wi-Fi and cable. You know what I'm saying? I say Wi-Fi and cable. It's like Wi-Fi and Ethernet, right? So the internet is just directly, connected to your computer. So the signal is not, can't be distorted. You know what I'm saying? It can't be weakened or none of that. You know what I'm saying? But changing, exchanging, energy in other ways, can definitely meet. You can definitely, meet, that, that exchange through translation. You know what I'm saying? That's how I'm looking at it. But shout out to 12 in the chat. I still say shout out to all the good. Yeah, shout out to back to you. I did. All right. See you on the next one. I'm finna go too. I've been here long. But shout out to you, Bronzebird, for having me for sure on your panel, bro. It's my first time over here. I've been in the chat,
Yeah.
a lot of
Naga,
times. First time over.
you definitely came through with some dope ass gems. You definitely contributed, man. You are always welcome back here. Free thought panel. Usually I have conversations like tonight. I had a conversation about basically is masculinity dying, and so yeah, bro, definitely dope ass conversation. That's why I be sitting in the back. I was like, I'll let y'all talk until y'all tie it out, and then I'll just be like, all right, I'll fill in the rest. But thank you for coming, my man. I really appreciate you.
Nah, for sure, bro. Likewise, bro. Appreciate you for having me. You know what I'm saying? For sure.
Yeah.
Really, you know what I'm saying? Real spill.
For sure, man. Definitely come back. We would love to hear your words. Like, you know what I'm saying? Converse with us, bro. It's going to be dope as fuck, bro. Appreciate you, bro.
I'm gonna be here, man. Just like when I ran into Chuzo, I'm always over at Chuzo, man, because Chuzo is a real one, and he ain't with that, hey man, y'all, he's just like, unless like you get in other line, and he gonna let you talk. You feel me? And I know not to cross the line because I hate when people cross the line with me. So I know where I stand, you know what I'm saying? So I respect where people stand, you know what I'm saying? You invite me to your house, I'm gonna respect your house, and let you give me a tour. But you know what I'm saying? With that being said, like I said, I appreciate you for having me. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man.
Brother.
Love in the chat, Until next time, man. You already know, bro.
Peace and love, my kid. My youth.
Salute.
All right. Fuck. I hate 12 because now I have this song in my head and I realize what the lyrics was from the last time I sung it. And I want to sing it, but then I don't feel like singing it. So let me shut the fuck up. I wanted to do this before I go. I wanted to review this clip. I feel like, well, I don't want to sing it at random. I don't feel like singing at random. I have to get hyped up to sing it. It's that shit by fucking what's her name? Doja Cat, the sugar coated fuck Candy. Y'all want me to sing? Oh, this feels embarrassing. All right. Hold on. Where the fuck am I before I do that? Sugar coated. Wait. I'm not doing it. See, I was about to, but I was like, no. I once I review this video, then I might be able to sing it again. Fuck y'all. I just want to review this Jubilee clip real quick. I was blushing when I was being gay. Like, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm just being raw, but Harry Styles, he's going to be inside of a video that I'm going to be premiering on Sunday. So stay tuned for that video. But the thing about it is, like I said earlier, when it comes to this conversation about masculinity, You had some girl that was in my chat here earlier sitting up there talking about, oh, well, why you got a problem with gender norms being changed? Because we don't do that shit. I'm sorry. Us as men, we know what we wear. You understand? We don't sit up there and wear fucking dresses and skirts and painting our nails. No, sir. No, sir. Say something to that, because I remember meeting like 2 trans men in my life, right? Well, I've much others. I believe that they're confused women. I say that. I'm sorry if you feel offended, but it is what it is, right? So my thing about it is, if I feel that way, it is what it is, right? So my thing about it is, no, I'm not going to do the pronoun bullshit. I'm going to just call you by your name and be like, oh, that's my friend and blah, blah, blah. I ain't got time for that shit. What the fuck did this trans man just say? AKA this girl? What the fuck did this dude just say?
Being manly, but
the more that they start to realize they don't need a man, the more they start complaining. They be like, oh, I don't need a man and blah, blah, blah. But then sit up there crying at home and I sit up there playing with they twat and sit up there talking about, oh, you know, why no man wants to talk to me? It's your attitude, bitch. You thought you could be a masculine woman and then get you nowhere. Got you some dick. But after that, didn't give you a satisfying relationship. You dumb motherfucker. This is my thing. And I'm sorry to interrupt, son. This is my thing, yo. No, it's not a good point, bearded conversation. And if anything, I'll do a Warrior Alpha Men Part 3 to this so we can actually go over this. Because I feel like I played this video before and I reviewed it. And if it's probably on Rumble. But Warrior Alpha Men Part 1 is not even about none of this shit. It was literally just playing music and all that other stuff. I'll put it in the description once I edit the video tonight. My thing about it is with dudes like, with women like this, a trans man, they're trying to say, well, let's redefine masculinity and blah, blah, blah. Get the fuck out of here. We're not doing that. You feel what I'm saying? Like, that's bullshit and you know it, bro. Like, we're not doing that. So, all right. I can't even finish this shit up because my joint is about to die. I'm going to just try to do it, son, because my laptop is about to fucking die. This world is fucked up, my G. I swear to you, it's fucked up. You know what? If anything, I'll literally do a part 3 to Warrior Alpha Men. I'll do a part 3 sometime, probably next week or something. I have no idea. Tomorrow I'm gonna be running the Brownstone Powwow at 11 just to be testing some equipment. So if you guys get on, don't expect it to be a long panel. It's just gonna be like maybe an hour and a half. I just want to test my equipment real quick. So I just want to make sure everything is cool. So, yeah. Otherwise than that wasn't even the right one that I wanted to get. God damn it. Shit. Where the hell are we? Okay. No, that wasn't it. That was it. Okay, cool. All right. I'm gonna head on out. You know what I love to do. Shout out to everybody that came up in my chat. Yo, first argument of the fucking season, my dude. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, once I edit it, refer to this panel. There was a short little site argument that happened. You know what I'm saying? Some shit went on. Some shit that happened. It is what it is. You know what I mean? But shout out to the people in my chat, people who hit the panel, people that was bird watching. You know what I love to do before I get out of here? I love to play my music, so we're going to do that. 2 songs. I'm not making it long tonight. Let me set up shop and peace.
Yeah, it's that shit, boy. Yeah, time's down, man. Let's go. Hey, yo, gotta get this crop, ain't no time to wait. 3 a.m. we up in at it, working wide awake. Escape Hades, unscathed, haze, help my mind escape. Eyes glazed behind designer shades, tidal wave don't days. Flipping Fetty till my final days. Feel like a villain in the villa while the vinyl plays. Visions vibrant, times change, but the code doesn't. Bro, I'm hurting, let me hold something, stove running. Just like a dolly painting. The Audi cloudy clan bacon. From Graham shaving to somewhere out in Japan shaded. Versace frames with the gold Medusa. Snakeskin shoes, so with improving ain't concerned with the lowest rumors. Bro with shooters who make bold maneuvers. Moxie models of the Molly Max Speed. Probably pop you for proxy. Politicking with Poppy, so what's the price on that Perico? Incognito distributing on the D-Lo. We just tryna get this dough, bankroll on slow. Those that from the gonna know like. Yo. We just tryna get this dough, bankroll on slow. Those that from the gonna know like. Hey yo. We just tryna see these C-notes. Do it for the love, but can't get nothing for free though. No, we live illegal, those just lethal. Feel like ghosts with the gold ego. The goal get chose the reason I got a swole ego. The soul see through in this life, there's no riddles. Don't let hoes bleed you for your dough, most the sequel. Cold smoke diesel after me, there's no sequel. Keep coat with the toast in it, these bullets leave you domed in it. No forensic fingerprints for feds to trace back. Ajax leave you laying flat, made pack painted black. Keys open doors, but Tim's kick them down, no. Out of time making my rounds, getting dough on the down low. Give a fuck about a download. I'm seeking dead people daily. Walk in front of these brownstones. I've outgrown friends. Left them with a Dow Jones man from when I was a child. Gone, where did the time go? Shit, I don't know. We just tryna get this dough. Bankroll on slow. Those that front are gonna know like. Yo. We just tryna get this dough, bankroll on slow. Those that front they gonna know like.